Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are. Let's begin. The phone woke him at 3:47 a.m., and Dev Thibodeau's first conscious thought was that the shrimp were running. That was how his mind worked in the dark hours. Muscle memory of a life built around tides and seasons, the rhythms of Terrebonne Parish pulling him from sleep the way the moon pulled water. His hand found the phone on the nightstand, knocking over a half-empty bottle of Abita and sending it rolling across the scarred pine floor. Remy's name on the screen. Of course. He pressed the phone to his ear and heard his brother's voice, fractured and breathless, riding a current of static that made the words swim. Dev, I'm sorry. I took the truck. I gotta get to Nola. Colette's there. I'm sorry. The line went dead. Dev sat up in the dark. The window was open, March in Montagute, and the air was already thick enough to chew, heavy with the smell of sulfur and marsh rot, and the distant chemical sweetness from the refineries up the bayou. Frogs were screaming in the drainage ditch behind the house. A dog barked somewhere on Bourg Street, sharp and insistent, the kind of bark that meant something was wrong in its yard. He called Remy back. Voicemail. Called again. Voicemail. Sent a text. Where are you? Call me back. The truck. Remy had taken the truck. Dev's F-150, the one with the rebuilt transmission he'd spent 3 weekends under, the one with the toolbox bolted to the bed. Remy had been clean for 19 days. Dev had been counting the way you count days of sun during hurricane season, knowing it can't last. And now he was gone. The truck was gone. And the word Nola sat in Dev's stomach like a swallowed stone. Colette was in New Orleans. Colette and the baby, Lila, 14 months old with Remy's nose and her mother's dark eyes. Colette, who'd gotten a restraining order after Remy showed up at her apartment on Dauphine Street at 2 a.m. Pupils the size of dimes, saying he just wanted to hold his daughter. Colette, who was right to be afraid. Dev swung his legs off the bed. The floor was cold, old cypress planks that his grandfather had laid in 1961, the year before Dev's father was born in the front room. 7 generations of Thibodeau in this house, in this parish, on this sinking sliver of land between the bayou and the Gulf. The house leaned slightly to the east now, settling into the soft ground the way old men settle into chairs. And every spring, Dev told himself he'd jack it up and level the foundation, and every spring something else needed fixing first. He pulled on jeans and a t-shirt and walked through the shotgun house to the front porch. The night was moonless and close, stars smeared behind a gauze of humidity. Across the road, Claude Bourg's porch light was on. The old man was always up early, couldn't sleep past 3 since his wife died. Dev could see the blue flicker of a television through the screen door. He tried Remy again. Nothing. 19 days clean. Dev had watched his brother shake through the worst of it on this very porch, wrapped in a quilt their mother had made, sweating and retching into a bucket, while Dev sat beside him and said nothing because there was nothing to say. You couldn't talk someone out of withdrawal any more than you could talk the tide down. You just sat. You just stayed. And now Remy was in the truck, heading toward New Orleans, toward Colette, and Dev could feel the old paralysis settling over him like a net, the weight of all the things he should do pressing down until he couldn't move in any direction. Call the police? And say what? My adult brother took my truck and drove to the city? Go after him? In what? His other vehicle was a 1994 flatbed that hadn't run since January, waiting on a fuel pump he kept forgetting to order. He sat on the porch steps and put his head in his hands. The dog on Bourg Street was still barking. Other dogs had joined it now, a ragged chorus spreading through the neighborhood like a chain of small alarms. Dev lifted his head. Something about the sound nagged at him. A wrongness he couldn't name, the way a motor sounds, just before a bearing goes. Normal to anyone else, but screaming to a mechanic's ear. The dogs weren't barking at each other. They were all barking in the same direction, south, toward the water. Dev stood. He walked to the edge of the porch and looked down the road toward where it dead-ended at the marina, a quarter-mile away. Nothing. Darkness and the shapes of houses and the silhouettes of live oaks draped in Spanish moss that hung like the hair of drowned women. The air smelled wrong. Under the sulfur in the marsh, something else, metallic, organic, like a bait cooler left in the sun. Claude Boer's screen door opened. The old man stepped onto his porch in boxer shorts and a white undershirt, his shotgun cradled in the crook of his arm, the way men in Montagute carried shotguns, the way men in cities carried umbrellas. Automatically, without thinking about it. "Dev," Claude called, his voice carrying the gravel of 70 years and 40,000 cigarettes. "You hear that? Dogs are going crazy. Ain't just dogs. Listen." Dev listened. Under the barking, under the frogs, under the hum of Claude's window, AC unit, a sound, low, wet, like someone gargling but sustained, layered, multiple voices making the same inarticulate noise, coming from the south, coming from the water. "Probably nutria," Dev said, though he didn't believe it. "Nutria don't sound like that. Nothing sounds like that." A light came on in the Trosclair house next door to Claude's. Then, the Hebert place across the ditch. Montagute was waking, drawn from sleep by a sound that bypassed the conscious mind and spoke directly to something older, the part of the brain that remembers being prey. Dev's phone buzzed. Not Remy. A notification from the parish emergency system, the kind that told you about hurricane evacuations and boil water advisories. He looked at it. Terrebonne Parish. Emergency alert. Shelter in place. Lock all doors and windows. Do not approach any person exhibiting unusual behavior. Do not attempt to travel. This is not a drill. "Claude," Dev said, "you got your TV on?" "News went out 20 minutes ago. Just static now." "The radio?" "Same thing. I got WWL for about 10 seconds. Sounded like somebody screaming. Then, nothing. The wet gargling sound was getting louder, closer. Dev could hear it now without straining, a chorus of ruined voices rising from the direction of the bayou like fog. The dogs were going insane, some of them shrieking now, high and desperate. And then one by one they stopped. Not faded. Stopped. Cut off mid-bark, the way a sound stops when the thing making it can't make sounds anymore. "Claude, get inside." "I ain't going inside. Whatever's down there." "Get inside, Claude. Lock the door." But Claude Bourg had survived Vietnam and Katrina, and the loss of his wife and the slow drowning of his parish into the Gulf. And he was not a man who went inside when something was wrong. He walked down his porch steps, shotgun at his hip, and crossed the road toward Dev's house. He was halfway across when something moved in the drainage ditch. Dev saw it in the porch light, a shape pulling itself out of the water on the far side of the road. Human-shaped, but wrong. The movements too jerky, too mechanical, like a marionette operated by someone who'd only had the puppet described to them. It crawled up the bank and stood swaying, and the porch light caught its face. Mrs. Trosclair, Evangeline Trosclair, 63 years old, who made the best shrimp étouffée in Montagute and sang soprano in the choir at Sacred Heart, and had waved to Dev just yesterday from her garden. She was wearing a nightgown soaked dark with water and something else. Her head was tilted at an angle that meant her neck was broken, and she was walking anyway. Her mouth was open, jaw working, and the sound coming out was the gargling sound, that wet, drowned lung vocalization that made Dev's hands go numb. "Evangeline?" Claude said. He stopped walking. "Eva, that you? You hurt?" She lurched toward him. Not walking, listing like a boat in heavy chop. Each step a controlled fall. She was fast, faster than a woman with a broken neck should be, and Claude didn't raise the shotgun because he'd known Evangeline Trosclair for 40 years. And you don't point a gun at a woman you've known for 40 years. Not even when she's making that sound. Not even when her eyes catch the light, and they're not her eyes anymore. They're clouded, milky, the color of bayou water in a jar. Claude, move! Claude didn't move. Evangeline Trosclair reached him. Her hands found his shoulders, and her mouth found his neck, and Claude screamed, a sound Dev would hear in his sleep for the rest of his life, and the shotgun went off into the dirt, and they went down together in the road, and Dev was running. Not toward them. He couldn't. His legs moved, but they carried him wrong into the house instead of across the road, and he slammed the door and threw the bolt and stood in his own living room, with his heart trying to come through his ribs and his hands shaking so badly he couldn't make them stop. Through the window he could see Claude on the ground, not moving. Evangeline Trosclair was crouched over him, her nightgown black with blood, and she was feeding. The sound was the worst part, not a sound that should come from a human mouth, not a sound that had a word for it in English or French or any language Dev knew. More shapes were coming up from the ditch, from the road, from between the houses. 3, then 7, then more than he could count. Some of them he recognized. The Heber boy who worked at the gas station, old Mrs., Guidry from the church, a man in a shrimping apron, still wearing his rubber boots. They moved in that same lurching, listing gait, drawn toward the sound of Claude's death, gathering around the body like mourners at a wake. Dev backed away from the window. His phone was ringing. He looked at it with the distant, floating attention of a man in shock. Unknown number. He answered because answering was something to do with his hands. "This is Sergeant Broussard, Terrebonne Parish Sheriff. Am I speaking to Devereaux Thibodeau?" "Yeah." His voice sounded wrong, too quiet. "Mr. Thibodeau, I'm going to need you to stay in your home. We have a situation in the southern part of the parish. Do you understand? Claude's dead. My neighbor. Something. Sir, I need you to stay inside. Lock your doors. Do not open them for anyone. We have units." The line crackled, hissed. Broussard's voice came back mid-sentence. "Lost contact with the station. If you have a weapon." Static swallowed the rest. Dev stood in his living room. Through the east window, he could see dawn bleeding into the sky, a red wound along the horizon. Through the south window, the shapes in the road, more of them now, maybe 20, milling around the place where Claude had fallen. Claude was standing now. That was the thing that made Dev sit down on the floor, hard, like his strings had been cut. Claude Bourg, 70 years old, throat torn open, the man who'd taught Dev to bait a crab trap. Claude was standing, swaying, his mouth working, making the sound. The shotgun was still in the road where it had fallen. Dev sat on the floor of his house for 11 minutes. He knew this because he watched the clock on the microwave, the green numbers ticking forward with an indifference that felt obscene. In those 11 minutes, the sounds outside multiplied. More gargling voices, the crash of breaking glass, a car alarm that wailed and then stopped, and under everything, the screaming. People screaming in their houses, in their yards, in the road. Montague was being eaten alive, and Dev sat on the floor and watched the microwave clock, because the alternative was thinking about Claude. And if he thought about Claude, he would break. And if he broke, he would die. At 4:22 a.m., he got up. He moved through the house with the mechanical efficiency of a man who fixes things for a living. Brain off, hands on. He opened the hall closet and pulled out his mother's old hurricane kit, a plastic tub she'd maintained every June until she couldn't maintain anything anymore. Flashlight, batteries, first aid, water purification tablets, emergency blanket, hand crank radio. He added what he could find: 2 bottles of water from the fridge, a box of granola bars, a can of Vienna sausages, the pocket knife from his workbench. His taxidermy tools, the scalpels and the fleshing knife, went into a canvas roll. They were sharp enough to split a hair, and his hands knew them the way a pianist's hands know keys. He took the tire iron from beside the back door. It was 18 inches of cold rolled steel, heavy enough to mean business. He weighed it in his hand. It felt real in a way that nothing else did. The back door led to the yard, which led to the bayou. The shapes were mostly in the road, drawn by the noise of the car alarm and the screaming. The backyard was empty, just the crabbing dock and his grandfather's smokehouse, and the black water of the bayou, slick and still in the pre-dawn dark. He couldn't go north. The road, LA 315, was the only way out of Montagut by land, and the road was full of them. He couldn't take a car even if he had one. But Montagut was at the end of a peninsula of marshland, and the road wasn't the only way to move. The water was. Dev's pirogue was under the dock, tied to a piling. A 14-foot flat-bottom boat, cypress planks sealed with fiberglass. The kind of boat Cajuns had been building for 200 years. It drew 4 inches of water and could float on a heavy dew. It was silent. It was his. He lowered the hurricane kit and the tire iron into the pirogue, untied the bowline, and pushed off into the bayou. The paddle cut the water without sound. Behind him, Montagut burned, not with fire, but with the sounds of its own death, the chorus of wet voices rising and spreading like the tide. He paddled south, away from the road, away from Huma, away from everything. South toward the Gulf, toward the end of the world. Because sometimes the only way out is through. The Lumpkin Research Station sat at the end of the road in Cocodrie like a lighthouse on the edge of oblivion. A cluster of metal and concrete buildings on stilts, surrounded on 3 sides by marsh and open water, the last human structure before the Gulf of Mexico swallowed the land entirely. Dev had been there a dozen times to work on their research vessel's engines, and he knew the station the way he knew every machine he'd ever put his hands inside, intimately, structurally, with a mechanic's understanding of what held and what didn't. He reached it at dawn, 2 hours of paddling through bayou channels that narrowed and widened like arteries, the water black and opaque beneath him. Twice he'd heard splashing in the reeds, heavy, rhythmic, not alligator, and he'd stopped paddling and sat motionless in the pirogue, tire iron across his knees, until the sound faded. Once something had bumped the bottom of the boat from below. A soft, questioning thud, like a fist against a door. He'd gripped the gunwale and not breathed until it stopped. The station's dock was empty. The research vessels, 2 aluminum skiffs, and a larger survey boat were gone, taken by whoever had evacuated. But the station itself was lit, fluorescent lights spilling from the windows of the main building, and Dev could see movement inside. Living movement. The purposeful, coordinated motion of people who were still people. He tied the pirogue to the dock and climbed the metal stairs, tire iron in hand. The door to the main lab was propped open with a fire extinguisher. Inside, the air was cold. The AC was still running, the generator humming beneath the building, and it smelled like coffee and antiseptic, and underneath, the omnipresent swamp rot that seeped into everything in Cocodrie. A woman stood at a lab bench, bent over a microscope. She was slim, dark-haired, wearing reading glasses pushed up on her forehead and a Tulane University polo shirt that was too big for her. She didn't look up when he entered. "If you're infected, I have a scalpel and no compunctions," she said. Her voice was flat, precise. The voice of someone who'd been awake too long to waste words. "I'm not infected." That's exactly what an infected person who could still talk would say. Stage 1 presents with normal speech patterns. She looked up then, dark eyes behind the glasses, bloodshot, the whites threaded with red. She scanned him the way a doctor scans a patient. Not his face, but his hands, his neck, the exposed skin of his arms. No visible wounds, pupil response normal. "You're sweating, but it's Cocodrie in March, so." She straightened. "I'm Dr. Priya Venkatesh, Virology, Tulane. I was conducting fieldwork here when the world decided to audition for a horror film. Dev Thibodeau, marine diesel mechanic. I fix boat engines. Useful. The boats are gone, but maybe you can fix the generator when it inevitably fails. Come in. Close the door." He stepped inside and pulled the fire extinguisher back, letting the door seal. The lab was cluttered. Papers, sample jars, a row of monitors showing security camera feeds from around the station. Most of the feeds showed empty marsh. One showed the parking lot, where a single car sat with its driver's door open. "How many people are here?" Dev asked. 7, including you. Down from 12. She said it the way she might say the barometric pressure had dropped. A data point. Relevant, but not emotional. Dr. Treadway is in the South Wing with his graduate students. There's a woman and a young man in the dormitory, Nadine something, and a kid named Tomas. They arrived by boat around 3 a.m. A girl walked in from the marsh an hour ago. Native, 19 or 20, barely said a word. She's in the kitchen. Anyone else coming? From Montagut? From Chauvin? Venkatesh shook her head. The cameras on the North Access Road showed vehicle traffic heading inland until about 2 a.m. Then the traffic stopped. Then she paused. Would you like to see the footage? No. Smart. I wish I hadn't. Dev set the hurricane kit on a table and leaned the tire iron against the wall. His hands were still shaking and he shoved them into his pockets. Do you know what's happening? I know exactly what's happening. I've been studying the pathogen for 6 hours, and I know what it is, where it came from, and roughly how it works. What I don't know is how to stop it. She pulled her glasses down onto her nose and turned back to the microscope. The short version. It's a retrovirus, prehistoric, pulled from a deep ocean geological formation by Helicon Biosystems. It reanimates dead nervous tissue. Salt water accelerates it. Fresh water inhibits it. Heat makes the infected more active. Cold slows them. Destruction of the brainstem is the only reliable way to put them down. How do you know all that? Venkatesh was quiet for a moment. Her hand, adjusting the microscope focus, trembled. A barely perceptible vibration that Dev noticed, because noticing small movements in machinery was what he did. Because I was consulting for Helicon, she said. I reviewed the early data on the pathogen. I flagged concerns. They were ignored. I'm partially responsible for this. She said it without looking at him, her eye pressed to the microscope lens, and Dev heard in her voice the same thing he felt in his own chest. The weight of a guilt too big to hold, but impossible to put down. You didn't cause this, he said. No, but I saw it coming and I wrote a memo instead of screaming. In my field, that's the same thing. She stepped back from the microscope. The pathogen is in the water table. I've tested samples from the bayou outside. Viral load is low but present. Swimming is inadvisable. Any open wound exposed to bayou water will... I paddled here. I'm in a pirogue. Did you touch the water? Thus, Dev looked at his hands. He'd been paddling for 2 hours. His palms were wet. The blisters from the paddle. One had opened, raw and pink, on the heel of his right hand. Venkatesh moved fast. She grabbed his wrist and pulled his hand under a desk lamp. Open wound. How long ago? I don't know. I was just paddling. She was already at a cabinet, pulling out a bottle of something that smelled like it could strip paint. Isopropyl alcohol. This will hurt. She doused his hand. It hurt. He hissed through his teeth. She scrubbed the wound with gauze, inspecting it under the lamp with the focused intensity of someone diffusing a bomb. The viral load in the bayou is low, she said, more to herself than to him. Diluted. Surface contact without an open wound. Negligible risk. Open wound. Brief exposure. Immediate treatment. She trailed off, calculating. You should be fine. Probably. I'll monitor you for the next 6 hours. If you develop a fever, tell me immediately. And then what? She looked at him. For the first time, he saw something behind the clinical mask. Not quite fear, but its cousin. Recognition. The understanding that there was no, and then what, for a question like that. And then we deal with it, she said. Nadine Boudreau was in the dormitory's common room, sitting in a plastic chair with her legs crossed and a cup of coffee balanced on her knee like she was waiting for a bus. She was a stout woman in her 50s, dark-skinned, with close-cropped gray hair and the bearing of someone who'd stood at attention enough times that her body had memorized the posture. She wore cargo pants, a faded army t-shirt, and a pair of reading glasses on a chain around her neck. "Bebe," she said when Dev walked in. "You look like you swam here." Paddled. Close enough. Sit down before you fall down. He sat. She poured him coffee from a thermos. Real coffee, hot and bitter, and the taste of it cracked something open in him. His eyes burned. He blinked hard and stared at the ceiling. "That's right," Nadine said. "Let it come if it's gonna come. No shame in it." "I'm fine." Mm-hmm. She sipped her coffee. "I'm Nadine, retired army nurse, 22 years, 2 deployments. Now I run a bait shop in Montagu, which I guess doesn't exist anymore. What's your name? Dev Thibodeau. Alcide's boy? Yeah. I knew your mama. Good woman. She used to bring me king cake every January. Nadine set her cup down. I was on my boat when it started, night fishing off Dulac. Heard the commotion on the radio. Coast Guard channel, then police band, then everything at once. I turned around and the dock was gone. Not gone, occupied. 20, 30 of them, standing in the water like they were waiting for something. I couldn't land. So I kept going. Picked up this one. She gestured toward the hallway. Off a crawfish farm pier. He was the only one left. A young man appeared in the doorway. Wiry, dark-eyed, early 20s, with the compact build of someone who'd been thin his whole life. Not by choice, but by circumstance. He held a pocket knife in one hand and a chunk of wood in the other, and he'd been carving. Dev could see the pale curls of shavings on his shirt. Tomas Aguilar, the young man said. His English was accented but clear, each word placed with care. I work at the crawfish farm. Worked. He corrected himself without bitterness. The way you correct a misspelling, a small, precise adjustment. Dev. Tomas nodded. He didn't offer his hand. He stood in the doorway with the knife and the wood, watching Dev with the alert, cataloging attention of someone who'd learned early that new people were variables to be assessed. Dev recognized the look. He'd seen it in men who'd done time, and in men who'd crossed borders the hard way. He filed it away and didn't ask. There's a girl in the kitchen, Nadine said. Huma Nation. Walked in from the marsh about an hour ago, barefoot. Not a scratch on her. Won't say much. Kezia something. Nakin, said a voice from the kitchen. The girl stepped into view, 19, dark-haired, with eyes that held a steady, watchful intelligence. She was barefoot, as Nadine had said, her jeans caked in mud to the knees. She held a plate of crackers, like it was a lifeline. I know the marsh, Kezia said. I grew up in it. I can tell you which channels are safe and which aren't, which ground will hold your weight and which will eat you. I can tell you which plants are medicine and which will kill you. What I can't tell you is why the nutria in Bayou Petit Caillou are walking around dead with their eyes open. She bit a cracker. But I have a theory. The virus is in the watershed, Dev said. Kezia looked at him. You talked to the scientist. Yeah. Then you know more than me. But I know one thing she doesn't. Kezia set the plate down. The animals started acting strange 3 days ago. Not the fish, not the birds. The ones that live in the water. Crabs walking in circles on the bank. Snakes lying in the road, not moving, not dead. Nutria standing in the shallows, staring at nothing. She paused. My grandmother would say, the water's been poisoned. She'd be right, but not the way she meant. Dev sat with his coffee and listened to the sounds of the station. The hum of the generator, the tick of rain starting on the metal roof, the distant gargle of something moving in the marsh outside. 5 strangers in a building at the end of the road, at the edge of the continent, listening to the world end on the other side of the walls. His phone was in his pocket. No signal now. Remy was somewhere north, in the truck, heading toward New Orleans, toward Colette and Lila, toward a city of 500,000 people that was probably already dying. Dev gripped the coffee cup until his knuckles whitened. The paralysis was there, the old familiar weight, the gravity of guilt pulling him down into the floor. He should have stopped Remy, should have heard the truck start, should have been a better brother, a better man, should have kept his promises. Hey, Nadine's hand on his arm. Warm, steady, the grip of someone who'd held men together in field hospitals. Where'd you go just now? My brother, Dev said. He's out there. He went to New Orleans. Then he's in trouble. Yeah. Then we need to get to New Orleans. Dev looked at her. We? Nadine sipped her coffee. Bebe, I've been Army for 22 years. I know 2 things. How to keep people alive and how to get from point A to point B when point B is full of things trying to kill you. You need to get to New Orleans? Then we need a plan, supplies, and a boat with a working engine. I suspect you can handle at least one of those. Thomas was still in the doorway, still carving. His knife paused. I know the waterways from here to Huma, he said. I've run them at night. Kezia picked up another cracker. And I know everything after Huma. Every bayou, every back channel, every piece of solid ground between here and the Mississippi. Dev looked at them. 3 people he'd known for less than 10 minutes, offering to walk into hell with him. The mechanic's brain, the one that never stopped calculating load and stress and failure points, told him this was irrational. These people owed him nothing. New Orleans was a death sentence. But the other part of him, the part that remembered his mother's face when she made him promise, "Look after your brother, Dev, promise me." That part said yes. "Okay," he said. "Okay." Dr. Alan Treadway died at 9:17 a.m. He was a marine biologist, 56, with a beard like a bird's nest, and the stubborn conviction that his research samples in the South Wing Annex were worth more than his life. He'd been arguing with Venkatesh about it since sunrise. "I have 14 months of phytoplankton data in that freezer," Treadway said, pacing the lab with the agitated energy of a man who'd built his career on microscopic organisms and was not about to let the end of civilization disrupt his publishable results. 14 months. Do you understand what that data set means for our understanding of hypoxic dead zones? Alan. Venkatesh's voice was patient in the way that patience sometimes sounds like exhaustion. The annex is 40 meters from the main building, across open ground, and the security cameras show at least 6 infected in the parking area. They're slow. You said yourself they're slow in the early stages. I said fresh reanimates exhibit reduced motor coordination. I did not say they were safe. I said they were less optimized. Same thing. It is emphatically not the same thing. Dev was at the window watching. The 6 figures in the parking lot moved with that tilting, lurching gait. 3 men, 2 women, and a teenager in a Nichols State hoodie. They wandered without apparent purpose, bumping into cars, turning at sounds, then resuming their aimless drift. One of them, a man in coveralls, stood facing the building and didn't move at all, just swayed, his head cocked at an angle like he was listening. "They're not that slow," Dev said. Treadway was already at the door. "I'll be 5 minutes." "Dr. Treadway, my name is on that research. My career's in that freezer. 5 minutes." He left. Dev watched him through the window, a bearded man in khakis, jogging across the gravel parking lot toward the South Annex, weaving between the abandoned car and the picnic tables. The infected in the lot didn't react immediately. Treadway was 30 feet from them, then 20. He was going to make it. Then his foot hit a patch of oyster shell and he stumbled. Not a fall, just a stutter in his stride, a scraped sole, the sound of gravel spraying. Small sound, enough. All 6 heads turned at once. The teenager in the hoodie was fastest. It moved with a horrible, skittering lunge, not the shambling walk of the others, but a burst of acceleration, legs pumping wrong, too much force, too little coordination, like a car with a stuck throttle. It covered the distance in seconds. Treadway ran. He made it to the annex door, yanked the handle. Locked. He'd forgotten his keycard. Dev could see him patting his pockets. That universal gesture of, "Where is it? Where did I?" And the teenager hit him at full speed from behind. They went through the annex railing into the shallow water below. The marsh was only 18 inches deep there, brown water over black mud, and Treadway came up screaming, fighting, trying to push the teenager off. The others were coming now, all 5, converging on the sound. One of the women stepped off the raised walkway into the water and immediately sank. The mud took her to the waist, but the others found shallower paths. From the water behind the annex, shapes rose. Dev saw them and his throat closed. Bodies, bloated, distended, draped in marsh grass, surfacing from water that should have been too shallow to hide them. They'd been lying on the bottom, waiting, or not waiting, just there, inert, until movement and sound pulled them up. 3 of them. 4. Their bodies were wrong, swollen, taut, skin split along the seams like overstuffed sausages, leaking fluid that swirled in the brown water like oil. "Bloaters," Venkatesh said from behind him. Her voice had gone very quiet. "The salt water. I theorized this might, oh God." One of the bloated figures reached Treadway. It grabbed his arm. Its fingers sank into the swollen flesh of its own hands from the force of the grip, and the skin of its forearm burst. A wet, pressurized pop, spraying fluid across Treadway's face and chest. Treadway stopped screaming. He shuddered, went rigid, and then he was under the water. The brown surface churned, frothed pink, and went still. Dev turned from the window. Kezia was behind him, her face the color of ash. Tomas stood at the far wall, his knife frozen mid-cut, a half-carved wooden shape in his other hand. Nadine was in the doorway, and her face held the terrible calm of a woman who'd seen things like this before, in places with different names but the same sounds. "We need to leave," Dev said. His voice didn't shake. He was surprised by that, and then he wasn't, because the shaking had moved inward, settled into his bones where it would live for a long time. "We need to leave today." "Leave and go where?" Venkatesh asked. "North, toward New Orleans." "New Orleans will be worse." "My brother is in New Orleans." Venkatesh looked at him over her glasses. The clinical mask was still in place, but there was something behind it now. Not judgment, but calculation. She was running numbers in her head, assessing risk and probability, and the variable that no equation could account for. Why people do irrational things for the people they love. "I have data that needs to reach someone with the authority to act on it," she said finally. "Whoever is still running a government. If New Orleans has any functioning military or FEMA presence, then we go together." Nadine stepped forward. "All of us. We take the boats, whatever boats are left. We head north up the bayou channels to Huma, then east to Highway 90, then along the coast to New Orleans. It's 60 miles by water. 2 days if we're careful, 1 if we're not." "We should be careful," Tomas said. He'd gone back to carving. The small shavings fell to the floor like snowflakes. "We'll be careful," Dev said. "But we go today. Every day we wait, it gets worse. Every day we wait, my brother." He stopped. The sentence had too many possible endings, none of them good. Kezia had been quiet. Now she spoke, and her voice was steady in a way that surprised Dev, the steadiness of someone who has accepted a truth that others are still fighting. "The water's changing," she said. "I checked the bayou samples with Dr. Venkatesh this morning. The virus is spreading through the watershed. In a week, maybe 2, every body of water south of I-10 will be contaminated. Every body of water connected to the Gulf." She paused. "The things that came out of the water for Dr. Treadway. Those were people who drowned during the first hours and reanimated underwater. But the animals are turning too. I saw a crab on the dock this morning. It was dead, I could see the rot, but it was moving, walking sideways, bumping into things, then walking again." "A crab," Nadine said. "A crab," Kezia repeated. "And if crabs, then fish. And if fish, then everything that touches the water." She looked at them all, one by one. "The water's alive. Not just dangerous. Alive. And we're surrounded by it." The silence after she spoke had a weight, a physical presence, like the air itself had thickened. Dev could feel it pressing on his eardrums, filling the spaces between heartbeats. Through the window, the water of the bayou lay flat and gray under the morning sky. Nothing moved on its surface. But Dev looked at it now with new eyes, mechanic's eyes, the kind that see what's wrong before it breaks. And the water looked back at him with all the patience of something that had been waiting for 66 million years. They spent the day preparing. Dev found 2 vessels, a 16-foot aluminum John boat with a 25-horsepower outboard in the station's maintenance bay, and his own pirogue. The John boat's engine needed work. Corroded spark plugs, a fouled fuel line, an impeller that was more rust than metal. His hands went to it like coming home. He sat on the dock in the afternoon heat with the engine disassembled around him, and for an hour, the world shrank to gaskets and fuel lines and the clean logic of machines. Tomas sat nearby, carving. He'd finished one piece, a small wooden bird, a heron, its wings half spread. He set it on the dock rail and started another. "Who's that for?" Dev asked without looking up. "The man in the water, the scientist." Dev's hands paused on the fuel line. "You make one for everyone?" Tomas turned the wood in his fingers, studying it the way a sculptor studies marble. Where I come from in Honduras, we put crosses for the dead on the roads, at the rivers, in the mountains where people disappear. But I don't have a cross, so I carve. It's the same thing. It says, someone was here, someone matters. Dev tightened the fuel line clamp and didn't say anything. The heron on the dock rail watched the bayou with tiny wooden eyes. Nadine organized supplies with the brutal efficiency of a quartermaster. She inventoried the station's food stores. Canned goods, freeze-dried meals, water, enough for 6 people for maybe 10 days. Medical supplies, a well-stocked first aid kit, antibiotics, painkillers, a suture kit. And weapons, nothing. A research station didn't keep weapons. She divided everything into waterproof bags, labeled them, and assigned carrying loads. Dev and I in the John boat with the engine, she said, laying out the plan on a table map of the bayou system. Tomas and Kezia in the pirogue. Dr. Venkatesh. In the John boat, Venkatesh said. She was packing her own bag. Laptop, sample cases, notebooks. The microscope's ocular lenses wrapped in a shirt. My research materials are too heavy for a pirogue. And if they go in the water, everything I know about this virus goes with them. That leaves Tomas and Kezia in the pirogue. You two can handle that? Tomas and Kezia exchanged a look. Brief, assessing the look of 2 people who'd just been paired for a dance they hadn't auditioned for. I can paddle, Kezia said. I can paddle better, Tomas said, not boasting, calibrating. Then Tomas paddles, Kezia navigates. We stay close. No more than 50 meters between boats. If one boat has trouble, the other stops. Nobody goes in the water. Nobody trails a hand over the side. Nobody. Nadine looked at each of them. This isn't a maybe. This isn't a probably. The water will kill you. Treat it like acid. Dev tested the rebuilt engine. It turned over on the 3rd pull. A rough, coughing start that smoothed out as the fuel burned clean. The sound was too loud. He winced. Out in the marsh, the gurgling voices rose in response. Distant but attentive, like dogs perking at a whistle. We leave at dusk, he said. They seem slower in the dark, less responsive. They're not slower in the dark, Venkatesh corrected. They're equally active regardless of light. But their visual processing is degraded. The virus prioritizes auditory and olfactory pathways. In darkness, they rely on sound and smell. If we're quiet and we're moving through water, where our scent disperses, so we're better off in the dark. Marginally. Don't confuse marginally with safely. Dusk came like a bruise, the sky purpling from the west, while the east held on to daylight like a fist. The station's security cameras showed the parking lot empty now. The infected had drifted south, drawn by something Dev couldn't see, dispersing into the marsh grass where they stood motionless among the reeds like terrible herons. They loaded the boats in silence. Nadine and Venkatesh in the John boat, with Dev at the motor, supplies stacked amidships under a tarp, Tomas and Kezia in the pirogue, Tomas kneeling stern with the paddle, Kezia crouched bow with a flashlight she wasn't allowed to turn on. The water was flat, black, reflective. The station's lights threw yellow columns across its surface. Beyond the light, nothing, the marsh and the dark, and the gulf somewhere out there, breathing salt. Channel markers, Kezia said, her voice barely above a breath. Follow the green. It'll take us through Bayou Petit Caillou to the north. We can connect to Grand Caillou and then up to Huma. Dev nodded. He started the engine. Low throttle, just above idle. The outboards murmur lost in the churr of insects and the lap of water. They pulled away from the dock, and the station's lights slid behind them. And then there was nothing but the bayou. The air was warm and wet, thick enough to feel on his skin like a damp cloth. Cypress trees rose from the water on both sides, their knees jutting up like the knuckles of something buried, their canopy closing overhead until the sky was a narrow strip of purple between black branches. Spanish moss hung in curtains that brushed his face as they passed, soft, tickling, alive with tiny spiders that he could feel but not see. Ahead, Tomas paddled the pirogue with silent, efficient strokes. The boat moved like a thought through the water. barely disturbing the surface. Kezia knelt at the bow, one hand trailing, then catching herself, pulling it back, wiping it on her jeans. "Stay center channel," Kezia whispered. The sound carried across the water with unnatural clarity. "The banks are soft. If we ground out..." A sound from the left. Splashing. Not the small splash of a fish or a frog. A heavy, measured displacement, like something large moving through shallow water. They all froze. Dev cut the engine. The silence that followed was not silence at all. It was filled with the creak of insects, the drip of water from the pirogue's paddle, the collective breathing of 5 people trying not to make any sound at all. The splashing stopped, then started again, farther away, moving parallel to their course. Nadine, seated beside Dev, put her hand on his arm. Warm, steady. Not a warning, but a grounding. A touch that said, "I'm here, we're here. Keep going." Dev restarted the engine. They moved on. The bayou at night was a cathedral of black water and darker trees, and the things in it moved with the patience of the water itself. Twice more they heard the splashing, always parallel, always just out of sight, like something pacing them in the shallows. Once, the pirogue's bow bumped something soft, and Tomas back-paddled hard, and they all sat motionless for a full minute before continuing. An hour in, Kezia held up her fist, the universal stop signal. Dev killed the engine. "Bridge ahead," she breathed. LA 315 crosses the bayou about 200 meters up. If the road is full of them, we go under the bridge. The bridge is low, 5 feet of clearance at normal water level. If the tide's up, can we fit? In the pirogue, yes. In the John boat. She paused. It depends on how flat you can lie down. They approached the bridge in silence, paddles only, Tomas towing the John boat with a line. The bridge materialized from the dark. A low concrete span, the road above it invisible, the underside stained with watermarks and crusted with barnacles. The water was higher than normal. Spring tide, salt water pushing in from the Gulf. Dev estimated 3.5 feet of clearance. "Everyone flat," he whispered. They lay down in the boats. Dev pressed his face against the cold aluminum of the John boat's floor, feeling the water's movement through the hull's movement through his ribs. The bridge passed overhead, close enough that Nadine's hand, raised an inch, would have scraped concrete. From the road above, footsteps, not one set, many. The shuffling, a rhythmic gait of dozens of feet on asphalt. And the sound, that wet gurgling, magnified by the bridge's underside, echoing off the water, surrounding them. Dev's jaw clenched so hard his teeth squeaked. Beside him, Venkatesh lay perfectly still, her eyes open, staring at the underside of the bridge, where the sound rained down like polluted water. The bridge passed. They emerged on the other side and sat up and breathed, and didn't speak for a long time. They reached the outskirts of Grand Kailu Bayou just after midnight. The channel widened here, the trees pulling back, the sky opening up above them like a held breath finally released. Stars, millions of them, sharper and brighter than Dev had ever seen. The lights of every town and city for 100 miles were dead, and the sky was taking back the darkness. Kezia navigated by the stars and by memory, pointing them through channels that weren't on any map. Narrow cuts between marsh islands, passages that a kayak would struggle with, paths that only someone who'd grown up in a pirogue on these waters would know existed. She was good. Better than good. She read the water the way Dev read machines, instinctively, structurally, seeing what was underneath by the patterns on the surface. "Turn here," she'd whisper, and they'd angle into a channel that looked like a wall of reeds, but opened up into a clear waterway. Shallow left, stay right. Oyster bed, go slow. It was during one of these narrow passages that Tomas held up his fist. They stopped. The channel was barely 10 feet wide, marsh grass pressing in on both sides, the water ahead curving out of sight. Something was blocking the channel. In the starlight, it looked like a log, dark, cylindrical, floating just at the surface. Dev reached for the flashlight. Kezia shook her head sharply. She pointed to her eyes, then to the shape. The log moved. Not drifting. Moving. purposefully, slowly, turning in the channel until its long axis faced them. In the starlight, Dev could make out the shape now, a body, face down, arms spread, floating with an unnatural buoyancy. It was bloated. The clothes, a uniform of some kind dark, with reflective strips, were stretched tight across the swollen torso. "Bloater," Venkatesh whispered. The word was barely a sound. "Don't touch it." The body was drifting toward them now, carried by a current so slight it was invisible, closing the distance between it and the John boat's bow at the speed of a slow walk. Dev could smell it, not the sweet, cloying rot of normal decomposition, but something sharper, chemical, like brine and ammonia, and something under both that had no name. He grabbed the paddle and pressed it against the marsh grass on the left, pushing the John boat right. The body drifted past, inches from the hull. As it passed, Dev saw the face, or what was left of it. Swollen beyond recognition, the features blurred into a moon-shaped mass of taut, glistening skin. The eyes were open, milky yellow. They tracked the boat as it passed. The mouth moved. A bubble of brown fluid swelled between the lips and popped silently. Then it was behind them, and they were around the bend, and Dev's hands were shaking so badly he couldn't grip the paddle. He switched to the engine and opened the throttle just a notch, and the motor's low murmur pushed them forward through the dark water. "She was a paramedic," Kezia said quietly. "The uniform. She was a paramedic." Nobody responded. There was nothing to say to that. You couldn't eulogize every person you passed. You'd never stop talking. They made camp at 3 a.m. on a fishing platform Dev knew, a wooden structure on pilings 12 feet above the water, built by a crabbing co-op 20 years ago and abandoned 10 years before that. It was solid enough. The pilings were cypress, resistant to rot, and the platform was big enough for all 5 of them to lie down if nobody minded touching shoulders. Dev tied both boats to the pilings and killed the engine. The silence was immediate and enormous. The kind of silence that has presence, that presses against your eardrums like the inside of a shell. Insects, water. The distant rumble of something, thunder or an explosion or the sound of a city dying 40 miles away. They ate without lighting a fire. Cold canned beans, crackers, water from sealed bottles. The food had no taste. Dev chewed and swallowed because his body needed fuel. The same way he poured gas into an engine. Nadine sat beside him, eating with the same mechanical efficiency, her eyes scanning the water below. "You were Army," Dev said. 22 years. Combat nurse. Did 2 tours in Iraq, 1 in Afghanistan. Came home, opened a bait shop. Figured I was done with blood." She ate a spoonful of beans. "I was wrong about a lot of things." "What did you do over there?" "I kept people alive." She said it simply. "That was my job. I was good at it. Better than good. I was the best nurse in the 86th CSH. And that's not bragging, that's math. Lowest mortality rate in the unit." She paused. "But the ones who didn't make it, they stay with you. You see their faces at 3 a.m., and you go over what you could have done differently, and you never stop going over it." "Yeah," Dev said, "I know something about that." "Your brother?" He nodded. The beans tasted like nothing. The night pressed down. "What happened?" "I introduced him to the wrong people. He was 16. I was working offshore, making good money, running with the roughnecks. One of them had pills, oxy, perks, whatever. Remy came to visit me on the rig during a family day, and I let him hang out with my crew, and somebody gave him something, and Dev set the can down. 6 years. 6 years of watching him come apart. Rehab, relapse, rehab, relapse. Lost his scholarship, lost his girlfriend, lost his daughter. He came to me 19 days ago and said he wanted to get clean. For real this time. And I said, okay, because I always say okay, and I let him in, and I watched him shake, and I thought maybe this time he stopped. The sentence had a cliff at the end of it. And he left, Nadine said. He left, took my truck, went to New Orleans. And I don't know if he's alive. He's alive until you know he's not. That's the rule. You don't bury someone you haven't found. Dev looked at her. In the starlight, her face was calm and certain, The face of a woman who'd said these words before to other men in other dark places and meant them every time. "Okay," he said. "Okay." She touched his arm again, that warm, steady hand. "Get some sleep, Bebe. I'll take first watch." Dev lay down on the platform's rough planks. His body was exhausted, the kind of exhaustion that goes past tired into a numb, floating state where the world feels slightly unreal, slightly two-dimensional. He could hear Venkatesh murmuring to herself at the far end of the platform, dictating notes into her phone's voice recorder. Thomas was still carving, the soft whisper of his knife on wood mixing with the sounds of the marsh. Kezia was already asleep, curled on her side with her back to the railing, one hand tucked under her cheek. He closed his eyes. Behind his lids, Claude Bourg's face. Evangeline Trosclaire's hands on Claude's shoulders. The sound, wet, tearing, fundamental. He opened his eyes and stared at the stars instead. The starfield was extraordinary. Without light pollution, the Milky Way was a river of white across the sky, so dense and bright it seemed to have depth, to recede into the darkness like a tunnel. Dev had seen skies like this as a kid, fishing with his father before dawn. But somewhere in the years between then and now, the lights of progress had drowned the stars, and he'd forgotten. His father, Alcide Thibodeau, who'd gone overboard from his trawler in a squall and whose body was never recovered. Pulled down by the nets, the Coast Guard said, tangled and dragged to the bottom of the Gulf. Dev had been 16, the same age Remy was when Dev failed him. 16, and suddenly the man of the house, and never once since that day had Dev felt ready for any of the things life asked of him. Nadine was humming something, low, barely audible, a melody Dev recognized from somewhere deep. A hymn, maybe, something his mother used to sing while she cooked. He slept. In his dreams, his father stood in the bayou, water to his waist, and his eyes were milky yellow. And he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Dev reached for him. The water rose. He woke gasping, and it was still dark, and the stars were still there, and the sound from the marsh was louder now. Dawn came like a slow fire. The horizon went from black to gray to a deep, wounded red, the kind of sunrise that sailors call a warning. Dev sat on the edge of the platform with his feet dangling, watching the light change the bayou from a black void into a place. Mud and water and grass and trees. Herons standing in the shallows. Real herons, living ones, their stillness, a function of patience rather than death. A skim of fog lying on the water like a sheet pulled over a body. The fog was the problem. It was thick, visibility down to maybe 30 feet. The kind of fog that turned the world into a closed room. Sound behaved wrong in fog, carried farther in some directions, was swallowed in others. Dev could hear the low-frequency thrum of something mechanical, a generator or an engine, from somewhere to the north. The sound bending through the mist and arriving diffuse, directionless. "That's Huma," Kezia said. She'd been awake for an hour, sitting at the platform's edge with her feet tucked under her, watching the fog with the patient attention of someone waiting for the marsh to tell her something. The water treatment plant, maybe, or the hospital generator. Is Huma safe? No. She didn't elaborate. Venkatesh emerged from the tarp she'd rigged as a shelter, her hair matted, her glasses crooked. She looked 10 years older than she had yesterday. She carried her phone, and the expression on her face was the expression of someone who has confirmed a fear they'd been hoping was unfounded. "I got a signal," she said. "Briefly, a few minutes ago. Enough to pull a partial data dump from the NOAA weather buoy network." She held up the phone. The screen showed a graph, a line rising steeply from left to right, red against white. Water temperature in the Gulf of Mexico. It spiked 3 degrees in 48 hours. That's not weather. That's the virus. It's exothermic. It generates heat as it replicates. The Gulf is incubating. "What does that mean for us?" Nadine asked. "It means the infected near salt water, near the coast, near the bayous, connected to the Gulf, are going to be faster and more aggressive than they should be for this time of year." The water is warming them. The virus is feeding on the ocean. Venkatesh pushed her glasses up. It also means the bloaters will be worse. More of them. More pressurized, and she hesitated. And, Dev said, and there's marine life in the Gulf that's orders of magnitude larger than crabs and nutria. If the virus can reanimate a human, it can reanimate a dolphin, a shark. She stopped herself. We need to stay out of deep water. Period. The fog began to lift around 8 a.m., peeling back from the water in layers, revealing the marsh in stages. First the nearby reeds, then the tree line, then the wider bayou stretching north toward Huma. With the visibility came a sense of exposure, of being visible in a landscape where being seen meant being hunted. They loaded the boats and pushed off. Dev at the motor, Nadine beside him, Venkatesh amidships with her bags. Tomas and Kezia in the pirogue, paddling in tandem, their strokes synchronized now. They'd found a rhythm during the night, the way people do when survival demands cooperation. The bayou widened as they moved north. The marsh grass gave way to cypress swamp, the trees rising from the water on broad, buttressed trunks, their branches interlocking overhead like the ribs of a vast, decaying cathedral. The light that filtered through was green and gold and dappled, and in another life it would have been beautiful. In this life, every shadow was a question mark. They saw the first bodies at 10 a.m., floating face down in a wide section of Bayou Grand Caillou, a dozen of them, drifting in a loose formation like a school of terrible fish. They were fresh, no bloating, no visible decay, just the gray pallor of recent death and the stillness that was somehow more unsettling than movement. Nadine pointed to the far bank, where the ground rose slightly above the waterline, and Dev saw the marks, drag marks, dozens of them, leading from the bank into the water. They walked in, Kezia said. They walked into the water and drowned. Can they drown? Tomas asked from the pirogue. The virus doesn't need oxygen, Venkatesh said, but the body does, initially. The reanimation process takes time. If they walked into water deep enough to submerge, before the virus fully took hold, the body would drown. Then the virus would reanimate the corpse on the bottom. She looked at the floating shapes. These are the ones that floated back up. How many are still on the bottom? Dev asked. Nobody answered. The question answered itself. They were floating over a floor of bodies, a carpet of the dead lying in the mud beneath them, waiting for whatever signal would pull them upright. Dev opened the throttle another notch. The engine's pitch rose, and he winced at the sound, watching the floating bodies for any sign of response. Nothing. The dead drifted, the living passed among them. The smoke was visible from 5 miles out, a column of black rising from the direction of Huma, thick and oily, the kind of smoke that comes from a structure fire, petrochemical. Dev could smell it in the air, the acrid sweetness of burning plastic and diesel, and underneath it, the other smell, the one that coated the back of your throat and made your body understand death before your mind caught up. They approached Huma from the south, following Bayou Grand Caillou, where it joined with Bayou Terrebonne on the city's eastern edge. Kezia directed them through a side channel, a narrow cut between 2 crawfish ponds that bypassed the main bayou, and they emerged behind a strip mall that Dev recognized. The Dollar General where he bought motor oil, the Popeyes where he ate lunch on workdays, the parking lot where he'd taught Remy to drive 2 lifetimes ago in a truck that Remy had now stolen. The parking lot was full of cars. Their doors were open. Some were still running, engines idling, fuel burning down to nothing. A shopping cart lay on its side in the lane, cans and boxes spilled across the asphalt. And in the center of the lot, arranged in a rough semicircle, around a light pole, like congregants around an altar, 11 figures stood motionless. They were different from the ones in Montague. These were still, perfectly, unnervingly still. Not swaying, not gargling, just standing with their faces tilted slightly upward, eyes open, mouths closed. They looked almost normal from a distance. It was only the stillness that betrayed them, a stillness so complete It crossed the line from human into something else. The way a mannequin's stillness is not the same as a sleeping person's. Stage 2, Venkatesh murmured. The quiet. They're in transition. The virus is rewriting their neural pathways. When they wake up, when? Tomas asked. Hours, maybe less. When they transition to stage 3, they'll be hungry and they'll be fast. Then we go around them. We can't go around them, Kezia said. Her voice was tight. She was looking at something Dev couldn't see from his position, something beyond the strip mall, in the direction of the downtown Huma. She pointed. Dev shifted to look. His stomach dropped. The road, Highway 24, the main artery through Huma, was a solid wall of the dead. Not a crowd, a mass. Hundreds of figures, filling the road from sidewalk to sidewalk, stretching as far as he could see in both directions. Some were moving, the lurching, listing walk. Some were standing in that terrible stillness. Some were on the ground, crawling, legs broken or missing, dragging themselves forward with the mechanical persistence of something that didn't know it should stop. And through this mass, moving with purpose, a line of boats was making its way down Bayou Terrebonne. Airboats, flat bottoms, base boats, a flotilla of a dozen or more, loaded with armed men, moving fast, engines roaring. The infected on the banks turned at the sound. Some waded into the water. The men in the boats didn't slow down. Gunfire crackled, sharp controlled bursts from rifles and shotguns, and the infected on the banks fell, rose, fell again. A voice boomed from a loudspeaker on the lead airboat. This is Kingfisher territory. All vessels will submit to inspection. Failure to comply will result in forfeiture of vessel and cargo. This is your only warning. The flotilla swept past, engines screaming, and in its wake the water churned with the bodies of the fallen infected, some still moving, clutching at the current. Kingfishers, Kezia said. The word came out flat, like she was naming a species of snake. You know them? Dev asked. Everyone in the bayou knows them. Ray Guidry and his crew. They were smugglers before. Now they're... She searched for a word. Kings. We can't go through Huma on the main channel, Nadine said. Not with them controlling the waterway. There's another way, Kezia said. A back channel, through the east side. It comes out past the Civic Center, near the hospital. It's shallow. Too shallow for their airboats. But we can make it in the pirogue and the John boat if we trim the motor up. Past the hospital, Dev repeated. I know. Hospitals are where the sick went. Before they stopped being sick and started being... I know. Kezia's jaw was set. But it's that, or we paddle through the Kingfishers and lose our boats, our supplies, and probably our lives. Choose. Dev looked at Nadine. She raised an eyebrow. Your call. He looked at Venkatesh, who was watching the Kingfisher flotilla recede with an expression of clinical disgust. He looked at Tomas, who was carving again, his knife moving in small, precise strokes, his eyes on the wood and nowhere else. Now the back channel, Dev said. The back channel was barely a channel at all, a drainage ditch that had been carved by decades of floodwater, connecting the crawfish ponds to the east of Huma with the bayou system on the far side. It was 4 feet wide in places, choked with vegetation, the water brown and still and smelling of rot. Dev tilted the outboard motor up and paddled from the stern. Nadine and Venkatesh crouched low to reduce the boat's profile. They moved single file, pirogue first, John boat following, the boats barely fitting through gaps in the overhanging brush. Branches scraped the hulls with a sound like fingernails on wood. The air was thick with mosquitoes, dense clouds of them that settled on every exposed surface. And Dev felt them on his neck and arms and face, a crawling, biting blanket of tiny hungers. The sounds from Huma were constant now. Gunfire, car alarms, the occasional boom of something heavy detonating, the steady undertone of the dead. Dev could hear it through the trees like a radio left on in another room, the soundtrack of a city eating itself. Kezia led them with hand signals, pointing left, right, stop, go. She moved through the water with the confidence of someone walking a path they'd walked 1,000 times, and Dev realized she probably had. This was her parish too, her water, her marsh. She knew the land the way she knew her own body, instinctively and completely. The ditch widened as they approached the hospital. Terrebonne General Medical Center, a squat concrete building visible through the trees, its windows dark, its parking lot a graveyard of ambulances. Dev could see bodies on the loading dock, not moving. Just bodies. The kind that don't get up. Go slow, Kezia whispered. The current changes here. There's a... She stopped. In the ditch ahead, something was floating. Not a body. A boat. A small fishing boat, aluminum, maybe 12 feet, capsized and wedged against the bank. And under the capsized hull, visible only as a pair of small feet sticking out from the shadowed gap between hull and water, a person, alive, hiding. Tomas saw it at the same time. He backpaddled, bringing the pirogue alongside the capsized boat. He bent low and looked under the hull. Es un niño, he said softly. A child. Tomas, wait, Nadine started. But Tomas was already reaching under the hull, his hand extended, palm up, the universal gesture of, I won't hurt you. He spoke quietly in English, then in Spanish, then in something else. A few words of what Dev guessed was a Huma phrase, picked up from co-workers at the crawfish farm. A hand reached out from under the hull. Small, brown, trembling. It took Tomas's hand and held it. Tomas pulled gently, and a boy emerged from under the capsized boat like a creature being born, folding out of the darkness into the gray light, dripping, shivering, eyes enormous behind cracked glasses. He was maybe 14, small for his age, wearing a t-shirt 3 sizes too big and shorts that were soaked dark. He didn't make a sound. He looked at Tomas, then at Dev, then at the others, and his mouth opened and closed, and nothing came out. Bebe, Nadine said. She was out of the John boat before Dev could stop her, waist deep in the ditch water. The water she'd said they should treat like acid, wading to the capsized boat and pulling the boy into her arms. He clung to her like a drowning person clings to a raft, his face buried in her shoulder, his body shaking with the force of sobs that produced no sound. Nadine, Dev said, the water, I know. She was already moving back to the John boat, carrying the boy, her jaw set against the knowledge of what she'd just waded through. She handed the boy up to Venkatesh, who took him with an awkwardness that said she hadn't held a child in a long time, maybe ever. And then Nadine pulled herself back into the boat and sat there, dripping, her cargo pants dark with bayou water. Dev looked at her hands. No visible wounds, no cuts, no scrapes. I'm fine, she said, reading his face. Check the boy. Venkatesh was already examining him, lifting his arms, checking his neck, looking at his pupils with a penlight. The boy submitted to the examination with the limp compliance of someone who had run out of resistance. No wounds, Venkatesh said. No fever. Pupils normal. He's hypothermic from the water and dehydrated, but he's not infected. Can you talk, Bebe? Nadine asked. The boy looked at her. His mouth moved again, that opening and closing, like a fish on a dock. No sound. He shook his head slowly, and Dev couldn't tell if the headshake meant, no, I can't talk, or no, I won't. Maybe both. Maybe there was no difference anymore. Venkatesh wrapped him in the emergency blanket from the hurricane kit. His shivering slowed. His eyes, dark, behind those cracked glasses, moved from face to face, taking inventory, assessing threat level with the ancient intelligence of a prey animal. Oliver, Kezia said. She'd moved the pirogue alongside. Oliver Tran. His family ran, a shrimping operation out of Chauvin. I've seen him at the dock. The boy, Oliver, looked at Kezia and nodded. One small, deliberate nod. Ollie, Kezia said, we're going to get you somewhere safe, okay? Another nod. Then he reached under the emergency blanket and pulled out a water-stained notebook and a pencil stub. He opened the notebook to a blank page and wrote, in small, careful letters, my family is dead. The words sat on the page like a wound. Nobody spoke. Tomas, in the pirogue, picked up the piece of wood he'd been carving and resumed cutting. His face was set, his jaw tight, and the small wooden shape in his hand was beginning to look like a shrimp boat. They cleared the hospital without incident. The building was silent, its infected occupants apparently drawn elsewhere by the sounds of the Kingfisher flotilla. The ditch opened into a wider channel on the north side of Huma, and from there, Kezia guided them into Bayou Terrebonne, above the Kingfisher's blockade. The afternoon heat was punishing. March in southern Louisiana, and the temperature was already pushing 90. The air saturated with moisture that turned every breath into work. Dev felt the sweat running down his back, pooling in the waistband of his jeans, slicking his grip on the paddle. The John boat's engine was off, too loud, too risky, and they were paddling north through water that was flat and brown and thick with pollen and debris. Ollie sat in the John boat between Nadine and Venkatesh, wrapped in the emergency blanket despite the heat, his notebook on his lap. He was drawing. Dev glanced over and saw the image taking shape. A capsized boat, a dark space underneath, and a small figure curled inside it. The drawing was precise, detailed, better than a 14-year-old should be able to manage, especially one who was shaking from shock and dehydration. The boy drew the way Tomas carved, with his whole attention, pouring the unspeakable into his hands and letting his hands give it form. They made another 5 miles before they heard the screaming. It came from the east, a woman's voice, high and ragged. Not the gargling of the infected, but the genuine, throat-shredding scream of a living person in mortal terror. It cut through the afternoon heat like a blade, and Dev's hands tightened on the paddle. "Dev," Nadine said, a warning, a question. He looked at the bank. 50 meters east, through a thin stand of trees, something was happening. He could see movement, shapes running, and the woman's voice cracked and went silent. "We can't stop for everyone," Venkatesh said. She said it quietly, not coldly. The way a surgeon says, "This patient is gone." To a room full of hopeful faces. "We're not stopping for everyone," Dev said. "But we're stopping for this." He paddled the John boat to the bank and tied it to a cypress knee. "Stay here," he said to Nadine. "I'm going to look." "You're not going alone." "I'll go," Tomas said. He was already out of the pirogue, on the bank, his pocket knife in his hand. A folding blade, 3 inches, not a weapon so much as a symbol of intent. "Tomas, that knife." Tomas looked at the knife, then at Dev's tire iron. "Give me the better tool, then." Dev handed him the tire iron. He took a taxidermy scalpel from his canvas roll, a short, curved blade wickedly sharp, designed for separating skin from muscle. Not a weapon, a precision instrument. But in the right hands, precision was enough. They moved through the trees. The ground was soft, spongy, the kind of ground that swallows your ankles and holds them. Terrebonne parish ground, half water and half wishful thinking. The screaming had stopped, but now Dev could hear other sounds, scuffling, grunting, the thud of impacts. They emerged from the tree line into a yard. A house, a raised Cajun cottage, the kind built on pilings, with a wraparound porch and a tin roof. The front door was open. On the porch, a woman was fighting. She was tall, lean, with a shaved head, and tattoo sleeves running from her wrists to her shoulders. She wore jeans and a tank top and work boots, and she was swinging a pipe wrench at 2 infected with the controlled violence of someone who knew how to use a heavy tool. She connected with the first one's temple, a sickening crunch of metal on bone, and it dropped. The second grabbed her arm. She headbutted it. It staggered. She swung the wrench again. A third was coming up the porch steps behind her. She didn't see it. Dev moved. The scalpel was wrong for this. Too small, too precise. But his body moved before his brain could object. And he was on the porch, and the scalpel went into the base of the third infected skull, into the soft spot where the spine met the brain. And it was like cutting through gristle, through the tough fascia of a taxidermy subject. And the thing dropped. The woman turned. The wrench came up. "Alive!" Dev shouted. "I'm alive!" She stared at him. Her face was splattered with blood, not hers, dark and thick, the blood of something whose heart had stopped pumping days ago. Her eyes were wild, the whites showing like a spooked horse. "Yeah," she said, "prove it." "I'm talking to you. They don't talk." "Fair enough." She lowered the wrench. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving, but her hands were steady. Behind her, Thomas was pulling the tire iron out of the second infected skull with a wet sucking sound. He wiped it on his jeans. I'm Joe, the woman said. Joe Verrett. I teach shop at Huma High. Or I did. She looked at the three bodies on her porch. One of them was wearing a Huma High baseball cap. Until my students started eating each other. Dev, Thibodeau. We have boats. We're heading north. North. She said the word like she was tasting it. How far north? New Orleans. Then farther. New Orleans is gone. I heard it on the radio before the radio died. The whole city, my brother's there. Joe looked at him. The wildness was fading from her eyes, replaced by something harder. Assessment, calculation, the look of a woman who'd worked oil rigs and survived them, who knew the difference between calculated risk and suicide. You got room for one more? She asked. We've got room. Give me 30 seconds. She disappeared into the house and came back with a duffel bag and a welding torch strapped to her back like a sword. Let's go. They walked through the trees to the bayou. Joe didn't ask about the route, the plan, or the other survivors. She got in the John boat, sat down, and started checking the engine's fuel line with the practiced hands of someone who'd been around motors her whole life. Your fuel filter's clogged, she said. I know. I cleaned it this morning. Needs replacing, not cleaning. You have a spare? No, I do. She opened her duffel and pulled out a plastic bag of assorted engine parts, filters, fittings, and gaskets. She held up a fuel filter that matched the outboard's model. 25-horse Yamaha, right? Yeah. Same as my base boat. Kept it serviced better than myself. She tossed him the filter. Install that and she'll run cleaner. Quieter too. The clogged filters making the engine hunt. Dev looked at her. She was already rummaging in the duffel, pulling out more supplies. Duct tape, wire, a multi-tool, electrical tape, 2 boxes of shotgun shells, but no shotgun. You're an engineer, he said. I'm a shop teacher. Same thing, less math. She glanced up. That a kid? Ollie was watching her from behind Nadine, his cracked glasses reflecting the light. He held his notebook against his chest like a shield. That's Ollie, Nadine said. He doesn't talk. Smart kid, Joe said. Nothing worth saying right now anyway. She started whistling. Low, tuneless, then not tuneless. Dev recognized it after a moment. I'm so lonesome I could cry. Hank Williams. The notes floated over the water like small lost birds. Night found them 12 miles north of Huma, anchored against the bank of Bayou La Fourche, in a dense stand of cypress that hid the boats from the water. They'd covered 20 miles in 2 days. New Orleans was still 40 miles east. Dev's hands ached from paddling, and the blister on his palm, the one Venkatesh had treated, had opened again, and she'd bandaged it with gauze and tape, and a look that said, "Be more careful," without the words. They built no fire. They ate cold rations, canned soup, shared from one can with 5 spoons and Ollie drinking the broth. The boy had written nothing in his notebook since the morning. He sat with his back against a cypress trunk, drawing in the failing light, his pencil moving with a concentration that excluded the rest of the world. Dev tried his phone. Dead! He'd been charging it from the John boat's battery, but the charge was barely enough to power the screen. No signal anyway. Every tower between here and Baton Rouge was either down or unmanned. Remy's voicemail played in his head on a loop, the words worn smooth from repetition. Dev, I'm sorry. I took the truck. I gotta get to NOLA. Colette's there. I'm sorry. I want to listen to it, Venkatesh said. Dev looked up. She was sitting across from him, cross-legged, her laptop open on her knees, its screen casting a blue glow on her face. The voicemail. From your brother. I have audio analysis software on my laptop. I can clean it up, remove the static, isolate the voice. There might be information in the background noise. Location cues. Timing. Dev pulled up the voicemail and held the phone toward her. She connected it to the laptop with a cable and played the message through her software. Remy's voice filled the small space between the trees, tinny and distorted through the laptop's speakers, and Dev's chest constricted at the sound of it. The breathlessness, the fear, the "I'm sorry" that Remy said, like it was the only prayer he knew. Venkatesh worked the audio. She isolated frequencies, removed static, amplified and filtered. The voicemail played again, cleaner now, and Dev heard things he hadn't heard before. The truck's engine, running hard. Wind through an open window. Road noise. Asphalt, not gravel. And under Remy's voice, another sound. An engine, not the truck's. Something lower, steadier. "There's a second vehicle," Venkatesh said. "Listen." She isolated the background. The sound was clearer now. A vehicle running alongside or behind the truck. Its engine a low rumble. And then a voice. Not Remy's. Someone else. In the cab or on a phone connected to the truck's speakers. The words were buried under road noise, but Venkatesh pulled them up syllable by syllable, her face tight with concentration. "Helicon will handle this. Just drive." The words hung in the air. Dev stared at the laptop screen. The waveform of the unknown voice was displayed in green and blue, peaks and valleys that looked like a mountain range viewed from above. "Someone was with him," Dev said. "Or on the phone with him." The audio suggests a speaker, car speaker or phone on speaker. The voice is equalized differently than your brother's. "Helicon." They said Helicon. "Yes. The company that..." "Yes." Dev's hands were making fists. He could feel his nails pressing into his palms, the bandaged blister screaming. Someone from Helicon had directed Remy to New Orleans. His brother hadn't just panicked and fled. He'd been sent, used, by the same people who'd caused this. "Why?" he said. The word came out harder than he intended. "I don't know." Venkatesh closed the laptop. Her face, in the sudden darkness, was unreadable. "But it means your brother's disappearance isn't random. It's connected to the outbreak, to Helicon. And if that's true, then finding your brother might also mean finding answers." Dev sat in the dark, with his fists clenched and the sound of that unknown voice repeating in his head. "Helicon will handle this. Just drive." His brother, his troubled, charming, broken brother, was a piece in a game Dev couldn't see, and every mile between here and New Orleans was a mile deeper into the machine. He woke to the sound of water, not the gentle lap of bayou current, something heavier, more deliberate, a rhythmic displacement, like oars growing louder. Dev sat up. The darkness was total. Clouds had rolled in, obscuring the stars, and the cypress canopy blocked what little ambient light remained. He reached for the tire iron and found it by touch, the cold steel grounding him. Nadine was already awake. She touched his shoulder, one finger pressing twice. "Two of them. Be quiet." The sound grew closer. Through a gap in the cypress trunks, Dev could see the bayou, a flat, dark expanse broken by the V-shaped wake of something moving on the water. A boat. No lights, no engine sound, just the steady dip and pull of paddles. The boat passed within 20 feet of their position. Dev could see two shapes in it, human, living, paddling with the urgency of people fleeing. One of them was large, a mountain of a man crammed into the bow of a pirogue. The other was smaller, hunched, paddling stern with short, desperate strokes. The big man's voice carried across the water, a whisper, but the kind of whisper that a very large person produces, which is louder than most people's conversational tone. "Left, left, go left, there's a sandbar. I see it. No, the other left." The pirogue scraped bottom. Both figures cursed simultaneously. The big man in English, the smaller one in something Dev didn't catch. They pushed off with their paddles, grunting. Behind them on the bayou, more sounds. Splashing, the gargling, getting closer. Dev made a decision. Later, he wouldn't be able to say why. Whether it was the sound of the gargling or the sound of the cursing, whether it was the size of the man in the bow or the desperation of the paddler in the stern. He made a decision, and he acted on it before the paralysis could catch him. He turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness like a blade, hitting the pirogue, the two figures, and beyond them, the surface of the bayou, where shapes were moving in the water. 3, 4, 5 forms, wading through the shallows, drawn by the sound of the scraping boat. The big man in the pirogue turned. His face was round, bearded, wide-eyed in the flashlight beam. He was enormous, 6'4" at least, with shoulders that strained the seams of his flannel shirt. He looked at Dev with an expression of such profound surprise that it was almost comical. "Well, shit," the big man said. "Y'all live here?" "Get to the bank," Dev said. "Now. They're behind you." The big man didn't need to be told twice. He drove his paddle into the water with a force that nearly capsized the pirogue, and the small boat shot toward the bank. Dev grabbed the bowline as they came alongside, pulling them in. The smaller figure, a woman Dev saw now, dark-haired, compact, wearing a sheriff's deputy uniform, scrambled out and up the bank. The big man followed, and the pirogue was hauled up after them. On the bayou, the shapes reached the spot where the pirogue had been. They milled, searching, turning in the water. The flashlight caught their faces, slack, white-eyed, mouths working. One of them looked directly into the beam, and Dev saw its eyes constrict, not with pain, but with attention. And he turned off the flashlight. Darkness. The gargling faded. The shapes drifted. "Calvin, bro," the big man said, breathing hard. "People call me Bull. On account of—" He gestured at his own massive frame. "Well, you can see." "Lena Marchetti," the woman said. Her voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone professionally trained to manage crisis. Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Department. "Dev Thibodeau. We've got 6 people in 2 boats. We're heading north." "7 now," Bull said. He looked at Dev with eyes that were bloodshot and desperate, and underneath everything, grateful. "If you'll have us. How far behind you are they?" "We've been running since yesterday," Lena said. She pulled her duty weapon from its holster. A Glock 17, well-maintained, the kind of gun that's been cleaned and cleaned and cleaned, because cleaning it is something you can control. She press-checked the chamber with the efficiency of muscle memory. "We started in Duloc with 12 people. We're what's left." "What happened to the others?" Lena looked at him. The moonlight was gone, but he could feel the weight of her gaze. "Things happened," she said, "and I don't want to talk about it, okay?" "Okay." Bull was already moving toward the camp, drawn by the smell of the cold rations or the presence of other living people, or just the need to be somewhere that wasn't an open bayou in the dark. He introduced himself to everyone with the booming, too loud voice of a man who didn't know how to be quiet, and Nadine shushed him, and he apologized with a grin that Dev could hear even though he couldn't see it. They redistributed. Bull and Lena in the pirogue with Tomas, Bull at the bow, his weight making the small boat ride dangerously low, but his paddling power more than compensating. Lena amidships with her Glock. Tomas at the stern, navigating. The John boat was less crowded now. Dev, Nadine, Venkatesh, Kezia, Joe, and Ollie. "We move in an hour," Dev said, "before dawn. We need to be past the Highway 1 bridge before light." "What's at the Highway 1 bridge?" Bull asked. "That's where the Kingfishers set up their northern checkpoint," Kezia said. "Kingfishers," Bull spat. "Guidry's people. I know Guidry. He tried to buy my tugboat last year. When I said no, he had my dock fuel line cut. Then, you know what we're dealing with." "I know he's a snake in a suit. What kind of weapons does he have?" "Rifles, shotguns, maybe more." Bull was quiet for a moment. Then he laughed. A deep, rolling, absurd sound. Completely inappropriate, entirely human, and somehow the best thing Dev had heard since the world ended. "Well," Bull said, "at least the dead don't shoot at you." "Not yet," Venkatesh said, and even she almost smiled. They reached the Highway 1 bridge at dawn. Kezia had found another back channel, this one even narrower than the Huma ditch, barely wide enough for the pirogue, requiring the John boat to be dragged over a sandbar where the channel shallowed to inches. They emerged on the far side of the bridge, 100 meters north of the Kingfisher checkpoint, which was visible through the trees as a cluster of boats and armed men guarding the bridge crossing. Dev watched the checkpoint through a gap in the reeds. 8 men, armed with hunting rifles and shotguns. 2 airboats flanking the bridge, engines idling. A CB radio mounted on a pole. And on the bridge itself, tied to the railing with rope, a body. Not infected, a living person bound hand and foot, left exposed as bait. The infected gathered below, reaching, gargling, and the bound person screamed. "They're using people as bait," Joe said, her voice was ice. "To keep the infected busy at the bridge. Keep them from pushing north." "Human scarecrows," Lena said. Dev watched. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from anger, a cold, precise anger that sat in his chest like an engine block. He wanted to do something. He wanted to go back and cut that person free. He wanted to put every one of those 8 men in the water with the things they'd created. He looked at Nadine. She met his eyes. He saw the same anger there, controlled, channeled, banked like coals. "Not today," she said. "Not with 6 people in 2 boats. We save who we can. We can save that person. Not without losing some of ours. And ours come first, baby. That's the ugly truth. Ours come first." Dev turned away from the checkpoint. They paddled north, silent, the sound of screaming fading behind them until it was gone, absorbed by the bayou and the heat and the crushing weight of a world where humans had become currency. He didn't look back. He wanted to. He didn't. They pushed on through the morning, the sun climbing, the heat rising, the water turning from black to brown to a dull, reflective bronze. Ahead, the bayou stretched north toward Thibodaux, Napoleonville, the Atchafalaya, and beyond all of that, New Orleans, where Remy was or wasn't dead or alive, a piece in Helicon's game, or a brother trying to save his daughter. Dev paddled. His blister bled through the bandage, and he didn't stop. The tire iron lay across his knees, warm from the sun, and the water was alive beneath them, and the dead were behind them and ahead of them and all around them, and somehow, improbably, impossibly, they were still moving forward. Forward was all there was. They found Father Augustine Peter on the 4th day, sitting in a capsized school bus on the shoulder of Highway 20, reading a water-stained Bible by the light of a single candle. The bus lay on its side in a ditch, half submerged in floodwater, that had risen from Bayou Lafourche during a levee breach sometime in the first 48 hours. The yellow paint was scabbed with mud and algae, the emergency exit propped open like a mouth, and from inside came a thin, reedy voice reciting Latin in the cadence of prayer. Tomas spotted him first. They'd pulled the boats onto the bank to scout the road crossing at Highway 20. They needed to portage across the highway to reach a canal system that would take them northeast toward Thibodaux. Tomas had gone ahead on foot, moving through the tree line with the silent, low-profile gait of someone who'd crossed borders in the dark, and he'd come back with his eyebrows raised and his knife sheathed, and an expression that was halfway between confusion and amusement. "There's a priest in a bus," he said. "Alive?" Nadine asked. "Praying, in Latin. So, either alive or the most dedicated ghost I've ever seen." They approached the bus in pairs, Dev and Lena, guns and tire iron, while the others waited at the tree line. The highway was empty. No vehicles, no infected, no movement except the slow ripple of floodwater in the ditch and the dance of heat shimmer on the asphalt. The silence had that particular quality of abandoned places, not empty, but vacated. The difference between a room with no one in it and a room where someone used to be. Dev leaned into the emergency exit. The interior of the bus was a surreal landscape of overturned seats, scattered backpacks, and standing water that smelled of diesel and stagnation. At the far end, sitting on what had been the wall and was now the floor, a small man in black clerical clothing held the Bible close to the candle and read aloud. "Dominus illuminatio mea et salus mea. Quem timebo." The man's voice was papery, trembling, the voice of a body running on fumes. He didn't look up. "Dominus protector vitae meae. A quo trepidabo?" "Father," Dev said. The man's head came up. He was old, late 60s, thin as a rail, with white hair that stuck out in tufts and wire-rimmed glasses that sat crooked on a nose like a blade. His hands shook, a palsy, not fear, the fine tremor of age or medication or both. He looked at Dev with eyes that were surprisingly clear, surprisingly sharp, and he smiled. "The Lord is my light and my salvation," he said. Psalm 27 seemed appropriate, given the circumstances. He closed the Bible. "I don't suppose you're here to eat me?" "No, Father." "Then you're the most welcome sight I've seen since Tuesday. Augustine Petre, Sacred Heart Parish, Chauvin. Although I suspect the parish is somewhat reduced in membership. How long have you been in here?" 2 days, perhaps 3. The candles are an imprecise measure of time. He tried to stand and his legs buckled. Dev caught him. The man weighed nothing, a collection of bones and cloth and the faint smell of communion wine. "I walked from Chauvin," Father Peter said as Dev helped him out of the bus. The sunlight hit him and he winced. shielding his eyes. 12 miles. I was trying to reach the diocese in Thibodeau. I had some notion that the bishop would know what to do, as if anyone knows what to do. He laughed. A dry, crackling sound. I found the bus and hid when I heard them. What are we calling them? The dead? The infected, Venkatesh said, stepping forward. Ah, a clinical term. I prefer the dead. It's more honest. Nadine was already checking him over. Pulse, temperature, pupils. The practiced examination of a combat nurse who'd triaged men in worse condition in worse places. You're dehydrated, malnourished, and your blood pressure is probably in your shoes, she said. When did you last eat? I had a granola bar yesterday, or the day before. I found it in a backpack. Bebe, Nadine shook her head. Sit down. Drink this. Slowly. She gave him water. He drank, small sips, his hands trembling around the bottle, and his eyes closed with an expression of such pure gratitude that Dev had to look away. They gave him canned peaches and crackers and a spot in the John boat between Venkatesh and Ollie. The boy looked at the priest with the wide-eyed wariness of a child encountering an unfamiliar species. But when Father Petra smiled at him and said, I see you have a notebook, young man. I used to draw too. Badly. The nuns despaired. Ollie's shoulders relaxed by a fraction of an inch. Can you fight? Lena asked. She was standing at the edge of the group, arms crossed, her Glock visible on her hip. She asked the question without judgment. A tactical inventory, nothing more. I can barely walk, my dear. Can you shoot? I've never held a gun. Can you stay quiet and do what you're told? Father Petra adjusted his crooked glasses. I've been a Catholic priest for 41 years. Staying quiet and doing what I'm told is not my strongest suit. He paused. But I can talk. I can talk to anyone about anything and make them listen. That's what I do. If words are weapons, I'm armed. Lena looked at Dev. Her expression said, he's deadweight without her mouth moving. Dev looked at the old priest. Thin, shaking, squinting in the sun, clutching a water-stained Bible and a candle stub. Useless. A liability. Another mouth to feed. Another body to protect. Another slow-moving target in a world that killed the slow. But Dev's mother had been a churchgoer, and she'd taken her boys to Sacred Heart every Sunday until Dev was old enough to refuse. And somewhere in the back rooms of his memory, a version of himself sat in a pew and listened to a man in black talk about grace. He stays, Dev said. Lena uncrossed her arms. She didn't argue, but she checked her Glock again. That press check, chamber verified. And Dev understood the gesture. She was counting. Every person in the group was a number in her calculation, and the math was getting worse. They portaged across Highway 20 at noon, dragging the boats across the asphalt in a sprint that lasted 90 seconds and felt like 90 years. The highway was littered with abandoned vehicles, cars, trucks, an 18-wheeler jackknifed across both lanes, its refrigerated trailer torn open, the contents spilled across the road in a decomposing cascade of frozen dinners and ice cream that had melted into pastel pools. The smell was industrial, rot and sugar, and the chemical tang of refrigerant leaking from the ruptured unit. No infected on the highway itself, but in the drainage ditches on both sides, shapes stood in the water, motionless in that stage 2 stillness, dozens of them, submerged to the waist, facing random directions, waiting to complete their transformation. Don't look at them, Nadine said as they hauled the John boat across the road. Look at where you're going. Move your feet. They moved their feet. The boat scraped on asphalt. Bull carried the pirogue one-handed, the other hand holding a length of rebar he'd pulled from the 18-wheeler's undercarriage. The muscles in his arm bulged like cables. They reached the far ditch, a canal, narrow, algae-choked, the water green and still. They slid the boats in and pushed off, and the highway fell behind them, and the shapes in the ditches didn't move. How many back there? Joe asked. She was in the John boat now, having traded places with Kezia to work on the engine's fuel line. Her hands were already inside the cowling, fingers moving with a mechanic's proprietary certainty. I counted 38, Tomas said. 41, Lena said. I had 40, Dev said. Does it matter? Father Peter asked. Whether it's 38 or 41? It matters, Lena said, because 41 people died in that ditch, and because when they wake up, 41 of them will be between us and anyone coming from the south. Peter was quiet. He looked at his hands, the shaking, papery hands of a man who'd administered last rites to hundreds of people over 4 decades and had never once, Dev would learn later, believed in the words he was saying. The hands trembled. The man behind them was still. The canal took them northeast through sugarcane country, flat, endless fields of green stalks that rose 10 feet on either side, turning the waterway into a corridor that was claustrophobic and exposed at the same time. The cane blocked their view of everything beyond the canal banks, and the sounds from behind the cane were uninterpretable. Rustling that could be wind or movement, snapping that could be stalks breaking under weight or just the heat. Bull was telling a story. Dev hadn't asked for it. Bull didn't need an invitation. His voice was a deep, rolling instrument, the kind of voice that filled rooms and commanded attention. And he used it the way other people use their hands, expressively and constantly. So I'm on the tug, right? The Marguerite B, named after my wife, and we're pushing a barge of scrap metal up the intracoastal. And the engine throws a rod at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. I call Marguerite and I say, "Babe, I'm stuck." And she says, Bull paused, and something shifted in his face, the big features rearranging around a pain he hadn't finished feeling. She says, "Calvin, you're always stuck. That's why you married me. I unstick you." He stopped talking. The pirogue drifted. Tomas at the stern kept paddling, but his strokes were gentler, as if the paddle could sense what the air held. "Where's Marguerite now?" Nadine asked. Not because she didn't know. The question was in Bull's face, in the way his hands gripped the gunwale, but because sometimes the worst thing you can do for a grieving person is leave them alone with the silence. "Home," Bull said. "She's home." He didn't say more. Nadine didn't push. The canal stretched ahead, green and straight, and the sound of paddling filled the space where Bull's story had been. But Dev watched Bull's face, and he saw something there that he recognized. The look of a man carrying something he couldn't put down. Not grief, exactly. Grief was clean. This was muddier, heavier, tangled with something that looked like guilt, but wasn't, or wasn't only. It was the look of a man who had made a choice he couldn't name and couldn't undo. Dev knew that look. He saw it in the mirror. Thibodeau, the town, not the family, appeared on the horizon in mid-afternoon, its water tower visible above the cane fields like a sentinel. The town sat at the junction of Bayou La Fourche and Highway 1, a community of 8,000 that served as the supply hub for the surrounding sugarcane and oil industries. It should have been their best chance for supplies, fresh water, and information. It was burning, not the whole town. The commercial district along the bayou, the hardware store, the grocery, the gas stations, was engulfed, the fires spreading unchecked from building to building, while black smoke boiled into the sky. The heat was visible from a quarter mile out, a shimmer that warped the air and made the water tower dance. And in the smoke, shapes moved, not fleeing the fire, walking into it, through it, emerging on the other side with their clothes and hair ablaze, still walking. The infected didn't feel pain. Fire consumed them eventually, but slowly, and in the interim they were walking torches, spreading the fire wherever they went. "We're not going in there," Lena said. "No." Dev scanned the waterline with the binoculars Nadine had packed. The bayou through town was impassable. Debris, sunk vehicles, and the fire's heat, creating a wall of heated air above the water. But east of the commercial district, the residential neighborhoods were quieter. Not safe, nothing was safe, but not actively on fire. "There's a Walmart distribution center east of town," Darnell said. Dev turned. He hadn't realized anyone else had spoken. The voice was new, unfamiliar, and it came from the bank. A man stood at the water's edge, half hidden by a willow's trailing branches. Stocky, shaved head, kind eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. He wore a USPS uniform, navy pants, blue shirt with the eagle patch, the whole outfit stained with sweat and mud and something darker. He carried a postal bag over one shoulder, bulging with contents. "I'm sorry," the man said. "I've been following you since the highway. I wasn't sure if—" He stopped, swallowed, started again. "I'm Darnell Washington. I'm a mail carrier. I know every street in Houma and every road between here and Baton Rouge. And there's a Walmart distribution center east of town with more supplies than you can carry. And I know the access road, and I can get you there without going through the fire." "You followed us," Lena said. Her hand was on her Glock. "I've been alone for 3 days. I was in my mail truck when it started. I drove until the road was blocked, then I walked. I found the highway crossing, and I saw you dragging boats across. And I followed because," his voice cracked, "because I can't do this alone. I tried. I can't." Nadine was already moving toward the bank. "Come here, Bebe. Let me look at you." "Nadine," Lena started. "I said come here." Nadine's voice held a note that Dev recognized from his mother. The tone that ended arguments not by winning them, but by making argument itself seem small. Darnell stepped forward. Nadine checked him with the same practiced efficiency she used on everyone. Hands, neck, arms, eyes. "He's clean," she said. "He was following us. For hours. Without announcing himself." "If you were alone," Darnell said, looking at Lena, "and you found a group, would you walk up and introduce yourself? Or would you watch first? Make sure they weren't." He gestured vaguely toward the burning town. "Make sure they were still people?" Lena stared at him. The assessment ran behind her eyes like a ticker. Threat level, capability, liability. Her hand stayed on the Glock. Then slowly, she released it. "The distribution center," she said. "What do you know about it?" Darnell's face changed. Relief, gratitude, the physical release of tension from a body that had been running on adrenaline for days. He swung the postal bag off his shoulder and opened it. Inside, not mail. Maps, hand-drawn, detailed, annotated in small, precise handwriting. Street maps of Houma and the surrounding area, with routes highlighted in different colors. "I've been delivering mail in this parish for 6 years," he said. "I know every address, every shortcut, every back road. When this started, I don't know why, I started mapping. The routes that were clear, the ones that were blocked, where the concentrations were highest. It's what I do. I map routes. I make sure things get where they're going." He spread a map on the bank. Dev leaned over it. The man's cartography was obsessive. Every side street labeled, every dead end marked, every bridge noted with its condition. Passable, damaged, collapsed, occupied. "The distribution center's here," Darnell said, pointing. "Off Industrial Boulevard. Loading docks face east, away from the fire. The building is concrete block, solid. 2 exits. The parking lot is fenced. When I was here 2 days ago, there were survivors inside. Maybe 20 people. They had food, water, medical supplies. The whole Walmart supply chain sitting in a warehouse. Were there infected? Outside, yes. The loading docks were closed. The building was secure." He paused. 2 days ago. 2 days is a long time," Venkatesh said. "Yeah," Darnell said. "It is." They reached the distribution center at dusk, following Darnell's route through residential streets that were eerily quiet. Houses with their doors open, lawns with sprinklers still running, a bicycle on its side in a driveway. The small, mundane details of lives interrupted. A bag of groceries melting on a porch step, a garden hose coiling in the grass, a child's shoe in the gutter. The ordinariness of it was more disturbing than the bodies would have been, and there were bodies too. But it was the shoe that Dev couldn't stop looking at. The distribution center was a massive concrete box, 300,000 square feet of warehouse space, loading docks along the east wall, a chain-link fence topped with razor wire enclosing the parking lot. The fence was intact. The loading dock doors were down, and on the roof, a figure waved a flashlight in long, sweeping arcs, the universal signal of, "We're here, we're alive, please, help." They approached from the south, staying in the tree line, Lena on point with her Glock. Tomas beside her with the tire iron. Dev brought up the rear with Joe, who carried her pipe wrench and her welding torch and hummed Hank Williams between her teeth. The gate in the fence was chained but not locked. The padlock had been smashed. They pushed through into the parking lot, which was empty except for a handful of delivery trucks and a forklift that had been driven into the fence on the north side, crumpling 3 sections of chain link. "That's a breach," Lena said, pointing at the forklift. "The fence is down there." "But nothing's gotten through," Darnell said. "The forklift's blocking most of the gap. Most isn't all." They found the entrance, a personnel door on the south side, propped open with a cinder block. Inside, the distribution center's main warehouse, a cathedral of commerce. Towering steel shelves stacked with pallets of merchandise. Narrow aisles stretching into dimness. The ceiling lost in shadow above the fluorescent lights that buzzed and flickered on emergency generator power. And people. 23 of them, clustered in a cleared area near the south wall, surrounded by a barricade of stacked pallets and overturned shelving units. They looked up when Dev's group entered, and the expressions on their faces ran the gamut. Relief, suspicion, desperation, blankness. A man with a hunting rifle stood at the barricade's entrance. A woman held 2 children against her sides. An old couple sat on folding chairs, holding hands. "I'm Dev," Dev said. "We're passing through. We need supplies." The man with the rifle, tall, gaunt, with the deep-set eyes of someone who hadn't slept in days, looked at him. "You got weapons?" "1 handgun. Tools. We got 2 rifles and a shotgun. 23 people and enough food for a week. Maybe 2. Water's from the emergency system. Generators got fuel for another 3 days." He lowered the rifle slightly. "I'm Marcus. We've been here since day 2. We're surviving. You've been broadcasting? The flashlight on the roof?" "Every night. Nobody's come. Until you." Nadine moved through the barricade entrance and began assessing the survivors with the systematic efficiency of a triage nurse. Temperature, pulse, pupils, wound check. The survivors submitted to her examination with the weary compliance of people who'd learned that cooperation was easier than resistance. Dev surveyed the warehouse. It was a gold mine. Shelves stacked with canned goods, bottled water, batteries, first aid supplies, clothing, tools. More than they could carry. More than 23 people and a week's time could consume. But the building was also a problem. The warehouse was vast. 300,000 square feet of shadows and aisles and overhead spaces that could hide anything. The fluorescent lights covered maybe 60% of the floor area. The rest was dark. "Have you cleared the whole building?" Dev asked Marcus. "We cleared the main floor. The offices upstairs are locked. We haven't been up there." "The ventilation system?" Marcus looked at him strangely. "The what?" "The ductwork, the air handling system. This building has industrial HVAC. The ducts are big enough for..." Dev stopped. He didn't want to say it. "Big enough for what?" Marcus asked. From somewhere in the dark reaches of the warehouse, above the shelves, in the labyrinth of metal and shadow near the ceiling, a sound, a skittering. Quick, sharp, like claws on metal. Then silence. Everyone heard it. 23 survivors and 9 newcomers. All frozen, all looking up into the darkness above the shelves where the fluorescent light didn't reach. "What was that?" Marcus whispered. Venkatesh stepped forward. Her face had gone pale, the clinical detachment cracking for the first time. "The virus optimizes the host for its environment," she said. "In water, it creates bloaters. In open spaces, standard ambulatory infected. In enclosed spaces, tight spaces, confined spaces, it creates something else. Something that can move through the infrastructure. Crawl spaces, ductwork, drainage pipes." "Crawlers," Dev said. He didn't know where the word came from. It rose from his gut like bile. The adapted infected exhibit extreme spinal flexibility, elongated limbs, dislocated jaws, and a tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer in the eye that enhances low-light vision. They are ambush predators. They inhabit enclosed spaces and wait. They are fast. They are silent until they strike. Venkatesh's voice was lecture hall steady, but her hands were clasped behind her back, and Dev could see her fingers interlocking white-knuckled, and their eyes glow in the dark. The warehouse was very quiet. Then, from the ductwork above aisle 7, 2 points of faint, greenish light appeared. Eyes looking down at them. "Nobody move," Lena said. Her Glock was up, aimed at the ceiling, her stance textbook. Feet shoulder width, arms extended, slight forward lean. Nobody move and nobody make a sound. Thus, the eyes blinked. They shifted. Another pair appeared beside them. Then a third, farther down the aisle, high up near where the ductwork entered the wall. "They've been here the whole time," Marcus said. His voice was barely a breath. "We've been sleeping under them for... oh, God." "They're ambush predators," Venkatesh repeated. "They wait for isolated targets. They didn't attack your group because you stayed together near the lights. They've been watching, waiting for someone to wander off alone." "Has anyone wandered off alone?" Dev asked. Marcus's face answered before his mouth did. The blood drained from it in a wave, leaving him gray. "Teresa. She went to get water from the far cooler yesterday afternoon. She didn't come back. We thought she'd left. Gone out through the loading dock." No one spoke. Above them, the eyes watched. Patient. Hungry. The fluorescent lights buzzed. "We need to leave," Dev said. "All of us. Now." "We can't leave," Marcus said. We have food, we have water, we have walls. You have predators in your ceiling, and they're multiplying. Teresa is up there. She's one of them now. You don't know that." "I know." Dev's voice came out harder than he intended. The tiredness and the fear and the 4 days of constant threat had stripped something away, some layer of politeness, and what was underneath was raw and blunt. "Pack what you can carry. We move in 20 minutes. Marcus looked at him. The rifle was shaking in his hands, a small vibration like a tuning fork. He looked at the 22 people behind his barricade, the children, the old couple, the woman with the bandaged arm, and the man in the wheelchair and the teenager who hadn't stopped crying since she'd arrived on day 1. "Where?" Marcus said. "Where do we go?" "North," Dev said. "We head north." "To where?" It was the question Dev had been avoiding. North was a direction, not a destination. North was away from the coast, away from the salt water, away from the heat that fueled the infected. But north to what? What was waiting for them that was better than a concrete warehouse with food and water and walls? "There's a radio broadcast," Father Peter said. Everyone turned. The priest was sitting on a pallet of paper towels, his Bible on his lap, his candle, still lit somehow, a small flame, in a warehouse full of shadows. "I heard it before my radio died. AM frequency. Someone in Baton Rouge. They're broadcasting that the convention center has been converted into a refugee camp. Food, water, medical care, military protection." "You're hearing this now?" Lena said. "You had this information and you didn't..." "I didn't know if it was real. I still don't. But it's something. It's a direction that has a reason behind it." "Baton Rouge is 50 miles north," Darnell said. He had his maps out, spread on a pallet, his finger tracing routes. Highway 1 to Napoleonville, then Highway 70 to Baton Rouge. Or, better, we take Bayou Lafourche to the Intracoastal, then cut through the Atchafalaya Basin. Avoids the highway entirely. "The Atchafalaya," Kezia said. "That's the largest river swamp in the country. Fewer people means fewer infected. Fewer people also means no help when something goes wrong." "She's right," Venkatesh said. "The virus is thermophilic and halophilic. It thrives in heat and salt. The Atchafalaya is freshwater, fed by the Mississippi. Theoretically, infected in freshwater environments would be slower, less aggressive. The water itself might provide a degree of natural barrier." "Theoretically," Lena repeated. "Do you have a better word?" "Yeah, unproven. All knowledge is unproven until it's tested. That's the scientific method. The scientific method doesn't get people killed. Actually, historically, enough." Nadine's voice cut through the exchange like a scalpel. "We have 15 minutes to pack and move. Argue about routes in the boats. Right now, those things in the ceiling are getting braver." She was right. The eyes had multiplied. Dev counted 12 pairs now, scattered across the ductwork, some motionless, some drifting, sliding along the metal surfaces with a liquid, boneless grace that made his skin crawl. One of them had descended to the top of a shelving unit 20 feet above the floor and was crouched there in a configuration that no human body should have been able to achieve. Spine curved backward, limbs splayed like a spider, head rotated at an angle that meant the neck had been restructured by the virus. "Flashlights," Dev said. "Everyone with a flashlight, turn it on. Point them up. They don't like bright light." Joe already had her welding torch lit, a blue-white flame that threw harsh shadows and made the nearest pair of eyes flinch and retreat. "Come on, you bastards," she murmured, sweeping the flame across the ceiling. "Come on down." They packed in 12 minutes. Marcus's group grabbed what they could: canned goods, water bottles, a first aid kit, blankets. Dev's group took fuel for the outboard, batteries, rope, tarps. Darnell organized the supplies into his postal bag and 3 duffel bags, with the systematic precision of a man loading a mail truck. Everything in its place. Nothing wasted, nothing forgotten. "That's a lot of supplies for a mailman," Joe said, watching him. "Nobody loses a package on my route," Darnell said. He didn't smile when he said it, but his voice held the ghost of professional pride, the muscle memory of a man who'd taken satisfaction in doing a simple job well. They formed a column, Lena on point, Bull bringing up the rear, flashlights and Joe's welding torch creating a bubble of light around the group. 32 people moving through a warehouse that had become a nest. The crawlers watched from above, their eyes tracking the group's movement with the patient attention of predators, waiting for an opportunity. The opportunity came at the loading dock. The bay doors were manual, heavy steel panels that rolled up on tracks. Marcus's group had lowered them on day 2 and hadn't opened them since. To get out, they needed to raise at least one door, which required 2 people pulling the chain while the rest waited. Dev and Bull took the chain. The door groaned upward, inches at a time, steel grinding against the tracks, the sound echoing through the warehouse with a volume that made Dev's jaw clench. Behind them, Joe swept the ceiling with the torch. The crawler eyes multiplied, 20 pairs now, 30, converging from across the warehouse, sliding along the ductwork and the tops of shelving units, drawn by the sound. "Faster," Lena said. The door was waist-high. Not enough. Dev pulled harder, the chain biting into his hands, Bull's massive arms hauling the weight. The door rose to chest height, enough for people to duck under. "Go," Dev said. "Everyone through." Marcus's group went first, ducking under the door, stumbling into the loading dock area, blinking in the last light of dusk. The children went, the old couple, the woman with the bandaged arm. Darnell guided them, his postal bag bouncing on his hip, his maps clutched in one hand. The crawlers dropped, not all of them. 2. They fell from the ductwork above the loading dock, with a silence that was more terrifying than any scream. No warning, no sound, just the sudden displacement of air and the sight of elongated bodies descending from the ceiling like terrible spiders on invisible threads. The first one landed on the loading dock platform, between the group inside and the group outside. It crouched there, spine hyperflexed, limbs arranged in that impossible spider configuration, jaw hanging open at an angle that meant it could close on a human limb like a bear trap. Its eyes caught Joe's torchlight and reflected it back. Green gold, not human. The eyes of something that hunted in darkness. The second one landed behind Bull. Bull heard it, or felt it. The displacement of air, the change in pressure that large men sometimes sense. He spun, and the crawler was already moving, launching itself at his back with a burst of speed that seemed to compress the air between them. Lena fired. The Glock's report was enormous in the enclosed space. A flat, sharp crack that hit Dev's eardrums like a physical blow. The round caught the second crawler mid-leap, punching through its shoulder, spinning it sideways. It hit the floor, skidded, and was back up in less than a second, the wounded shoulder already forgotten, the bullet hole leaking dark fluid. She fired again. The second round hit its skull, the thin, restructured skull that the virus had optimized for flexibility rather than durability. And it punched through, and the crawler went down and stayed down. The first crawler on the loading dock platform turned at the gunshot. Its attention shifted from the fleeing survivors to Lena, who stood 15 feet away with her weapon leveled. "Go," Lena said to Dev without moving her eyes from the crawler. "Get them out." "Lena, I said go." Dev let go of the chain. Bull held the door alone, held it with one arm, the chain wrapped around his fist, the veins in his neck standing out like ropes. Dev ducked under the door and onto the loading dock platform, where the crawler crouched between him and the stairs. It looked at him. The eyes were luminous, reflective, and behind their alien glow, Dev thought he saw something, a flicker, a fragment, like a face glimpsed through dirty glass. Whoever this person had been, they were still in there somewhere, buried under the virus's rewiring. The thought was worse than the teeth. Joe pushed past him. She didn't hesitate. The welding torch came up and she jammed it forward, the blue-white flame hitting the crawler full in the face. It shrieked, a sound that was nothing like the gargling of standard infected, a high, keening wail that vibrated at a frequency Dev felt in his bones. It recoiled, scrabbling backward, and Joe advanced, torch extended, her face set in an expression of pure, focused fury. "Down the stairs," she said. "All of you. I've got this." They went. 30 people down the loading dock stairs and into the parking lot, moving in a ragged cluster, flashlights bobbing. Bull came last, releasing the bay door, which crashed down behind him with a finality that shook the concrete. Joe backed down the stairs, torch first, the crawler retreating ahead of her flame. At the bottom of the stairs, she killed the torch and ran. They ran across the parking lot, through the gate, and into the street. Behind them, from inside the distribution center, the sounds multiplied. That keening wail repeated from dozens of points. The crawlers emerging from their hiding places in a wave of reflected light and skittering motion. The loading dock door shuddered. Something hit it from inside. "Keep moving," Nadine said. She had the boy. Marcus's group had 2 children, 6 and 8, and they were crying. And Ollie was walking beside them in silence, his notebook pressed to his chest, his face white behind his cracked glasses. They moved, into the dusk, into the streets of Thibodeau. 32 people with 1 Glock and a pipe wrench and a welding torch, heading north because north was all there was. They lost 2 of Marcus's group that night. It happened during the crossing of the sugarcane field east of Thibodeau. They'd left the boats. There was no waterway here, only a mile of open ground between the eastern suburbs and the canal that would take them to Bayou La Fourche. The cane was 10 feet tall, the rows narrow and claustrophobic, the ground between them soft mud that sucked at their shoes. Visibility was 0. The only light was the flashlights, and Lena had ordered most of them off to conserve batteries and reduce their signature. They moved single file through the cane, Dev at the front, following Darnell's directions, Bull at the rear, Lena patrolling the line's middle. 32 people stretched across 300 feet of sugarcane, connected by whispered instructions and the sound of footsteps in mud. The cane moved. Not from wind, there was no wind. From movement. Something pushing through the rows, parallel to their line, keeping pace. The rustle was distinctive. Not the random, multi-directional sway of wind, but the focused, linear disturbance of a body moving through vertical stalks. "Stay in line," Lena hissed. "Stay together." The rustling stopped, then started again, closer. 2 of Marcus's people, a man named Jerry and his teenage nephew, were at the back of the line, just ahead of Bull. Jerry had a bad knee. The kid was helping him walk. They'd fallen behind by 20 feet, 30. The gap widened. Bull heard the rustling. He turned. In the darkness, in the cane, shapes moved, low, fast, too close to the ground to be standard infected. Crawlers. They'd followed. They were in the cane, moving between the rows like water through pipes. "Close up!" Bull roared. His voice was a cannon blast, obliterating the silence. The cane field erupted. The infected who'd been tracking the sound converged from 3 directions. 30 feet behind the main group, Jerry screamed. Dev ran back. He crashed through the cane, stalks whipping his face and arms, the scalpel in his hand useless against the darkness. He could hear Jerry screaming, the raw animal sound of a man being taken, and the nephew's voice, higher, younger, saying, Uncle Jerry, in a loop that spiraled upward into hysteria. He reached them. Two crawlers had Jerry on the ground, their elongated bodies draped over him like terrible blankets, their jaws working. The nephew was on his knees beside them, trying to pull the crawlers off with his bare hands. Bull arrived a second later. The rebar came down on the first crawler's skull with a crunch that Dev felt through the soles of his boots. The crawler went flat. Bull hit it again, and again. The second crawler released Jerry and turned toward Bull. It was fast, impossibly fast in the confined space, launching itself upward from the ground in a single, fluid motion. Bull swung the rebar. Missed. The crawler latched onto his chest and he staggered, and for a terrible moment Dev thought Bull was going down, the big man stumbling backward through the cane, the crawler's jaw snapping at his face. Lena's Glock barked twice. The crawler jerked and fell. Bull stood, breathing hard, his flannel shirt torn open, blood on his chest. "Bull," Dev started. "Scratches," Bull said. He looked down at his chest. 3 parallel lines, shallow, bleeding. Not a bite. Scratches. He looked at Venkatesh, who'd fought through the cane to reach them. Right, just scratches. Venkatesh examined the wounds in flashlight. Her face was a mask. "Scratches," she confirmed. "The skin is barely broken. The viral load from a scratch is significantly lower than a bite. With immediate treatment," she pulled alcohol wipes from her bag and cleaned the wounds with a thoroughness that made Bull hiss. Jerry was dead. Not from the crawlers, from the fall. He'd hit his head on something in the mud. A rock, a root, something hard, and the impact had killed him before the crawlers could. The nephew knelt beside him, shaking him, saying his name, and Dev watched and couldn't speak, because the boy was doing exactly what Dev would have done, what Dev had done in his mind 1,000 times, kneeling beside someone he loved and saying their name as if repetition could reverse the irreversible. "We have to go," Lena said. Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking, both of them, the Glock trembling in her grip. "Jerry," the nephew started, "is gone. We have to go. I can't leave him. You can and you will." The nephew, his name was Tyler, Dev learned later, looked up at Lena with an expression of such raw hatred that Dev flinched. It was the hatred of the helpless, the fury of someone who needed to blame something tangible because the true enemy was too large and too incomprehensible. "Come on, son," Bull said. He put his massive hand on Tyler's shoulder. "Come on. He's gone, and you're here, and staying here gets you gone too." Tyler stood. He didn't look at Lena again. They left Jerry in the sugarcane. They left him lying in the mud between the rows, in the dark, with the crawlers moving through the stalks around him. Dev tried not to think about what would happen to the body. He failed. They made the canal at midnight. 2 boats for 31 people. Marcus's group, 21 survivors plus Tyler, couldn't fit. They stood on the bank in the dark, a huddle of frightened people with nowhere to go. "Take the children," Marcus said, "and the elderly, and anyone who's hurt. We'll find another way." "There is no other way," Nadine said. "Then we'll make one. We'll walk. Follow the canal north. Walking at night with 20 people and no weapons. We have rifles. We have the shotgun. We're not helpless." Marcus's jaw was set. He'd been the leader of his group for 4 days, and the weight of that leadership had carved new lines in his face, but his voice held firm. "Take the ones who can't walk. Leave us the ones who can." In the end, they split the group. Dev took Marcus's 3 children, the old couple, a woman with a broken ankle, and Tyler. 9 additional people, packed into boats that were already overloaded. The John boat rode low enough that water lapped at the gunnel in the turns. Marcus and his remaining group, 13 adults with 2 rifles and a shotgun, walked north along the canal bank. Dev watched their flashlights recede in the darkness, small points of light in a vast and hostile night, until they were gone. He never saw Marcus again. 5 days since Montagut. Dev sat in the bow of the John boat in the pre-dawn gray and tried to take inventory of what he had. The exercise was mechanical, a mechanic's habit. When a machine isn't working, you list what you've got and what you need and what's broken. What he had? 2 boats, 15 people, 9 from his group, 6 from Marcus's. 1 handgun with 23 rounds. one tire iron, one pipe wrench, one welding torch with limited fuel, assorted knives and tools, canned food for 3 days, water for 2, a marine diesel mechanic, a combat nurse, a virologist, a scout, a navigator, an engineer, a priest, a deputy, a mail carrier, a tugboat captain, and a silent boy with a notebook. And the knowledge, courtesy of Venkatesh, that the thing killing the world was a 66-million-year-old virus that loved salt and heat and was getting smarter. What he needed? Remy, his brother. The one fixed point in a universe that had come unmoored. What was broken? Everything. The canal connected to Bayou Lafourche, north of Thibodeau, and from there they followed the bayou northwest toward Napoleonville. The landscape changed as they moved inland, the marsh and sugarcane giving way to hardwood bottomland, the trees thickening, the air slightly drier, though no less hot. The bayou was wider here, slower, the water brown and opaque and full of debris, branches, garbage, the occasional dark shape that floated face down and might have been a body or might have been a log, and they didn't stop to check. Kezia navigated. Her knowledge of the waterways was encyclopedic, and she supplemented it with a naturalist's reading of the environment, the direction of water flow, the type of vegetation on the banks, the behavior of the birds overhead. "See the egrets?" she said, pointing to a cluster of white birds on the far bank. "They're calm. That means no large-scale movement nearby. Egrets spook when predators are active." "Predators," Thomas said. "You mean the infected." "I mean anything that moves wrong. The egrets don't know what's happening. They just know something is off in the ecosystem. Watch the animals. They'll tell you where the danger is before you see it. And where the danger isn't, nowhere." She said it without emphasis. A statement of fact, like the water temperature or the wind direction. But there are degrees. They stopped twice during the day, once to refuel the outboard from a gas can they'd found at the distribution center, once to let the children relieve themselves on the bank. Both stops were nerve-wracking, the group forming a perimeter while individuals darted to the trees and back. Lena stood guard with her Glock, her eyes scanning the tree line, with the focused intensity of a woman who'd been trained to assess threats and was now swimming in them. "You're burning rounds," Dev said to her during the second stop. He'd been counting. She'd fired 4 shots at the distribution center, and he could see her checking the magazine, counting the remaining rounds, her thumb pressing each cartridge as if touch could multiply them. "I'm aware. How many do you have left?" "Enough." "Lena." She looked at him. The dark humor that usually lived in her eyes had retreated somewhere deeper, replaced by something flat and watchful. 19 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber, no spares, 20 rounds. For 15 people, in a world where every round was irreplaceable and every encounter might demand a dozen. "We need more weapons," Dev said. "We need a lot of things. Food, water, medicine, ammunition, vehicles. A plan beyond go north." She holstered the Glock. "But mostly we need luck, and I don't believe in luck." "What do you believe in?" She didn't answer. She walked to the water's edge and looked out at the bayou. The brown water, the green trees, the blue sky, the terrible beauty of a world that didn't know it was dying. Her hand rested on the holster. Dev noticed that her index finger was extended along the frame, not on the trigger. The discipline of training. The muscle memory of a woman who'd been taught to kill only when necessary and was now trying to remember what necessary meant. That night, they camped on a bluff above the bayou. High ground, the first they'd had, with a view of the water in both directions. Bull built a fire ring from stones. "We need hot food," he said. "People can't live on cold beans forever." And they risked a small fire, shielded by the bluff's edge, invisible from the water. Hot food changed things, not the food itself, canned chili heated in the can, bland and salty, but the act of warming it, of sitting around a fire, of doing something that humans had done for 100,000 years. The children stopped crying. The old couple, Earl and Dorothy, married 47 years, from a farm outside Thibodeau, held hands and looked at the fire and said nothing, and their silence was the comfortable silence of people who'd said everything they needed to say decades ago. Joe sat apart whistling. The tune was Cold, Cold Heart. Hank Williams again, the melody floating through the dark like smoke. She had the welding torch disassembled on a tarp in front of her, cleaning each component with the focused attention of a surgeon prepping instruments. Her shaved head gleamed in the firelight, the tattoo sleeves catching the orange glow, a riot of images that Dev couldn't quite make out in the dim light. Flowers, he thought, and machinery, and something that might have been a skull or might have been a compass rose. He sat beside her. Those tattoos. She didn't look up. What about them? What are they? Things I wanted to remember. She held up a torch nozzle and blew through it, checking the bore. And one thing I'm trying to forget. Which one's that? She pulled up her left sleeve. On the inside of her forearm, in black ink, a date. 07-14-3. Below it, a name. Marcus Dupuis. Who was Marcus Dupuis? Dev asked. A man I killed. She said it the way she said everything. Flat, direct, no cushioning. On the rig, I was running the pipe rack. 36-inch casing, 3 tons. I signaled the crane operator to swing left. Should have been right. Marcus was standing where left put the pipe. He never saw it. That's an accident. Tell that to his wife. Joe reassembled the torch with quick, precise movements. I was cleared. No charges. The company said it was a procedural failure. Insufficient visibility, inadequate safety protocols. They paid out his death benefit and transferred me to another rig. I quit. Went to teaching. Figured if I wasn't on a rig, I couldn't kill anyone on a rig. And now? Now? She looked at the fire. Now I'm carrying a welding torch through the apocalypse, killing dead people with it. And the guy I killed 2 years ago is the least haunted thing in my life. Funny how that works. She wasn't smiling. Or not funny. I don't know anymore. Dev looked at the date on her arm. July 14th, 2023. 3 years and 9 months ago. She'd been carrying that date for 1,741 days, give or take, and now she was carrying a torch and a pipe wrench through a dying world, volunteering for every dangerous task, putting herself between the group and the threat, as if the threat were something she deserved. He recognized the impulse. He did the same thing with Remy's addiction, put himself in the path of it, absorbed the damage, as if suffering could be redirected, as if guilt were a current that could be grounded. It wasn't your fault, he said. I know. Do you? She looked at him. The firelight caught her eyes, gray, steady, clear. I know it wasn't my fault the same way you know your brother's addiction isn't yours. We know it in our heads. Our hands don't believe it. She held up her hands, strong, calloused, the hands of a builder and a breaker. My hands keep going back to that day. They keep signaling left instead of right. They'll always signal left. Then we're both carrying things. Bebe, everyone here's carrying things. Nadine's voice came from behind them. She'd approached without sound, the combat nurse's ability to move through a space without disturbing it. She sat down between them with a groan. Her knees, she said, although Dev suspected it was more than her knees. He'd noticed that she took her pills in private, that the bottle came out of her pocket when she thought no one was looking, that her hand went to her chest sometimes in a way that wasn't casual. That's what this is now, not a group, not a team, a bunch of people carrying things, trying to walk in the same direction. Poetic, Joe said. I'm a nurse and a bait shop owner. I can be poetic if I want. Nadine looked at the fire. The question isn't whether we're carrying things. The question is whether we put them down long enough to help each other. Dev stared at the flames. On the other side of the fire, Ollie was drawing in his notebook by firelight. The pencil moved in sure, steady strokes, and the image taking shape was the distribution center. The loading dock, the crawlers descending from the ceiling, the beam of Joe's welding torch cutting through the darkness. The drawing was detailed, precise, and horrifying. The boy drew the truth as he'd seen it, unfiltered by hope or euphemism. And the truth was a 14-year-old child's vision of hell. Father Peter sat beside Ollie. not watching the drawing, looking up at the stars. His lips moved silently, shaping Latin syllables that might have been prayer or might have been habit, the two being nearly indistinguishable after 40 years. Dev's phone was dead. No charge, no signal, no connection to anything beyond the circle of firelight and the people within it. Remy was somewhere north, alive, dead, turned, running, hiding. The voicemail played in Dev's head. "Dev, I'm sorry, I took the truck." And under it, the other voice, the one Venkatesh had found. "Helicon will handle this. Just drive." He went to sleep with the taste of canned chili in his mouth, and the sound of Joe whistling Hank Williams in his ears, and the image of his brother's face, Remy's face, the golden boy face, the face that could charm anyone and fooled no one who knew him, projected on the inside of his eyelids like a film he couldn't stop watching. He dreamed of water, black water, and things in it, moving. The AM radio broadcast reached them on day 6. Bull found a battery-operated radio in the old couple's bag. Earl had packed it alongside a spare pair of bifocals, a bottle of Tabasco sauce, and a .22 revolver that he produced with the apologetic air of a man showing a parking ticket. "I forgot I had it," Earl said. "Forgive me. My memory's not what it was." Lena took the .22 with a look that combined exasperation and relief in roughly equal measure. 6 rounds. She checked each one, thumbing them out of the cylinder and back in, counting by touch. 26 rounds total now, she said. 20 in the Glock, 6 in the .22. Bull turned on the radio. Static. He worked the dial, moving through frequencies with the big, careful fingers of a man accustomed to fine adjustments on heavy machinery. Static. Static. The ghost of a voice that faded before resolving. Then, clear as a bell on 8:70 a.m., a voice. A man's voice. Deep, resonant, practiced. The voice of someone accustomed to projecting, to filling large spaces with sound and meaning. It was the voice of a preacher. And the Lord said, "I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you." Brothers and sisters, you are not alone. The Baton Rouge Convention Center is open. We have food, we have water, we have medicine. We have the protection of faith and the strength of community. Come to us. Follow Highway 1 or Highway 70 or any road that leads north. Come to us and be safe. The dead walk, but the living endure. This is Reverend Elias Fontaine, and I say to you, there is sanctuary. There is hope. There is a place for you at the table of the Lord. The broadcast repeated, word for word, a loop, playing every 15 minutes. The group listened in silence. Dev watched their faces. Hope, raw, naked, desperate hope, bloomed across them like sunrise. The children's mother clutched her kids. Dorothy gripped Earl's hand so hard, her knuckles whitened. Tyler, who'd barely spoken since his uncle's death, looked up from the ground for the first time. "Baton Rouge," Darnell said. He was already pulling out his maps. "The convention center is downtown. If the military's there, if FEMA—" "If," Venkatesh said. The word was a cold splash. "You think it's a trap?" Tomas asked. "I think that any broadcast repeating on a loop is automated, not live. I think that any facility claiming to have unlimited food and water 6 days into a catastrophic outbreak is either exceptionally well supplied or lying. I think that—" She stopped, adjusted her glasses. "I think I'm a scientist, and my instinct is skepticism. And I recognize that my skepticism may not be helpful right now." "It's not," Nadine said, not unkindly. "These people need something to move toward. Something besides north. Why, if Baton Rouge has even a fraction of what that broadcast promises, then it's worth the risk." Dev said it before he'd fully decided, and the words surprised him. Not because they were wrong, but because they came from the part of him that had been quiet for days. The part that made decisions instead of circling them. Baton Rouge is on our route anyway. We check it out. If it's real, we resupply, rest, get information. If it's not, we keep going. Yeah, To New Orleans. Yeah. Nadine looked at him. The look said more than words. It said, I know why you're really going, and I'm going with you. And don't insult me by pretending this is about the broadcast. Baton Rouge, Dev said. Then New Orleans, then as far north as we can get. They broke camp and returned to the boats. The broadcast continued on the radio, Reverend Fontaine's voice, rich and smooth and compelling, repeating his invitation on a 15-minute cycle. Bull left the radio on, propped between his feet in the pirogue, and the preacher's voice accompanied them up the bayou, like a hymn sung by a machine. The approach to Baton Rouge took 2 more days. They followed Bayou Lafourche to its junction with the Intracoastal Waterway, then turned east, paddling and motoring through a canal system that connected the western swamps to the Mississippi River. The landscape shifted again. The bottomland hardwoods giving way to industrial sprawl, petrochemical plants lining the river, their stacks still burning off gas in towers of flame that lit the night sky like candles in a cathedral. The plants were unmanned. Dev could tell by looking. No vehicles in the parking lots, no movement on the catwalks, no lights in the control rooms. The flares burned because the safety systems were designed to burn off excess pressure automatically, and they would continue burning until the fuel supply ran out. When that happened, when the pressure built, with no relief valve, no maintenance, no human hand to turn the right wheel at the right time, the plants would explode. We're living on borrowed time, Joe said, watching a refinery's flame tower as they passed. Every one of those plants is a bomb. Fertilizer, ammonia, chlorine, LNG. When they go, if they go, Dev said. When? She wasn't being dramatic. She was an engineer. She knew what happens to machines without operators, to systems without maintenance, to the carefully balanced industrial infrastructure that underlaid civilization. It breaks. It always breaks. The only question was when and how badly. They entered the Mississippi on day 8. The river was enormous, a mile wide, brown and muscular, the current so powerful that the John boat's 25-horse outboard barely made headway. They stayed close to the east bank, in the slower water behind the wing dams and riprap, and the current still pushed them south faster than the engine pushed them north. Bull took the pirogue into the current like he was born to it, which he was, more or less. He'd run tugboats on this river for 20 years, and he read the water's surface the way Dev read engine diagnostics. Stay behind the eddy line, he called. See where the smooth water meets the rough? Stay smooth. The rough will spin you. Baton Rouge appeared on the east bank, a city of 250,000 people, the state capital, home to LSU, and a dozen petrochemical plants, and the convention center that Reverend Fontaine's broadcast promised was sanctuary. From the river, the city looked almost normal. The skyline was intact. The state capitol tower, the tallest in the Deep South, still standing. No visible fires. The bridge, the I-10 Mississippi River Bridge, was clear of traffic, its span empty against the sky. Too quiet, Lena said. Maybe they cleared it. Maybe. They docked at a marina south of downtown, Catfish Town, a riverside development that had been a restaurant and entertainment district before the outbreak. The boats tied up at a floating dock, and they climbed the levee and looked down at the city. Baton Rouge was not normal. The normalcy was an illusion of distance. Up close, the streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, barricades of sandbags and concrete barriers, military hardware, Humvees, an APC, a National Guard truck with its doors open and its seats bloody. The military had been here. They weren't here now. And in the distance, in the direction of downtown, they could hear the broadcast. Reverend Fontaine's voice, amplified through speakers mounted on light poles, echoing off the buildings, filling the empty streets with the promise of sanctuary. The convention center is 12 blocks north, Darnell said, consulting his maps. River Road to Convention Street, then 3 blocks east. We'll pass through the government district, state capitol, governor's mansion, courts. What's the infection level? Dev asked. Kezia was studying the environment, the birds, the trees, the behavior of a stray dog that watched them from across the street. The dog is calm, she said. Animals can sense the infected, not by sight, but by the virus's effect on the electromagnetic field. It's subtle, but dogs pick it up. If the dog is calm, the immediate area is clear. Or the dog's an idiot, Joe said. Dogs are rarely idiots. People are idiots. Dogs are practical. They move through the streets in a loose formation, lean on point, bull on rear, the others in a cluster. Darnell navigated. The government district was eerie in its emptiness. The buildings intact, the lawns mowed. The automatic sprinklers were still running, Dev noticed, watering grass that nobody would walk on again. The flags at half-staff on every pole. Someone had lowered them. Someone, in the chaos, had thought to lower the flags. They reached the convention center at noon. It was a massive structure. Over 800,000 square feet, a brutalist concrete box fronting the Mississippi River, designed for trade shows and political conventions and the kind of large-scale gathering that defined American commercial life. Now, it was defined by something else. A barricade surrounded it. Not military, improvised. Vehicles pushed into a ring, topped with furniture and debris, gaps filled with sandbags. Armed men and women stood at intervals along the barricade, watching the approaches. They were civilians. No uniforms, no tactical gear. Just people with guns and the determined expressions of people defending something they believed in. And above the barricade, on the convention center's facade, a banner. White cloth, black paint, enormous letters. The Lord's Sanctuary. All are welcome. A gate opened as they approached. A man stepped out, tall, thin, wearing a suit jacket over a t-shirt, carrying no weapon. He spread his arms in a gesture that was both welcoming and theatrical. "Friend," he said, "welcome. Reverend Fontaine has been expecting you." "Expecting us?" Lena said. Her hand was on the Glock. "Expecting everyone. The broadcast brings them. The Lord provides, and the Reverend receives." He smiled. It was a practiced smile, warm, inclusive, slightly too wide. "Please, come in. You look tired. You look hungry. We have food. We have water. We have beds." Dev looked at Nadine. She raised an eyebrow, cautious, but not closed. He looked at Venkatesh, who was studying the barricade with clinical interest. He looked at Lena, whose hand hadn't moved from the Glock. "We'll come in," Dev said, "but we keep our weapons." "Of course, the Lord doesn't ask you to disarm. He asks only that you open your heart." They entered the barricade. Inside, the convention center's parking lot had been transformed into a camp. Tents, cooking fires, a water station fed by a tanker truck. Hundreds of people moved through the space. Families, couples, individuals, children. They looked fed. They looked rested. They looked impossibly normal. A man approached from the convention center's main entrance. He was tall, 6'3", maybe 6'4", gaunt to the point of skeletal, with a frame that seemed to be constructed from angles rather than curves. His hair was white, swept back from a high forehead, and his face was all bones and shadows, the kind of face that was made for stained glass windows. He wore a dark suit, no tie, a white shirt open at the collar. His hands were large, long-fingered, and he held them out as he walked, palms up, the posture of a man with nothing to hide. His voice preceded him. That voice, the one from the broadcast, the one that had guided them north, was even more powerful in person, a deep, rich instrument that seemed to come from somewhere below his chest, from the earth itself. "Welcome," said Reverend Elias Fontaine. "Welcome, friends. You've come a long way. I can see it in your faces, in your shoes, in the way you hold yourselves." He stopped in front of Dev, and his eyes, pale blue, luminous, the eyes of a man who sees what he wants to see and calls it revelation, locked onto Dev's with an intensity that was almost physical. "You carry burdens," Fontaine said. "I can see them. Let me help you set them down." Dev looked at the Reverend. The voice was compelling. The eyes were compelling. Everything about the man was calibrated for persuasion, for the projection of authority and warmth, and some part of Dev, the exhausted, grieving, guilt-ridden part that just wanted someone else to be in charge, wanted to set down the burden. wanted to sit in this parking lot and eat hot food and sleep in a bed and let Reverend Fontaine's voice wash over him like baptism. But another part, the mechanics part, the part that diagnosed failures by the sounds machines made before they broke, heard something wrong in the Reverend's voice. Not a lie exactly. More like an engine running too smooth. A smoothness that came from concealment, from parts that had been bypassed or disconnected to make the performance seem effortless. "Thank you," Dev said. "We'll rest, we'll eat, then we'll move on." Something flickered in Fontaine's eyes. Fast, there and gone, like a spark from a wire. "Of course," he said. "Stay as long as you like, or as little. The Lord's hospitality has no conditions." He turned and walked back into the convention center, and his followers, a dozen of them, all wearing dark clothing, all with that same practiced smile, fanned out to greet the new arrivals, offering food and water and blankets with the efficient warmth of airport greeters. "I don't like him," Lena said. "You don't like anyone," Bull said. "I like everyone here. I don't like him." She was watching Fontaine's receding figure. "His hands are too clean." "What?" "His hands." Nobody's hands are that clean anymore. Not after 8 days of this. His nails are trimmed. His shirt is pressed. Either he's not doing any work, or someone's doing it for him. "He's a preacher," Father Peter said. "Preachers don't do work. They organize others to do it." "Is that a confession, Father?" Peter smiled. It was a thin, tired smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It's an observation from the inside, my dear. I know how the machinery operates." They spent 3 days at the convention center. In those 3 days, Dev learned the layout. The main exhibition hall had been converted to a dormitory. Rows of cots stretching across 100,000 square feet of floor space. The meeting rooms were used for storage, medical care, a nurse's station with limited supplies, and what Fontaine called devotions, daily prayer services that drew hundreds of the center's residents. The food was adequate: canned goods, MREs raided from a National Guard depot, water from the tanker truck that was topped off daily from the Mississippi. Filtered and treated, Venkatesh confirmed, although the filtration system was crude and wouldn't remove the virus if the river became contaminated. The security was real. The armed perimeter, the watch schedules, the patrols. Fontaine's people were organized, disciplined, and genuinely committed to protecting the compound. And the compound was growing. Survivors arrived daily. Groups of 2, 5, 10, drawn by the broadcast, stumbling through the barricade with the dazed relief of shipwreck victims reaching shore. Fontaine greeted each group personally, each time the same gestures, the same words. "Welcome, friends. You carry burdens. Let me help you set them down." Dev watched. He watched the way Fontaine's inner circle, a group of maybe 20, all wearing dark clothing, all with that too smooth demeanor, moved through the compound. They were everywhere, serving food, cleaning, maintaining the barricade, leading the devotions. They were helpful. They were kind. They were watching. "They're tracking who comes and goes," Lena said on the second night. She'd been doing her own watching, the cop's instinct for surveillance, the ability to see observation when others saw hospitality. "The people at the gates aren't just guards. They're logging arrivals." And I noticed something else. Nobody leaves. Maybe nobody wants to leave. Everybody wants to leave eventually. Even a good prison has visitors who go home. Watch the gates tonight. Nobody goes out. Dev watched. She was right. The gates opened to admit new arrivals. They did not open to release departures. On the third morning, he found Venkatesh in the medical station, staring at a wall of patient records that had been tacked up on a corkboard. "Something's wrong," she said, "and the gates. Not just the gates, the records. Look." She pointed to a column of names, new arrivals, dated and logged. Each entry included the person's name, age, the number in their group, and a column labeled status, with check marks in either the clean column or the exposed column. "They're screening for bites," Dev said. "They're screening for something." But look, the exposed column has 23 entries over the past week. 23 people arrived with bites or scratches or fluid exposure. Standard protocol would be quarantine and monitoring. But there's no quarantine area, I asked. Fontaine's people said exposed individuals are taken to a special care unit in the lower levels. Lower levels. The convention center has 2 basement levels: maintenance, storage, mechanical. They're off limits. Fontaine's inner circle only. Have you been down there? No. The stairwell doors are locked and guarded. She pulled her glasses off and cleaned them on her shirt. A nervous gesture, Dev had learned. The thing she did when her mind was racing faster than her mouth. There's something else. I've been monitoring the compound's population. By my count, 847 people arrived in the past 8 days. The current population is approximately 780. 67 people are unaccounted for. The exposed? 23 exposed, yes. That leaves 44 unexposed people who have simply disappeared. Nobody asks about them. When I asked a staffer, she said they'd moved on. But we've established that nobody leaves through the gates. Dev's stomach went cold. Not a sudden cold, a slow, creeping one like stepping into water that looks shallow and finding no bottom. We need to get into the basement. Yes, tonight. Yes. He found Nadine and Lena and told them. Nadine's face went hard, the combat nurse's face, the one that saw triage categories instead of people. Lena's hand found her Glock. I'll go, Lena said. We all go. Nadine, Lena, me. Venkatesh stays up here with the others. If we're not back in an hour, I get everyone to the boats, Venkatesh said. I know. Tomas knows the signal. 2 knocks, pause, 3 knocks on the dormitory wall. That means move. Dev, Nadine's hand on his arm. The warm, steady hand. If what I think is down there's down there, then we get our people and we get out. And the others, the 800 people up here who don't know? Dev looked at her. The question was simple. The answer was not. 800 people, sleeping in cots, eating MREs, trusting a man with clean hands and a cathedral voice. If what was in the basement was what Venkatesh suspected, what Dev's gut, his mechanic's instinct for the wrongness in the machine, was screaming at him, then 800 people were in a trap. We can't save 800 people. No, Nadine agreed, but we can warn them. They went at 2 a.m. The convention center was quiet, the dormitory full of sleeping bodies, the hallways dimly lit by emergency lights that ran off the building's backup generator. Fontaine's inner circle maintained a skeleton patrol at night. 2 people at the main entrance, 2 at the barricade gates, and 1 at each stairwell door leading to the basement levels. Lena handled the stairwell guard. She approached from behind, not violently, not aggressively, but with the quiet authority of a woman with a badge and a gun. Don't turn around, she said. I'm Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Department. I need to go downstairs. The guard, a young woman, 20s, with the soft eyes of a true believer, turned around anyway. The lower levels are restricted. Reverend Fontaine is asleep. I'm not asking Reverend Fontaine. I'm asking you. Step aside. I can't do that. My instructions... Your instructions come from a man who locked people underground. I can see it in your face. You know something's wrong. You've known for a while. The question is whether you're going to stand between me and the truth, or whether you're going to be the person who helped uncover it. The young woman's eyes filled with tears. Not fear. Something more complex. Something that looked like the crumbling of a structure that had been held together by will and habit and the desperate need to believe. She stepped aside. He says they're being cared for, she whispered. He says the Lord is healing them. The Lord doesn't lock people in basements, Father Peter said. He'd appeared behind them, uninvited, unannounced, moving with a silence that seemed impossible for a 67-year-old man with shaking hands. I know a few things about the Lord, and I know that. They descended. The stairwell was concrete, utilitarian, lit by a single bulb at each landing. The air changed as they went down. Warmer, damper, and the smell hit them on the second landing. Dev knew the smell. It was the smell from Montagut, from the bayou, from every place the dead had congregated. Salt, ammonia, rot, and underneath it, something older, something that belonged to the deep earth and deep water and should have stayed there. The basement door was heavy steel, fire-rated, with a keycard lock that the young guard had given Lena the code to. It beeped, clicked, and opened onto a corridor that stretched into dimness. The corridor was lined with chain-link enclosures, dog runs, essentially, 10-foot by 10-foot cages with concrete floors and no furnishing. Each cage had a bucket of water and nothing else. The cages were occupied. In the first cage, an infected woman stood facing the wall. She swayed. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers twitching. She wore a nightgown, a survivor who'd arrived in her sleepwear, who'd been screened, classified as exposed, and brought down here. In the second cage, two infected, a man and a teenager, stood in the center, motionless, in that stage 2 stillness. Their eyes were open. Their mouths worked silently. In the third cage, a living person, a man, uninfected, sitting on the concrete floor with his back to the chain link, his head in his hands. He looked up when he heard them. "Please," he said, "please, they put me in here 2 days ago. I'm not bitten. I'm not infected. I questioned the Reverend. I asked him about the people who went missing, and his people brought me down here, and please—" Lena was already at the cage, her hands on the chain link. "How many people are down here?" "I don't know. Dozens. Some of them are them, the dead ones. And some are alive. They put them in together. The living and the dead. His voice broke. "They say it's a test of faith. If you believe, the dead won't harm you. If you don't believe—" A sound from deeper in the corridor, the gargling, rising from multiple throats, from multiple cages, a chorus of the dead that echoed off the concrete and filled the space with vibration. "We get him out," Dev said. "We get everyone out." "The cages are padlocked," Lena said. "I need bolt cutters." "Joe has bolt cutters in her duffel." "Then go get Joe." Dev ran. He took the stairs 2 at a time, burst into the hallway, and collided with a figure in the dark. He went down. The figure went down. They scrambled apart, and Dev was reaching for his scalpel when the figure spoke. "Fancy meeting you here?" Joe's voice. She was already standing, her duffel over one shoulder, the pipe wrench in her hand. "I couldn't sleep. Thought I'd do some exploring." "Basement. Now." Joe didn't ask questions. She followed, her boots quiet on the stairs, the pipe wrench swinging at her side. When she saw the corridor, the cages, the infected, the living people imprisoned with the dead, her face went through a series of transformations. Shock, horror, and then something harder, something forged. "Bolt cutters," she said. She opened the duffel and pulled them out. Heavy-duty, 36-inch, the kind used to cut rebar. She went to the first cage with a living person and cut the padlock in a single stroke. The man crawled out. He was shaking so badly he couldn't stand. Nadine helped him up, checked him, no wounds, no fever, and pointed him toward the stairs. Joe moved to the next cage, cut the lock. A woman inside, alive, clutching a rosary. The next cage, 2 men alive huddled in the corner. The next, they freed 11 living people from the cages. The infected in the other cages stirred as the group moved through the corridor. The gargling growing louder, the shapes pressing against the chain link, fingers worming through the gaps. One of them, a bloater, swollen and taut, confined in a cage that seemed too small for its distended body, pressed against the chain link, hard enough to bow the metal outward. "We need to go," Lena said, "before the inner circle realizes—" "Realizes what?" The voice came from the end of the corridor. Reverend Elias Fontaine stood at the far stairwell entrance, flanked by 4 of his inner circle. He wore the same dark suit, the same white shirt, and in his hand he held a Bible, the way other men held weapons, with certainty, with intent. "Brother Dev," Fontaine said. He walked toward them, unhurried, his steps echoing in the concrete space. "I had hoped you would understand without needing to see." "Understand what? That you're feeding people to the dead?" "Feeding?" Fontaine's voice held genuine surprise, or the performance of genuine surprise. With a man like this, the distinction might not exist. "No, brother, this is not feeding. This is—" Testing. The Lord tests his faithful. Abraham and Isaac. Job and his trials. The Lord sends suffering not to destroy, but to refine. There are dead people in those cages. Not dead, risen. The risen faithful, brother. The first wave of the Lord's army, they have shed their earthly weakness and been reborn into bodies that do not tire, do not hunger, do not doubt. He was close now. Close enough that Dev could see the light in his eyes. Not madness, not exactly, but something beyond reason. A conviction so total that it had replaced thought. The living who are placed among the risen are being tested. Those who believe, truly believe, will not be harmed. They will be immune. That's insane, Lena said. Is it? Fontaine turned to her. Deputy Marchetti, I was a pastor for 30 years. I've seen faith heal wounds that medicine could not. I've seen the power of belief move mountains that logic declared immovable. And now, he spread his arms, taking in the corridor, the cages, the infected pressing against the chain link. Now I have proof. I have been bitten 3 times, and I stand before you, whole and healthy and uninfected. The corridor went silent. Even the gargling seemed to fade. Show us, Venkatesh said. She'd followed them, of course she had, the scientist unable to resist the data. She stood at the top of the stairwell, her face illuminated by the emergency light, and her eyes behind the glasses were sharp and hungry. Fontaine rolled up his left sleeve. 3 marks on his forearm. Bite wounds, healed, scarred over with pink tissue. Recent, unmistakable. Bitten on day 3, he said. Bitten again on day 5, and again on day 7. Each time I prayed, each time the Lord delivered me. Venkatesh descended the stairs slowly. She took Fontaine's arm and examined the scars, turning his wrist under the emergency light. Her face was a mask, but behind the mask, Dev could see the wheels turning. The clinical brain processing data that the emotional brain couldn't handle. These are genuine bite wounds, she said. Healed. No sign of infection. Because faith, because you're immune. Venkatesh dropped his arm. Natural immunity. The virus, like all pathogens, encounters individuals whose biology is resistant. It's not faith, Reverend. It's genetics. Roughly 2% of any population will carry natural immunity to any given pathogen. You're in the 2%. I don't accept that. Your acceptance is irrelevant. The data is the data. You're immune. Some of your inner circle may be immune. The people in those cages are not. And by placing them with active infected, you are killing them. I am testing them. You are killing them. Fontaine's face changed. The warmth, the practiced, projected warmth of a man who'd spent his career cultivating it, flickered. Underneath was something else. Not cruelty exactly, not malice, something worse. Certainty. The immovable, incorruptible certainty of a man who has found the one truth that makes sense of a senseless world, and who will break anything, anyone, that threatens that truth. You should leave, Fontaine said. His voice was quiet now, the projection gone, and the quiet was more frightening than the volume. Take your people. Go. But the 11 you freed, they stay. They are mine. They're not yours, Dev said. They came to me. They ate my food. They slept under my roof. They are mine. Nobody belongs to you. Fontaine looked at Dev. The pale blue eyes locked onto his, and Dev felt the force of the man's gaze like a physical pressure, the weight of charisma, of conviction, of a personality that had been filling rooms and commanding obedience for decades. Your brother's in New Orleans, Fontaine said. Dev went still. Oh yes, I know about your brother. I know about Remy. My people listen, brother. They watch. They serve the Lord, and the Lord rewards them with knowledge. Fontaine stepped closer. Your brother went to New Orleans because he was told to, by Helicon, by the company that caused this plague. Your brother is a pawn, and you are walking into a trap. And the only safety, is here, with me, under the Lord's protection. How do you know about Helicon? Because I know everything that happens in my parish. I was the pastor of the largest church in Baton Rouge before the Lord showed me a larger purpose. I have connections, I have sources, I have the truth. He paused. Stay, Brother Dev. Stay and be safe. Or go and die in New Orleans, and your brother dies with you, and nobody carries the child. What child? Fontaine smiled. It was the wrong smile, not warm, not welcoming, but knowing. The smile of a man holding cards he shouldn't have. The child your brother went to New Orleans for. The infant. Lila. Your niece. He leaned in. I know everything, brother. The Lord provides. Dev's hands were shaking. The rage was building in his chest. A physical thing, hot and expanding, pressing against his ribs. He wanted to hit this man. Wanted to take the pipe wrench from Joe and swing it at that angular, smiling face. Wanted to break something, anything, because the alternative was feeling the fear underneath the rage. The fear that Fontaine was right, that New Orleans was a death sentence, that Remy was already gone. Nadine's hand on his arm, warm, steady. The anchor. We're leaving, Dev said. All of us, including the 11. I can't allow. You can, and you will. Because if you don't, I'll tell everyone upstairs what's in your basement. I'll tell the 800 people sleeping in your dormitory that you've been feeding their missing neighbors to the dead. And when I tell them, some of them will believe me. And when they believe me, your sanctuary falls apart. Your power falls apart. Your faith falls apart. Fontaine's face went through its own transformation. The warmth, the certainty, the charisma, all of it stripped back for a single, naked moment, revealing the foundation beneath. And the foundation was fear. Not fear of Dev, not fear of violence, fear of irrelevance. Fear that the 800 people upstairs would stop listening to his voice, stop needing his certainty, stop believing that he was the one with the answers. It was the fear of every preacher, every politician, every man who had built his life on the sound of his own voice and knew, in some chamber of his heart, that he never entered, that the voice was all he had. Go, Fontaine said. The word was a whisper. Go, and take them, and know that you are taking them to their deaths. Maybe, Dev said, but at least they'll die free. They left the convention center at 3 a.m., 36 hours ahead of the schedule Dev had planned. 26 people now, the original 15, plus the 11 freed from the basement. The 11 were in various states of shock, dehydration, and injury. 3 of them couldn't walk without support. One was a child, a girl, maybe 8, who'd been locked in a cage, adjacent to an active infected for 18 hours. They had no time to gather supplies. Fontaine's inner circle was already mobilizing, not to stop them physically. Fontaine was smarter than that. Violence would shatter his illusion of benevolence. But to close the gates, to make departure difficult, to exert the soft pressure of disappointment and concern, that was the cult leader's primary weapon. Nadine organized the exodus with military precision. Walking wounded in the center, children with adults, weapons on the perimeter. Move fast, move quiet, don't look back. They moved through the convention center's parking lot, past the sleeping camp, past the barricade. The gate was closed. 2 of Fontaine's people stood in front of it, arms crossed. Reverend Fontaine asks that you reconsider, one of them said. Bull walked up to the gate. He didn't speak. He put his hands on the chain link and pulled. The gate came off its hinges with a sound like tearing metal, and Bull set it aside as gently as a man, moving a piece of furniture. Reconsidered, Bull said. They passed through. The streets of Baton Rouge swallowed them. Dark, empty, the AM broadcast still playing from the speakers on the light poles. Fontaine's voice following them like a pursuing ghost. There is sanctuary. There is hope. There is a place for you at the table of the Lord. They walked faster. Behind them, from the convention center, Dev heard the sound of the backup generator changing pitch. Someone had turned on the floodlights. The compound was waking. Fontaine was rallying his people. "He'll come after us," Lena said. "Not in the dark. He controls his people with words, and words need an audience. He'll wait until morning. Tell his flock that we were lost souls who rejected the Lord's grace. Build us into a cautionary tale. And then he'll send people to bring us back. Not all of us. Just the ones who questioned him. The ones who might tell others what's in the basement." Dev looked over his shoulder. The convention center's floodlights were visible above the rooftops, a white glow against the dark sky. 800 people in there. 800 people. Trusting a man who locked dissenters in cages with the dead. "We can't save them," Nadine said, reading his face. "Not tonight. Not with 26 people and 26 rounds. No. But we can remember them." Yeah. They reached the boats by dawn. The pirogue, the John boat, and now 2 additional craft. A canoe and a bass boat that Darnell and Tomas had found at the marina during the 3-day rest. 4 boats, 26 people, overloaded but mobile. Dev started the outboard. The engine caught on the first pull. Joe's fuel filter was doing its job, the motor running clean and steady. "Now where to?" Tomas asked from the pirogue. Dev looked north. Across the river, the Atchafalaya Basin stretched to the horizon. 800,000 acres of river swamp. A maze of water and trees and islands that was the largest wetland in the United States. Beyond it, the trace roads that led north through Mississippi. Beyond those, the Appalachian foothills, where elevation meant cold, and cold meant slow infected, and slow infected meant something that almost resembled safety. But between here and there, New Orleans, Remy, Lila, the truth about Helicon. The hard drive that Dev didn't know existed yet, sitting in his brother's backpack in a barricaded apartment in the lower 9th Ward. Waiting. "East," Dev said. "We follow the river east, then south, toward New Orleans, through the Atchafalaya, through whatever's between here and my brother." The boats pushed out from the marina, caught the river's current, and turned east. Behind them, the Baton Rouge Convention Center's AM broadcast continued. Reverend Fontaine's voice carried by the wind, growing fainter with each stroke of the paddle until it was just another sound in a world full of sounds. Another voice promising things it couldn't deliver. Another machine running on borrowed fuel. Another lie dressed in the language of hope. Dev paddled. His hands bled through the bandages. The sun came up. The river carried them east, and the dead were in the water and on the banks and in the buildings and in the sky. Everywhere. And somewhere ahead, his brother was alive. He had to be alive. Dev paddled harder. The water stretched ahead, brown and endless, and the current pushed south toward the Gulf, toward the salt, toward the source of everything that had gone wrong. They fought the current. They would always be fighting the current, but they were moving. Forward, east, toward the city, toward the truth, toward whatever waited in the dark water at the end of the road. The broadcast faded. The river took them. And in Baton Rouge, Reverend Elias Fontaine stood on the convention center's roof and watched them go with pale blue eyes that held no warmth, no mercy, and no doubt. He pressed his hand to the 3 scars on his forearm and whispered a prayer to a God he had invented in his own image. "They'll be back," he said to no one, "or they'll be dead. Either way, the Lord provides." Below him in the basement, the cages waited. Empty now, but not for long. On the river in the 3rd hour of paddling, Ollie held up his notebook. He'd been drawing since they left the marina, hunched over the waterlogged pages, his pencil moving with the relentless focus of a boy who had found the one thing he could do in a world that had taken everything else. The drawing was Fontaine, standing at a pulpit that was also a cage. His hands raised, palms up, his mouth open, mid-sermon, and behind him in the shadows, shapes with glowing eyes, listening, learning, waiting. At the bottom of the page, in careful handwriting. The man who feeds people to the dark. Nadine looked at the drawing. Her face, the warm, steady face of the group's heart, went tight. She put her arm around the boy and pulled him close, and Ollie let himself be held, and his pencil kept moving, drawing the next image before the first had dried. The river carried them east, the dead carried on. And somewhere ahead in the drowning ruins of New Orleans, a man with golden boy charm held a baby in his arms and packed ice against a bite wound and prayed, not to God, but to his brother. Come find me, Dev. Please, come find me before I'm gone. The boats moved on. The water was warm. The sun was climbing. And in the deep channels beneath the river's brown surface, something shifted. Something large, something patient, something that had once been alive, and now was something else entirely, and followed the vibration of the outboard motor east. They didn't look back. They couldn't afford to. The Atchafalaya Basin opened before them like a wound in the earth. 800,000 acres of flooded forest, stretching from the Mississippi River to the Gulf, a labyrinth of black water and cypress and silence so deep it had weight. Dev had been in the basin before, twice, both times on commercial jobs, pulling a disabled shrimp boat out of Henderson Levee, replacing a water pump on a houseboat near Butte La Rose. Both times he'd felt the swamp watching him, the way you feel eyes on your back in an empty room, and both times he'd been glad to leave. Now they were entering it with 26 people in 4 boats, and leaving was not guaranteed. The transition from the Mississippi was gradual, the river's brown current giving way to the black tannin-stained water of the basin's interior, the open sky closing as cypress and tupelo closed overhead, the sounds of the river fading until all that remained was the drip of water from paddles, the creak of wood, and the birds. The birds were still here. Egrets, herons, ibises, white shapes in the green canopy, watching the boats pass with the detached curiosity of creatures that had outlasted every catastrophe the earth had thrown at them for 60 million years. They were here before the dinosaurs died, Kezia said, watching an egret lift from a branch. They'll be here after us. Cheerful, Joe said, accurate. They moved in a line, Dev's John boat first, Bull's pirogue second, Darnell's canoe third, and the base boat bringing up the rear with Lena at the tiller. The base boat was the fastest but the loudest, its outboard a constant low rumble that Dev winced at every time the wind shifted, and the sound seemed to amplify. Kill the engine on the base boat, he said. Paddles only from here. That'll slow us to a crawl, Lena called. A quiet crawl is better than a loud sprint. Lena killed the engine. The silence that followed was immediate and profound. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of something else. A stillness that was alive, breathing, aware. The basin's water was a mirror. The trees reflected so perfectly that up and down lost meaning, and Dev had the unsettling sensation of floating between 2 skies. Kezia navigated. Her knowledge of the Atchafalaya was less specific than her knowledge of the coastal bayous. She'd been here for fieldwork, not for a lifetime, but she read the water with the same intuitive precision, pointing out current lines, shallows, deadfall. She'd borrowed Darnell's maps and annotated them with her own observations. Water depth estimates, vegetation types, notes on the bird and animal activity that told her what was ahead. The infected will be sparse here, she said. Low population density. The nearest town of any size is Breaux Bridge, 10 miles north. But the ones who are here will be different. Different how? Bull asked. Freshwater. The virus is slowed by freshwater. Venkatesh said the infected in freshwater environments would be sluggish, less coordinated. But the virus adapts. Given time, it'll find a way to optimize for this environment. How much time? I don't know. Days, weeks. The virus has been active for 11 days. The infected that are in this swamp have been in fresh water for most of that time. They might be almost dormant. She paused. Or they might be something we haven't seen yet. They paddled in silence for an hour. The cypress trunks grew enormous, 10 feet, 12 feet across, ancient trees that had been growing before Columbus was born, their roots spreading through the black water in gnarled, interlocking networks that formed natural platforms above the waterline. Spanish moss hung from every branch in gray curtains, and the light that filtered through the canopy was green and gold and underwater, the light of a drowned cathedral. Dev's arms ached. His hands had blistered, healed, and blistered again. The skin on his palms, a topography of pain that he'd stopped noticing because noticing required attention he couldn't spare. The scalpel sat in his belt, the tire iron across his thighs. He paddled with a rhythm that had become automatic. Dip, pull, recover, dip. The motion of a machine doing what machines do. Working. Ollie sat in the bow, drawing. He'd filled 7 pages since Baton Rouge. The convention center, the basement cages, Fontaine's face, the river at dawn. His drawings were becoming something more than record. They were becoming art, raw, unfiltered, the visual equivalent of a scream rendered in graphite. Dev glanced at the current page and saw a landscape, the basin, the water, the trees, and in the water, barely visible, shapes, faces, looking up from below the surface. "You see things the rest of us don't," Dev said to the boy. Ollie looked at him. His eyes, dark, enormous behind the cracked glasses, held something that was neither childhood innocence nor adult knowledge, but the space between them, the fractured middle ground of a person who'd been forced to grow up in the span of a morning. He wrote in his notebook, "I see what's there. Most people look away." Dev didn't look away. He looked at the water, the black, reflective, bottomless water of the Atchafalaya, and he tried to see what Ollie saw. The water stared back, and the shapes in it were shadows, or reflections, or imagination, or something else. He paddled on. They found the platform at midday, a traditional Cajun fishing camp, built on stilts in a grove of cypress, 20 feet above the water. It was old, weathered, the wood gray and split, but the structure was sound. Cypress pilings driven deep into the muck, cross-braced with iron bolts that had rusted to the color of dried blood. A ladder of 2x4s climbed one piling to the platform above. "We camp here," Dev said. "Rest until dark, then move." The platform was large enough for the group if they packed tight, 30 feet by 20, with a tin roof that was more rust than metal, but still kept the sun off. There was no railing, no walls, just a flat surface overlooking the swamp in all directions. From up here, Dev could see a quarter-mile through the trees, the water stretching out flat and dark, the cypress trunks rising from it like the columns of a ruined temple, the moss hanging motionless in air that didn't move. Bull climbed the ladder last, his weight making the 2x4s creak alarmingly. He reached the top and sat down with a groan that came from somewhere deep in his body, the sound of a large man whose joints were protesting the demands of a life that had suddenly become all motion and no rest. "I'm getting too old for this," he said. "You're 45, Joe said. "I'm 45, and I weigh 280, and I've been paddling for 3 days straight. My body thinks I'm 90. He stretched his legs out, the massive boots hanging over the platform's edge. "My wife used to tell me—" He stopped, swallowed. The sentence hung in the air, unfinished, a bridge with no far shore. "What did she tell you?" Nadine asked. Gentle, not pushing, offering. Bull was quiet for a long time. The swamp's silence filled the space where his voice had been. Then, "She told me I was built for comfort, not speed. And she was right. I'm a tugboat captain. I push things slowly across long distances. I don't sprint, I don't climb, I push." He looked at his hands the size of dinner plates, scarred and calloused. "She was the fastest person I ever knew. Small woman, 5'2", 110 pounds, and she moved like water, like she was poured from one place to the next. When she—" He stopped again. His face worked through something that was too private to watch, and Dev looked away at the trees, at the water, at anything else. "When she turned," Bull said. The words came out like stones dropped in water, heavy, final, sinking. "She was fast, faster than she'd been alive. She came at me across the kitchen and I couldn't do it. I had the gun, I had the shot, and I couldn't do it." "You don't have to tell us this," Nadine said. "I know, but I'm going to." He took a breath that expanded his massive chest and let it out slowly, like a pressure valve releasing. I got her in the engine room, on the tug. She'd followed me down the companionway, and I got the hatch closed, and I chained it. She's still in there, on the Marguerite B in the engine room. He paused. I go down and talk to her. Through the hatch. She can't. But I talk to her. Tell her about the weather, about the river, about what I had for dinner. The things I used to tell her when I came home from a run. The platform was silent. The swamp's sounds crept in. The lap of water against the pilings, the distant cry of a hawk, the buzz of insects that lived in the spaces between silence and sound. The tug's in Huma, Lena said carefully. We passed through Huma. I know where my boat is. Bull's voice didn't change, still low, still steady, but something in his eyes shifted, and Dev saw it and understood. Bull knew. He knew that his wife was a corpse chained in an engine room, on a boat that was behind them, that every mile north was a mile farther from the hatch he'd talked through, from the woman he'd loved and couldn't save and couldn't release. He knew, and he was here anyway, paddling, moving, carrying the weight of her in a place no one could see. Dev looked at Nadine. She was watching Bull with the expression of someone who understands that some wounds are not for treatment, but for bearing. We all carry things, she said. Not to Bull, not to anyone. To the air, to the swamp, to the water that held them up and hid things beneath its surface. Dev slept. In his dreams, the water rose, not around him, but through him, filling his lungs, his veins, his thoughts, replacing everything he was with the dark tannin taste of the basin. He dreamed he was a machine, a pump, cycling water from the swamp through his body and back again. And the water carried voices, Remy's voice, his mother's voice, Claude Bourg's voice saying, Dev, you hear that? Over and over. And the pump kept cycling, and the voices kept coming, and the water kept rising. He woke to gunfire, not close, a quarter mile away, maybe less. The sharp crack of a rifle echoing through the trees in a way that made the sound seem to come from everywhere at once. One shot, then two more. Then silence. Everyone was awake. Lena had her Glock drawn, crouched at the platform's edge, scanning the swamp below. Bull was on his feet, rebar in hand, his massive silhouette blocking the last of the daylight. The children from Marcus's group huddled behind Nadine, who'd positioned herself between them and the platform's edge, with the automatic calm of someone who'd done this before. Direction? Dev asked Kezia. She was listening, her head tilted, eyes closed. Northwest, maybe 200 meters, on the water. Another shot. Closer now. Then, a sound that Dev recognized. The whine of an outboard engine, running hard, the pitch rising and falling as the boat navigated the narrow channels between the cypress. Someone's coming, Tomas said. He was at the ladder, looking down at the water. Moving fast. Toward us? Can't tell yet. The engine sound grew. A boat appeared between the trees, a flat bottom, aluminum, moving its speed through water that was too shallow and too cluttered for speed. A figure at the tiller hunched, steering with one hand. No lights, no running markers. Just the whine of the engine and the slap of the hull against the water. Behind the boat, in the water, shapes, moving. The gargling sound, faint with distance, but unmistakable. That waterlogged vocalization that Dev's brain had filed under death. They're being chased, Kezia said. The boat was close enough now to see the figure clearly. A person, gender indeterminate at this distance, wearing a dark jacket, their posture urgent and desperate. They were looking over their shoulder at the shapes in the water, then forward at the maze of cypress trunks, then over their shoulder again. They're going to hit the deadfall, Kezia said. She pointed to a massive cypress trunk that had fallen across the channel 30 meters ahead of the boat, its branches creating a lattice of wood just below the waterline, invisible from the driver's perspective. Flash the light, Dev said. Warn them! Tomas grabbed a flashlight and pulsed it. 3 flashes, the universal signal for stop. The figure in the boat looked up, saw the light, saw the platform, and swerved. Hard, too hard, the flat bottom catching a submerged root and flipping. The crash was enormous in the swamp's silence. The boat going over, the engine screaming as the prop came out of the water, the splash of the driver hitting the surface. The figure surfaced immediately, sputtering, and began swimming toward the platform with the frantic, inefficient strokes of someone who'd never been a strong swimmer. Behind the overturned boat, the shapes in the water converged on the sound. "Rope," Dev said. Joe was already pulling a coil from the supply pile. Dev took it, tied a quick bowline loop, and threw it toward the swimmer. The loop landed 2 feet to the left. The swimmer grabbed it, got an arm through, and Dev hauled. The figure coming through the water fast, too fast, dragged by the rope as Dev and Bull pulled hand over hand. They got the swimmer to the base of the platform. Tomas was down the ladder in seconds, reaching, grabbing, pulling. The figure came up the ladder, soaking, gasping, shaking, and collapsed on the platform. A woman, mid-30s, dark, curly hair, plastered to her face, wearing a Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Deputy uniform under a dark jacket. She lay on her back and stared at the tin roof and breathed like someone who'd forgotten how. "Lena," the woman said. Dev looked at Lena. Lena's face had gone white. "Angie," Lena said. "Angie Fontenot." "You know her?" Dev asked. She was my partner, my patrol partner." Lena holstered her Glock and knelt beside the woman, and for the first time since Dev had met her, Lena's hands were shaking in a way that wasn't about adrenaline. "I thought you were dead." "Almost." Angie Fontenot sat up, coughing. She was bleeding from a cut on her forehead, and her left arm hung wrong. Dislocated, Dev thought, or fractured. God, Lena. I've been trying to get north. I was at the substation in Dulac when it started. We held it for 2 days. Then, she shook her head. Then it got bad. Your arm. Fell off a roof 3 days ago. It's not broken, just... She tried to move it. Her face went gray. Okay, maybe broken. Nadine was already beside her, hands moving with the diagnostic speed of a trauma nurse. Dislocated. I can reset it, but it'll hurt. Everything hurts. This'll hurt more. Bite down. Nadine gave her a folded piece of leather from the supply kit. On 3. 1, she didn't say 2. She pulled. The joint popped. Angie screamed through the leather, a muffled animal sound, and then she was panting, sweating, her arm back in its socket, and the world swimming behind her eyes. You should have said 2, Angie whispered. If I say 2, people tense up. Tensing makes it worse. Lena was still kneeling beside her. Her face had gone through the white and come out the other side into something harder, more complex. Dev recognized the expression. It was the look of someone recalculating the weight they were carrying, adding a new variable to an equation that was already unsolvable. Your partner? Dev said quietly to Lena, while Nadine splinted Angie's arm. You said you killed your partner. My other partner. Lena's voice was barely audible. Mark Del Cambre. She stopped. He turned on day 1, in the cruiser. I was driving. He seized in the passenger seat, and when he came back wrong, and She touched the Glock. I used 1 round. Lena, 1 round, close range. The man I was sleeping with. She looked at her hands. And then I drove for 3 hours before I stopped. Because I forgot how to stop. The car ran out of gas on Highway 315, and I sat there until I remembered how to open the door. Dev said nothing. There was nothing to say that wouldn't be an insult to the size of what she'd told him. He put his hand on her shoulder, briefly, lightly, the way Nadine did, and she didn't pull away. Below the platform, the shapes in the water had reached the overturned boat. They milled around it, bumping it with their bodies, their gargling rising and falling in the swamp's acoustics. But they didn't climb the pilings. They didn't try. They stood in the water, up to their chests, up to their necks. And they swayed. And they watched the platform with milky eyes. And they waited. Why aren't they climbing? Marcus's old couple, Earl and Dorothy, were watching from behind Bull, holding hands as always. They can't, Venkatesh said. She'd been observing the infected with her phone's camera, taking video, her face set in the analytical mask that was her armor. These are freshwater adapted. The virus's motor coordination is compromised by the freshwater immersion. They can walk slowly, they can grasp, but complex motor tasks, climbing, jumping, running, Are degraded. She paused. For now. For now, Lena repeated. The virus adapts. Given time, it will optimize for freshwater environments. These infected are slow now. They won't be slow forever. Below, the infected waited. 8 of them, standing in waist-deep water, their faces turned upward. One of them, a man in overalls, his skin gray-green, his eyes milky, opened his mouth and the gargling sound came out. But wrong. Slower. Lower. Distorted by the fresh water that had saturated his lungs, like a voice played at half speed. Dev watched them, and behind the revulsion and the fear, a thought formed. The mechanic's thought, the one that saw problems as systems, and systems as things that could be understood. They're different here. The environment changes them. What else does the environment change? Kezia, he said, no, the alligators. She looked at him. What about them? You said the virus is in the water. You said the animals are turning. Are there infected alligators in this swamp? Kezia was quiet for a moment. She looked at the water, the black, still, reflective water of the Atchafalaya, and her face went through an expression that Dev recognized. It was the expression of someone who has been trying not to think about something and has just been forced to think about it. I haven't seen any, she said, but I haven't seen any regular alligators either. The silence after that had teeth. Night in the Atchafalaya. They didn't move. The infected below the platform stayed, their slow gargling a constant undertone, the sound of a machine idling, present, persistent, not threatening enough to flee from, but too threatening to ignore. Dev sat at the platform's edge with his legs dangling, the tire iron across his thighs, watching the shapes in the water by the light of a half-moon that turned the swamp into a silver and black photograph. Angie Fontenot slept, her splinted arm across her chest, Lena sitting beside her with the Glock in her lap. The two women were a study in contrasts. Angie, who'd been alone for 11 days, who'd run and hidden and fought and been broken and had come out the other side with a dislocated shoulder and a laugh that surprised everyone. And Lena, who'd been surrounded by people since day one, but who'd been alone in the only way that mattered, carrying the memory of a gunshot in a passenger seat and a man whose name she couldn't say without her jaw tightening. Dev watched them and thought about the mechanics of human connection, how people fit together, the tolerances and clearances, the way grief could bond or separate depending on how the parts were aligned. Lena and Angie had been partners. The word meant different things. Patrol partners, friends, the people who sat beside you in the cruiser and covered your back when the night went sideways. Now they were together again, and the dynamic between them was recalibrating. The old patterns overlaid by new damage, the fit less certain. Tomas was carving. He'd finished 4 pieces since Baton Rouge, a shrimp boat for Jerry, a pair of hands for Bull's wife Marguerite, a cage for the people in Fontaine's basement, and now a bird, an egret, wings spread caught mid-flight. He carved with a patience that was almost meditative, his knife moving in small, precise strokes, the shavings falling into the water below like tiny offerings. Who's this one for? Dev asked. Dr. Treadway, the scientist from Cocodrie. That was days ago. I don't forget. He held the egret up, turned it in the moonlight. The wings were detailed, individual feathers, the curve of the primary flight feathers, the angle of the neck in flight. Each one is for someone who died. Each one is the shape I think their soul would take if souls had shapes. You believe in souls? I believe in remembering. Whether it's souls or memory or wood, he shrugged. It's the same. Something that says, you were here. You mattered. Dev looked at the small wooden bird. In the moonlight, it seemed almost alive, the wings catching the silver light, the neck extended, the body poised between landing and flight. Make one for Claude, Dev said. Claude Bourg, my neighbor. He was the first one I know. Tomas's knife paused. I'll make his next. What shape? Dev thought. Claude Bourg, 70 years old, Vietnam vet, widower, the man who'd taught Dev to bait a crab trap and run a trot line. The man who'd walked across the road with a shotgun and hadn't raised it because you don't point a gun at a woman you've known for 40 years. A heron, Dev said. He used to sit on his porch at dawn and watch the herons in the ditch, He said they were the most patient things in the world. Tomas nodded. He set the egret aside and picked up a new piece of wood, driftwood, smooth and pale, found floating in the basin's current. His knife began to move. The trouble came from the north, not the infected. The infected below the platform were static, standing sentinels in waist-deep water, as much a part of the landscape as the cypress trunks. The trouble was human. Dev heard the engine first. Distant, growing, the distinctive whine of an airboat's fan. A sound that carried for miles across flat water. He sat up and looked north, where the swamp's channels opened toward the intracoastal waterway. "That's an airboat," Bull said. He'd been dozing against a piling, his rebar across his knees, but the sound brought him up like a jack-in-the-box. "Big fan. Sounds like a 454 Chevy. That's not a fishing rig. That's a kingfisher," Kezia said. Her voice was flat with certainty. The sound grew. Not one engine. 2, 3. A formation of airboats, moving south through the basin, the fans roaring in the dawn stillness. Dev could see them now, flat-hulled boats with elevated seats, and the massive propeller cages mounted on the stern, moving fast across the shallow water, navigating the cypress maze with the confidence of operators who knew the territory. "They're sweeping," Lena said. She was at the platform's edge, binoculars up, the pair from Nadine's kit, compact and military. 3 boats, line abreast, maybe 200 meters apart. Search pattern. Looking for what? For anything, for anyone. That's how Guidry operates. He doesn't wait for people to come to him. He goes out and collects them. She lowered the binoculars. "They've seen us." The lead airboat had changed course, angling toward the platform, the fan's pitch dropping as the operator throttled back. Dev could see the men on board, 3 per boat, armed, wearing the mismatched clothing of civilians who'd chosen to be soldiers. The lead boat had a man standing in the elevated driver's seat with binoculars, and he was pointing directly at the platform. "Options," Dev said. "Fight," Bull said. "With what? A handgun and a tire iron against 9 men with rifles?" "Run," Tomas said. "The boats are below. We can—" "They're faster. Airboats do 40 on open water. We do 6. "Hide," Kezia said. "Get off the platform, into the trees. They can't navigate the airboats through dense cypress. 26 people in the trees, with the infected in the water? The infected are slow here. We can move through them faster than they can react. You're betting our lives on slow. I'm betting our lives on physics. The freshwater degrades their motor function. We're faster, we're smarter, and we know the swamp." "You know the swamp?" "Yes, I do." Dev looked at the approaching airboats, 200 meters, moving fast. The men on board had rifles up, not aiming, not yet, but ready. The posture of men who expected compliance and were prepared for the alternative. "Everyone down the ladder," Dev said, "into the boats. Now." Kezia leads. "Stay in the cypress. Stay in the shallow channels. They can't follow us where the water's shallow and the trees are tight." They moved. 26 people down a 2x4 ladder in under 3 minutes. A controlled chaos of hands and feet and whispered commands. The children handed down like packages, the old couple helped by Bull and Tomas. Angie with her splinted arm guided by Lena. The boats were loaded by the time the first airboat reached the platform, and Dev was in the John boat with the engine started, throttle open, heading into the narrow channel between 2 massive cypress trunks. "Stop!" A voice from the airboat, amplified by a bullhorn. "This is Kingfisher Authority. All vessels will halt for inspection." Dev didn't halt. He drove the John boat into the channel, branches scraping the hull, the engine whining as the prop hit submerged roots. Behind him, the pirogue and canoe and base boat followed, Kezia in the lead boat calling directions. "Left! Hard left! Under the deadfall! Watch the cypress knees!" The airboats tried to follow. The lead boat entered the channel and immediately ran aground, the flat hull catching on the submerged root system, the fans screaming as the operator tried to power through. The second airboat tried a different channel and hit a cypress trunk, the impact sending the standing rifleman into the water with a splash and a curse. They were faster in the tight spaces. The pirogue slid through gaps that the airboats couldn't fit, the John boat's prop cutting through the shallow water, Kezia's voice guiding them through a maze of channels that she navigated partly by memory, partly by the reading of the water's surface, and partly by some instinct that Dev couldn't name. A bayou sense, a swamp sense, the knowledge of someone whose people had lived on this water for generations. Behind them, the airboats were stuck. Dev could hear them, engines roaring, hulls grinding on submerged wood, men shouting. They'd get free eventually, but by then, the gap would be too wide to close, except that one airboat had found a channel. Dev heard it before he saw it. The fans whine close, too close, coming from the right through a stand of tupelo that was thinner than the cypress. The airboat burst through the tree line and into their channel 50 meters ahead, blocking the passage. The operator grinned. He was young, mid-20s, thick-necked, the kind of man who'd been enjoying the collapse of civilization because it validated every aggressive impulse he'd ever had. He held a shotgun loosely across his body. "End of the line," the operator said. Dev's hand went to the scalpel. Beside him, Lena drew the Glock. Behind him in the pirogue, Bull rose to his full height, the rebar in one hand, and the sight of him, 6'4", 280, filling the pirogue like a bear in a bathtub, gave the operator pause. The grin flickered. "That's a big boy," the operator said. "That's a big gun," Bull said, eyeing the shotgun. "Shame if you dropped it." "I ain't dropping nothing. Your choice." Bull stepped out of the pirogue into the water. It came to his waist. He started walking toward the airboat. Hey, stop! Or what? You gonna shoot me? Go ahead. I've been waiting for something to kill me since my wife died. You'd be doing me a favor." Bull kept walking. The water surged around his hips. His face was calm. Not brave, not reckless, just done. The face of a man who had calculated his own value and arrived at a number close to 0 and was now spending what was left. "Come on, son. Pull that trigger. Let's see what you got." The operator's grin was gone. His face was white. The shotgun's barrel wobbled, aimed at Bull, then away, then back. Bull was 15 feet from the airboat. 10. The water was shallower here, only to his thighs. "Last chance," the operator said. His voice cracked on the second word. Bull reached the airboat. He put his hands on the hull, those dinner plate hands, scarred and thick, and he pushed. The airboat, flat-bottomed, 1,200 pounds with engine and passengers, slid backward in the shallow water like a toy. The operator stumbled. The shotgun went off. A deafening blast that punched a hole in the canopy above and sent a shower of leaves and moss raining down. Bull pushed again. The airboat slid farther, out of the channel, into the deeper water behind the Tupelo stand. The operator was scrambling to regain his footing, the other two kingfishers grabbing for the sides of the boat, and Bull turned and walked back through the water with the unhurried gait of a man coming home from work. "Go," he said, climbing into the pirogue. His flannel shirt was soaked, his chest heaving, but his hands were steady. "Before they figure out I was bluffing." They went. Kezia's voice, sharp and immediate, guided them through the next channel, and the next, and the next, until the airboat sounds faded and the swamp silence closed around them again, thick and green and impenetrable. "You weren't bluffing," Dev said to Bull when they'd been paddling in silence for 20 minutes. "I was absolutely bluffing. Bull." The big man looked at him. The booming humor was gone. What was underneath was tired and sad and old. "Maybe I was bluffing," he said. "Maybe I wasn't. Does it matter? It matters to the people depending on you. The only person who ever depended on me is in an engine room in Huma." Bull picked up his paddle. "Let's keep moving." The deeper they went into the basin, the stranger it became. The water changed color, from black to a deep, reddish brown, the tannin concentration increasing as they moved away from the river's influence. The trees grew larger, older, more densely packed, until the channels between them narrowed to passages that required paddling single file, the boats scraping bark on both sides. The sounds changed too. The bird calls, the constant backdrop of egret and heron and ibis, faded, replaced by something quieter, lower. Dev heard it first as an absence. The frogs had stopped. In Louisiana in March, in a swamp, The frogs never stopped. They were as constant as breathing, as ubiquitous as the air. And now they were silent. Kezia, Dev said. I hear it. She was sitting rigid in the pirogue's bow, her hands on the gunwale, her face set. The frogs are gone? What does that mean? It means something is here that wasn't here before. Something the frogs are afraid of. They moved in silence. The swamp pressed in. The trees, the moss, the water, the stillness. Dev's hands gripped the paddle, and his eyes scanned the water and the banks and the canopy, and the mechanic's instinct, the one that heard the wrong note in an engine, the pre-failure harmonic that meant a part was about to let go, was screaming at him. Joe heard it too. She'd stopped whistling. She sat in the John boat with the pipe wrench across her knees, her head turning, tracking something Dev couldn't see. There's something in the trees, she said. Where? I don't know. I can feel it. You can feel it. I'm an oil rig roughneck. When something's about to go wrong on a rig, you feel it before you see it. The deck vibrates different. The steel sounds different. It's in the air. She looked at Dev. The air in this swamp is wrong. It's too still. Too quiet. Something is out here and it's watching. The infected? I don't think so. Something else. They pushed deeper. The channels narrowed further, the trees closing overhead until the sky was a narrow strip of blue between the branches. The water was barely 2 feet deep, too shallow for the John boat's outboard. Dev tilted the engine up and paddled. Then Kezia held up her fist. Stop! They stopped. The boats drifted, the current, what little there was, pushing them slowly south. Kezia was staring at something in the water ahead. Dev followed her gaze and saw it. The surface of the water was moving, not rippling, roiling. A localized disturbance, as if something large was moving just beneath the surface. The disturbance was 10 feet across, circular, and it was moving slowly toward them. Back paddle, Kezia whispered. Slowly, don't splash. They reversed, the boats creeping backward through the channel. The disturbance in the water moved with them, matching their pace, maintaining the distance. It's following us, Tomas said. I know. What is it? Kezia didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on the disturbance, and her face held an expression that Dev had never seen on her. Not fear exactly, but awe. The terrified wonder of someone confronting something that exceeded their understanding. The disturbance stopped. The water calmed. For a moment, nothing moved. Not the boats, not the water, not the air. The swamp held its breath. Then the surface broke. A snout. Broad, armored, crusted with algae. 12 inches across, the snout of an alligator, but wrong. The scales were gray rather than green, and between the scales, dark veins pulsed with a visible rhythm. The eyes surfaced next, clouded, milky yellow, the same film that covered the eyes of every infected human Dev had seen. But these eyes were set in a skull that was 4 feet long, attached to a body that emerged from the water in a slow, terrible reveal. 12 feet of muscle and scale, and the prehistoric architecture of a creature that had survived every extinction event the Earth had thrown at it for 200 million years. Until this one. The alligator was dead. Had been dead for days, maybe longer. The bloating was evident in the midsection. The scales split along the belly where gas and fluid had expanded the body cavity. It moved with the same mechanical, lurching gait that characterized the human infected, but on an alligator, that movement was different. Where human zombies were awkward, diminished, the infected alligator was not diminished at all. It was what it had always been, a 12-foot apex predator, with the addition of the virus's relentless imperative to pursue, to catch, to bite. It turned toward the boats. The clouded eyes found them, locked on, and it began to move through the water with a speed that made Dev's heart stutter. Move! Kezia screamed. Lena fired. The Glock barked 3 times, 3 rounds into the alligator's skull, each impact sending up a puff of gray-green matter. The skull was dense, calcified, armored by nature, and now reinforced by the virus. The rounds punched divots, but didn't penetrate. The alligator kept coming. The brainstem, Venkatesh shouted. Behind the jaw. The skull plate is too thick from the front. You need to hit the brainstem from the side or below. Bull stood up in the pirogue. The rebar in his hand was 5 feet of cold-rolled steel, and he threw it, not like a javelin, like a harpoon, with his entire body behind the motion, 280 pounds of momentum driving the point. The rebar hit the alligator behind the left jaw, punched through the softer tissue, and buried itself deep. The alligator convulsed. Its tail whipped, a 7-foot arc of muscle that hit the pirogue and sent it spinning. Bull went over the side. Tomas grabbed the gunwale and held on. The pirogue tilted, shipped water, nearly capsized. The alligator sank. The disturbance in the water moved away. Erratic, the convulsions of a body whose control center had been disrupted. It thrashed through the shallows, hit a cypress trunk, thrashed again, and went still. Bull surfaced, sputtering. "I'm fine. I'm fine." He was chest deep in the water, which meant the water was 4 feet deep where he'd landed. His shirt was torn. Blood on his arm. A scrape from the pirogue's edge, not a bite. They got him back in the boat. Venkatesh checked the wound, scrape, superficial, no fluid contamination. But she cleaned it anyway, with the alcohol and the gauze and the focused precision that said, "I'm not going to lose anyone to a maybe." "An alligator," Joe said. She was staring at the place where the body had gone still, the dark shape visible just below the surface, the rebar protruding from its skull like a metal branch. A dead alligator. "The virus doesn't discriminate by species," Venkatesh said. "Any organism with a sufficiently complex nervous system can be reanimated. Reptiles, mammals, birds. The pathogen is agnostic. It was designed by evolution to spread through any available host." "Birds," Kezia said. The word came out like a knife. "In theory. I haven't observed avian infection. The virus seems to require a minimum neural mass. Insects are immune. Small fish are likely immune. But birds..." She paused. "I don't know." Kezia looked up at the canopy, where shapes moved on the branches, birds, living birds, the egrets and herons that had been their constant companions. They looked normal. They looked alive. But the look on Kezia's face, the look of a woman who studied ecosystems, who understood that every thread in the web connected to every other thread, said that looking normal was no longer a reliable metric. "We need to get out of this swamp," Kezia said. It was the first time Dev had heard her express urgency. She'd been steady through everything, the bloaters, the crawlers, the kingfishers, Fontaine. But the alligator had cracked something open, had revealed a scale of threat that transcended the human and entered the ecological. The virus wasn't just killing people, it was killing the biosphere. And the Atchafalaya Basin, 800,000 acres of the most biodiverse wetland in North America, was becoming a reservoir. "How far to the east side?" Dev asked. 30 miles, maybe more. 2 days of paddling. "Then we paddle faster." They didn't see another infected alligator, but they heard them. Splashes in the distance. The sound of heavy bodies moving through water. The occasional low hiss that was not the hiss of a living gator, which was a warning, a communication, but the hiss of a dead one, which was air escaping through damaged lungs, meaningless and mechanical and far more terrifying than any warning. Kezia adjusted their route, taking them through channels so narrow the boats had to be dragged over shallow bars, where the water was inches deep and the mud was exposed, places where a 12-foot reptile couldn't follow. The trade-off was speed. They moved at a crawl, literally hauling the boats through the muck, and every hour lost was an hour closer to whatever deadline the universe had set for them. On the second night in the basin, they made camp on a natural levee, a strip of land raised a few feet above the water by centuries of sediment deposits. It was the first solid ground they'd stood on in days, and the feeling of earth under his feet was so startling that Dev stood still for a full minute, just experiencing it. Bull built a fire. The risk was real. Fire meant light. Light meant visibility. But the group was exhausted, cold from the water, and starting to fray at the edges. Marcus's survivors, the children, the old couple, the woman with the broken ankle, Tyler, had reached a state of passive endurance that was more concerning than active panic. They moved when told, ate when given food, stared at nothing when left alone. The brightness had gone out of them. Hot food, hot coffee. Nadine had hoarded a small bag of grounds and brewed them in a tin can over the fire, and the smell of it was so intensely normal, so profoundly before, that Dev felt his eyes burn and had to look away. Father Peter sat by the fire, his Bible open but unread, his eyes on the flames. He'd been quiet since Baton Rouge, quieter than usual, the loquacious priest retreating into some internal space that Dev could see but not reach. "You knew," Dev said, sitting beside him, "about Fontaine. You knew what he was." "I suspected." Petra's voice was thin, reedy, the voice of a body running out of fuel. "I've known men like him. I've been a man like him in some ways. A man who stands before people and speaks with authority about things he doesn't understand. And they believe him because the alternative, uncertainty, silence, the absence of answers, is too frightening. You're not like him, aren't I?" The old priest looked at Dev, and in his eyes, behind the glasses, behind the tremor in his hands, behind the papery skin and the white hair, Dev saw something unexpected: self-loathing. The deep, corrosive kind. The kind that eats its way from the inside. "I've been performing sacraments I don't believe in for 30 years, Dev. I've told dying people they were going to heaven, and I had no idea if heaven existed. I've baptized infants and married couples and buried the dead, and every word I spoke was," he searched for the word, "theater. Beautiful theater, well-rehearsed, delivered with conviction. But theater. You lost your faith. I never had it. Not the way it's supposed to work. I had the words, the rituals, the gestures. I had the Latin and the incense and the cadence. I had the performance of faith, but the thing itself, the belief, the conviction, the absolute certainty that there is something beyond this." He gestured at the swamp, the darkness, the sounds of the dead in the water. "I never had it." "Then why did you stay?" "Because people needed me." Not me, the role, the costume, the voice that said, "It's going to be all right," in a tone that made them believe it. And I was good at it. Better than good. I was the best liar in the diocese. He laughed, and the laugh was bitter and dry and old. "Fontaine believes his own lies. That's the difference. I always knew mine were lies. I just kept telling them because the alternative was silence, and silence scared me more than dishonesty." Dev looked at the fire. The flames twisted, throwing sparks into the dark sky, and the sparks died, and the sky was black, and the stars were hidden behind the canopy. "Maybe that's faith," he said. "What?" "Doing it anyway. Saying the words even when you don't believe them, because someone needs to hear them. Maybe faith isn't about believing. Maybe it's about showing up." Peter stared at him. The firelight caught the lenses of his glasses and turned them into small suns. "That," he said, "is the most heretical and the most accurate description of my vocation I have ever heard. I fix engines. I don't know anything about God. You know more than you think." Peter closed his Bible, "And I suspect you believe more than you admit." Dev didn't answer. He drank his coffee, hot, bitter, perfect, and listened to the swamp, and somewhere in the darkness, something large moved through the water, and the sound of it was the sound of the world changing, and he couldn't tell if the change was ending or beginning. They left the basin on day 12. The swamp released them gradually, the way a fist opens, the trees thinning, the channels widening, the sky expanding overhead until the oppressive canopy was gone and they were floating on open water, the intracoastal waterway stretching east toward the Mississippi. The relief was physical. Dev felt his shoulders drop, his jaw unclench, the chronic tension of days in the confined swamp draining from his body like water from a hull. The open sky was an absolution, blue, enormous, populated by clouds that didn't care about the dead. But the open water brought new dangers. The intracoastal was a major shipping channel, 150 feet wide, dredged to 12 feet deep, and it connected the Atchafalaya to the Mississippi River and beyond. In the old world, it had carried barges of grain, fuel, and industrial cargo. In the new world, it carried debris, bodies, and the kingfishers. They spotted the kingfisher patrols within the first hour, boats on the horizon, moving east and west, the familiar silhouettes of airboats and flat bottoms. Dev counted 4 vessels, widely spaced, patrolling a stretch of the intracoastal that included the Harvey Canal Junction, the intersection that led south toward the west bank of New Orleans. "We need to get past them," Dev said. "The Harvey Canal is our route into New Orleans." "Harvey Canal is Kingfisher territory," Kezia said. "If Guidry controls the waterways, he controls Harvey. Then we go around." "There's no around. The canal is the only navigable water route to the west bank from this direction. Unless we want to cross the Mississippi directly, which..." She looked at the river, visible in the distance as a wide brown expanse, dotted with floating debris. "Which I would not recommend." "Why not?" "Because the river's full of bodies and bloaters and whatever else has been washing downstream from Baton Rouge and points north. The Mississippi is a conveyor belt of infected, and crossing it means threading through them." Venkatesh spoke up. "There's another consideration. If we cross the Mississippi, we'll be on the east bank. The lower Ninth Ward, where Dev's brother may be, is on the east bank. But the tunnels, the West Bank expressway tunnels and drainage infrastructure, connect the West Bank to the East Bank underground. If we enter from the Harvey Canal, we can potentially use the tunnel system to cross under the river." "Underground tunnels," Lena said, "in a city full of infected." "Underground tunnels with no sunlight," Venkatesh clarified, "which means any infected in those tunnels will be crawlers." The word hung in the air. Everyone remembered the distribution center, the eyes in the darkness, the keening wail. "One thing at a time," Dev said. "First, we get past the Kingfishers. Then, we figure out the tunnels." They waited until dark. The Kingfisher patrols were less active at night. The airboats needed visibility to navigate the cluttered waterways, and the flat bottoms relied on spotlights that could be seen and avoided from a distance. Dev led the group through the intracoastal in total darkness, engine off, paddling by the light of the stars and Kezia's memory of the channel markers. They reached the Harvey Canal Junction at midnight. The canal was narrow, 50 feet wide, lined with industrial buildings and docks, and at its mouth, a Kingfisher vessel was anchored. A flat bottom, lights on, 2 men visible on deck. A checkpoint. "We can't get past that," Lena said. "We don't go past it," Dev said. "We go over it." "Over?" "The canal has a lock system. The industrial lock about a mile south. It's automated, or it was. If the lock mechanism still works, we can enter the lock from the south side, close the gates behind us, and come out on the north side. The Kingfisher vessel is anchored north of the lock. We bypass it completely." "How do you know about the lock?" "I've serviced boats in Harvey for 10 years. I know every lock, every dock, every fuel pump between here and the Gulf." They approached the lock from the south. The industrial lock was a massive concrete structure, 200 feet long, 50 feet wide, with steel gates at both ends that could raise or lower the water level to match the canal on either side. The gates were closed. The control house was dark. The mechanism, hydraulic, powered by the municipal electrical grid, was dead. "So much for automated," Joe said. Dev stood on the lock wall and looked down at the gates. Massive steel panels hinged at the walls, meeting in the center of the channel. Hydraulic rams connected to the gates at the base. Cylinders the size of car engines, designed to push the gates open with thousands of pounds of force. Without power, the rams were inert. But the gates weren't locked. The hydraulic rams held them closed by pressure, not by mechanical locks. Without power, the pressure was gone. The gates were held closed by their own weight. 30 tons of steel balanced on hinges, resting in the closed position because nothing was pushing them open. "I can open them," Dev said. "How?" "The gates are balanced, 30 tons, but they're on hinges rated for 50. The hydraulic rams are dead, but the manual override..." He pointed to a wheel on the control house wall, connected to the gate mechanism by a chain drive. "That wheel drives a manual winch. It's designed for emergencies. Power failures, mechanical breakdowns. Turn the wheel, the winch pulls the gate open. And you know this because I fix machines. This is a machine." He turned the wheel. It resisted rust, disuse, the accumulated grime of a mechanism that hadn't been manually operated in years. Joe joined him, and together they hauled on the wheel, the chain drive groaning, the gate shuddering. Inch by inch, The south gate opened. The boats entered the lock. Dev and Joe closed the south gate, crossed to the north wall, and opened the north gate. The process took 40 minutes. 40 minutes of straining against rusted metal, of trying to be quiet while hauling on chains that wanted to scream, of watching the Kingfisher vessel anchored a mile north and praying the sound didn't carry. The north gate opened. They paddled through into the Harvey Canal, past the Kingfisher checkpoint without being seen. The canal stretched ahead, dark, narrow, lined with the skeletal shapes of cranes and derricks from the defunct shipyards that had defined Harvey's waterfront for decades. Behind them, the lock gates stood open, and the water levels equalized with a gentle surge that rocked the Kingfisher vessel just enough to make one of the men on deck look up, look around, see nothing, and go back to whatever he'd been doing. That, Joe said, was the most satisfying thing I've done since the world ended. You opened a lock. I opened a lock in the dark by hand to sneak past armed criminals in the zombie apocalypse. That's shop class teacher heaven. She started whistling. Jambalaya. Hank Williams, of course. The Harvey Canal led them into the West Bank, the sprawling suburban expanse on the western side of the Mississippi River, across the water from New Orleans proper. In the Old World, the West Bank was a satellite of the city, connected by bridges and ferries, populated by the workers and families who served the city's industries. In the New World, it was a buffer zone between the living and the dead. They could see New Orleans across the river. The skyline was visible, the Superdome, the downtown towers, the cranes at the port, and from this distance at night, it looked almost normal. Lights were visible in some buildings, powered by generators or solar panels, or the last gasps of the electrical grid. The city glittered against the dark sky like a jewel. But the sounds that carried across the water, were not the sounds of a living city. They were the sounds of the horde, the gargling, amplified by tens of thousands of voices, a wall of sound that pulsed like a heartbeat, the sound of 1,000,000 people who had died and risen and now stood in the streets and the buildings and the water, waiting, moving, hunting. Jesus, Bull said. He'd gone pale, a difficult feat for a man whose complexion was permanently weathered by sun and salt. How many is that? New Orleans had a metro population of roughly 1.3 million, Venkatesh said. Assuming an infection rate of 80 to 90%, which is consistent with what we've observed. Over 1,000,000, Dev said. Over 1,000,000 infected in that city. Approximately. The number was abstract, too large to feel. But the sound was not abstract. The sound was 1,000,000 mouths making the same noise, and the noise was hunger, and it filled the night sky like the voice of something ancient and terrible and endlessly patient. My brother is in there, Dev said. Nobody spoke. They stood on the deck of the Harvey Canal's industrial pier and looked across the river at the city of the dead, and the city looked back at them with 1,000,000 milky eyes, and the distance between here and Remy was measured not in miles but in bodies. We need information, Venkatesh said. Communication. If your brother is alive, he may be transmitting. The Kingfisher radio. The Kingfishers have a radio. A functional radio. If we could acquire it, acquire it. Lena's voice was dry as dust. You mean steal it? I mean acquire. The methodology is flexible. The Kingfishers have a floating base, Kezia said. Guidry's flagship. An offshore supply vessel anchored somewhere in the intracoastal near Harvey. I heard about it before the outbreak. The smuggling network used it as a rendezvous point. You knew about the smuggling network? Everyone in the bayou knew about the smuggling network. It was the worst-kept secret in 3 parishes. Can we find the flagship? We can find it. Getting on it is another problem. Dev looked at the group. 26 people, exhausted, armed with almost nothing, standing on a dock on the wrong side of the river, from where they needed to be. The mechanic in him, the one that saw every problem as a system, every system as a series of parts, began working. We don't take everyone, he said. Small team, fast, in and out. Get the radio, get out. Who? Me, Tomas, Lena, Joe. I'm coming, Bull said. Bull, my tugboat. The Marguerite B. If Guidry took the tug, it'll be at his base. Bull's voice was steady, but under the steadiness, something else. Something raw. My wife is on that boat. Dev looked at him. The big man's face was set, not with determination, but with inevitability. The expression of someone walking toward something they've been walking toward. Since the moment it happened, Bull had been carrying Marguerite across every mile, through every channel, up every ladder, and now the weight was pulling him back. Bull, you know what we'll find. I know what I left. I know she's on that boat. And I know that if Guidry has her, if he's using her, his jaw clenched. The muscles in his neck stood out. She deserves better than a chain in an engine room. She deserves to rest. The word rest carried a weight that went beyond its sound. Rest. Peace. The thing that the virus denied its hosts. The thing that every shambling, gargling, relentless body in the world was looking for and couldn't find. Okay, Dev said. You come. But when we find the tug, I know what I need to do. Bull's eyes met Dev's, and in them, Dev saw something that he recognized from his own mirror. The readiness to face the worst, and the knowledge that the worst was coming, and the stubborn, broken refusal to look away. They found the Kingfisher flagship the next night. It was anchored in a wide section of the intracoastal, south of the Harvey Canal Lock, an offshore supply vessel, maybe 180 feet long, the kind of boat designed to service oil platforms in the Gulf. It was painted black, recently the paint still showing brush marks, and it bristled with improvised modifications. Welded steel plates along the gunwale, a crow's nest welded to the mast, spotlights mounted at the bow and stern. Armed men patrolled the deck. A smaller vessel was tied alongside, a tugboat. Bull saw the tug and went still. Dev could feel the stillness radiating from the big man, like heat from an engine block. That's her, Bull said. The Marguerite B. The tugboat was 40 feet of working steel, a harbor tug, built for pushing barges, with a deep V hull and a wheelhouse that sat like a crown above the deck. Bull's name was on the stern, and Marguerite's name was on the bow, and the boat sat in the water with the patient, waiting posture of a faithful animal tied to a post. The radio will be on the flagship, Dev said. Probably the wheelhouse, top deck. Tomas and I go for the radio. Lena covers from the supply vessel's stern. Joe, you're with Bull on the tug. What am I doing on the tug? Joe asked. Helping Bull do what he needs to do. Joe looked at Bull. Bull looked at the tug. Nobody spelled it out. They waited until the deck patrol changed, a gap of 3 minutes between shifts. The window in the flagship's port side was unwatched. The boats were too loud. They went in the water instead, swimming the 100 meters between the canal bank and the flagship's hull. The water was warm, dark, and Dev tried not to think about what was in it. The virus, the things the virus had made, the million bodies upstream feeding the current. Tomas swam like he'd been born to it. Silent, efficient, covering the distance in half the time it took Dev. They reached the flagship's hull and clung to the tire fenders, gasping quietly, the steel cold against their fingers. Above them, the deck was 15 feet up, a sheer wall of hull punctuated by the fender line and a single rope ladder that hung from the gunwale near the stern. Ladder, Tomas whispered, pointing. They climbed. Dev went first, the tire iron in his belt, the scalpel in his teeth, an absurd, desperate posture that would have been funny in any other context. The rope ladder swayed with every rung, and the hull's steel plating was slick with condensation, and the deck above was occupied by men with rifles who would kill them without hesitation if they were discovered. He reached the top, peered over the gunwale. The deck was clear. The patrol had moved to the starboard side, their flashlight beams sweeping the water on the far side of the vessel. Dev hauled himself over the gunwale and crouched behind a winch housing. Tomas beside him a moment later. The wheelhouse was 30 feet forward and 2 decks up, accessible by a steel stairway on the port side. Dev could see light through the wheelhouse windows. Someone was inside. 1 person, maybe 2. They moved. Tomas first, Dev following, staying low, using the deck machinery as cover. Winches, hatches, pipe racks. The offshore supply vessel was designed for utility, not aesthetics, and every square foot of deck was occupied by something that could hide a crouching man. The stairway. Up one flight, then two. The wheelhouse door was steel with a small window. Through the window, a man sitting in the captain's chair, his feet up on the console, reading a magazine by the light of a battery-powered lantern. A radio unit sat on the console beside him, a Marine VHF, the kind rated for 50 nautical miles, with a whip antenna that extended through the wheelhouse roof. Tomas tested the door handle, unlocked. He looked at Dev. Dev nodded. They went through the door fast. Tomas hit the man before he could stand, a forearm across the throat, pushing him back into the chair, the man's magazine flying. Dev grabbed the radio unit, disconnected the power leads, pulled the antenna connector. The unit came free from the console in his hands. 10 pounds of electronics and plastic, warm from operation. The man in the chair was gagging, Tomas's forearm cutting his air. He was young, early 20s, wiry, with a scraggly beard and panicked eyes. Not a fighter, a lookout, a radio operator, a minor functionary in Guidry's organization. "Don't scream," Tomas said. His voice was calm, almost gentle. "We're taking the radio. We're leaving. If you scream, it gets bad for everyone, including you." The man nodded frantically. Tomas released him. The man gasped, coughed, rubbed his throat. He looked at the empty space on the console where the radio had been. "Guidry's gonna kill me," he said. "Better him than what's out there," Dev said. "Where's Ray Guidry?" "Below. Captain's cabin. He sleeps there." "How many men on this ship?" 12, 14. "It changes. People come and go. Weapons? Rifles. Shotguns. Guidry's got a..." The man swallowed. "He's got military stuff. Real military. He raided the National Guard armory in Thibodeau before the Guard fell apart." "What kind of military stuff?" "M4s. Grenades. He's got a..." I swear I'm not lying. "He's got a Laws rocket." The silence after that was different. A Laws rocket, a light anti-tank weapon, a single-shot disposable tube that could put a hole in an armored vehicle. In the hands of a bayou smuggler with delusions of kingship, it was an absurdity. In the hands of a bayou smuggler with 12 armed men and control of the waterways, it was an endgame weapon. "Let's go," Dev said. They left the way they came, down the stairs, across the deck, to the gunwale. Below in the water, Joe's and Bull's shapes were visible at the tugboat's waterline. They'd boarded the Margaret B.N. from the riverside, hidden from the flagship by the tug's bulk. Dev and Tomas went over the gunwale and down the rope ladder. They slipped into the water with the radio sealed in a waterproof bag, and they swam to the tug. On the tug's deck, Bull stood in front of the engine room hatch. The hatch was steel. It was chained. 2 lengths of anchor chain wrapped around the handle, and the deck cleat padlocked. From inside the hatch, a sound. Not the gargling of a standard infected. Something softer. A rhythmic, wet vocalization that might have been breathing, or might have been something else. Something that was trying to remember how to breathe and couldn't quite manage it. "Bull," Dev said. The big man didn't turn. He stood with his hand on the chain, his fingers wrapped around the steel links, and his face, his big, expressive, booming face, was absolutely still. No humor, no warmth, no performance. Just a man standing in front of a locked door, listening to the thing behind it that used to be his wife. "I need the bolt cutters," Bull said. Joe handed them to him. He cut the chain with a single stroke. The links fell to the deck with a sound that was too loud in the silence, and Bull flinched at it, not because of the noise, but because of what came after. The sound from behind the hatch changed, became urgent. The thing behind the door had heard the chain fall. It knew the chain meant the door. It knew the door meant out. "Stand back," Bull said. "Bull." "I said stand back." Dev and Joe and Tomas stepped back. Lena appeared at the tug's gunwale. She'd swum from the flagship's stern, and she drew the Glock and held it at her side, pointed down, her finger along the frame. Bull opened the hatch. Marguerite Bro, what had been Marguerite Bro, stood in the engine room doorway. She was small, as Bull had said, 5'2", 110 pounds. She wore a yellow sundress. the dress she'd been wearing when she turned, the dress she'd died in, and it was dark with stains that Dev didn't look at. Her skin was gray, mottled, beginning the early stages of the bloating that would transform her over time. Her eyes were milky, clouded, the vivid personality they'd once held replaced by the flat, reflective emptiness of the virus. She looked at Bull. The clouded eyes found his face and stayed there. Bull looked at her. His face, still, terribly still, held the most naked expression of love that Dev had ever seen. Not romantic love, not the soft, comfortable love of years together, but the raw, bleeding, impossible love of a man looking at someone he's already lost, and knowing it, and standing there anyway, because standing there is all he has left. "Hey, babe," Bull said. His voice was barely a whisper. "I'm here." Marguerite stepped out of the engine room. Her movement was slow. The freshwater effect, the virus degraded by 2 weeks of Gulf-adjacent, but not fully marine water in the tug's bilge. She lurched, caught herself, lurched again. She was moving toward Bull. "Bull," Lena said. Her Glock came up. "Step away from her." "No, she'll bite you." "I know." "Bull, I already lost this fight, brother." He didn't look at Dev, didn't look at Lena, didn't look at anything but the woman in the yellow sundress. "I lost it the night she turned, and I chained her up instead of—" His voice broke. Not dramatically, not like glass shattering, but like a rope parting under too much strain. Fiber by fiber. Instead of letting her go, Marguerite reached him. Her hands, small hands with chipped nail polish, with the wedding ring still on the fourth finger, found his chest. She gripped his shirt. Her mouth opened. The jaw worked. Not the dislocated, monstrous gape of a crawler, but the simple, terrible opening of a human mouth seeking human flesh. Bull put his arms around her. He held her the way he must have held her 1,000 times. In the kitchen, on the porch, in the bed they'd shared for 15 years. He held her, and he pressed his face to the top of her head, to the hair that was matted and foul, and still, somehow, the hair of the woman he'd married. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry I couldn't fix this. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I kept you in that room." She bit him. The jaw closed on his neck below the ear, and the sound was small. A soft, wet crunch, like biting into an apple. And Bull inhaled sharply but didn't scream. "Bull!" Dev lunged forward. "Don't!" Bull's voice was calm, calmer than it had been in days. "Don't touch her. Don't hurt her." Blood ran down his neck, into the collar of his flannel shirt, and Marguerite's mouth worked against his skin, and Bull held her and walked toward the railing. "Bull, stop!" "I'm going now," Bull said. He was at the railing. Marguerite was still latched to his neck, her small body pressed against his large one, and the blood was spreading and the virus was entering and the clock was ticking. 45 minutes to 3 hours, Venkatesh had said, faster near saltwater, and the river was right there, brown and brackish and full of salt from the Gulf. "Take care of each other," Bull said, and he stepped over the railing, and he took his wife with him, and they fell together into the dark water of the intracoastal. The splash was enormous. A man of 280 pounds, plus a woman of 110, hitting the water from 10 feet above. The sound carried across the water, off the flagship's hull, into the night. Lights came on aboard the flagship. Shouts. The sound of boots on deck. "Move!" Lena hissed. "Now!" They ran. Over the tug's rail, into the water, swimming for the canal bank where the boats waited. The radio was in the waterproof bag on Dev's back. Tomas cut through the water beside him. Joe and Lena followed, Joe's pipe wrench abandoned on the tug's deck, too heavy to swim with. Behind them, the flagship's spotlights swept the water, searching. The beams passed over the spot where Bull and Marguerite had gone in. The water there was flat, dark, undisturbed. They were gone. Dev swam. His arms burned. His eyes burned. The water was warm and tasted of salt and metal and loss. He swam, and he did not look back at the spot where a big man with a booming laugh had walked into the river with his dead wife in his arms. Because looking back would mean stopping, and stopping would mean drowning, and drowning would mean failing Remy, and failing Remy was the one thing Dev could not do. He reached the bank, climbed out, stood dripping in the darkness. Tomas beside him, silent, his knife already in his hand, carving nothing, the blade moving in empty air, because his hands needed to move and there was no wood. Joe sat on the bank and stared at the water. She wasn't whistling. For the first time since Dev had met her, she wasn't whistling. He wasn't bluffing, she said. In the swamp, when he walked toward the airboat, he wasn't bluffing. No, Dev said, he wasn't. The group was silent. 25 people now. The children pressed against their mother. Earl and Dorothy held hands. Ollie sat with his notebook and drew, and what he drew was a man and a woman holding hands, walking into water, and behind them, nothing. Just the river. Just the dark. Nadine put her arm around Dev, the warm, steady arm. He chose, Bebe, she said. He chose the only peace he could find. He could have found peace with us. No, he couldn't. And you know it. She looked at the river. Some things you can't put down. Some things you have to walk into the water with. Dev stood on the bank and watched the river carry the night away, and the water was alive with things he couldn't see. And somewhere in the city across the river, his brother was waiting, and the dead were between them, and the distance was measured in bodies, and the cost of crossing it was being counted in lives he knew by name. He picked up the waterproof bag, opened it. The radio was intact. A Marine VHF, functional, its antenna undamaged. He connected the battery pack they'd brought and turned it on. Static. Channels of it. The maritime frequencies, the emergency channels, all empty. He scanned through them, one by one, the LED display scrolling through numbers that had once connected to a world of shipping and commerce, and Coast Guard operations, and now connected to nothing. Channel 16, the international hailing frequency, empty. Channel 9, the alternative calling channel, empty. Channel 72, empty. Channel 68, static, and then a burst of voice. Fragmented, fading, but unmistakable. A human voice, male, young, breathless. Anyone, if anyone can hear, I'm in the lower 9, the apartment on... Dev grabbed the radio. His hands shook. He pressed the transmit button. This is Dev Thibodeau. I can hear you. Repeat your location. Static. The voice was gone. Come back, Dev said into the radio. Come back. I'm here. Repeat your location. Silence. The river lapped against the bank. The million voices of the horde rose from across the water, the constant, mindless chorus of the dead. Then, the voice returned. Clearer now, the signal strengthening for a moment, riding some atmospheric wave. Flood Street, second floor, the blue house with the... A pause. A sound in the background, the gargling. Close. I have a baby. God help me. I have a baby. If anyone... The signal died. Dev stared at the radio. The LED display glowed in the darkness. Channel 68, the number burning into his retinas. The voice, young, male, breathless. And behind the breathlessness, behind the static, behind the fear, something familiar, an accent, a cadence, a way of dropping the ends of sentences that Dev had been hearing his whole life, across dinner tables and fishing boats and hospital waiting rooms. That's Remy, Dev said. Nobody contradicted him. Nobody could. They hadn't known Remy's voice. But Dev knew it the way he knew the sound of his own engine, the sound of his own house settling, the sound of the bayou behind the house where he'd grown up. He knew it in his bones. He's alive, Dev said. He's in the lower 9th ward. He has Lila. He has a baby in the lower 9th ward, Lena said, in New Orleans. Across a mile of river and through 1 million infected. Yeah. And you're going. Yeah. Then I'm going with you. Lena, I have 19 rounds. I know how to use them, and She stopped, drew a breath. I have 2 bullets set aside. One for me, one for when it gets bad enough. I've been carrying them since Mark died. Carrying them like a promise. She looked at the Glock. I don't want to use them. I want a reason not to use them. This is a reason. Dev looked at her. The woman with the dark humor and the steady hands and the 2 bullets that she'd been saving like a down payment on an exit. She wasn't sure she'd take. She was offering him those bullets, not literally, but in essence. She was saying, "Let me come with you and maybe I won't need them." "Okay," he said. "You come." Tomas stepped forward. "Me too." "Tomas, I'm the fastest. I can scout. I can run." He held up his carving knife. "And I'm running out of wood. New Orleans has plenty." "Kezia, I know the water. Every channel, every drainage canal, every flood wall. You need me." "Venkatesh, the data on my laptop could be the key to understanding this virus. But data without communication is meaningless. If we reach your brother and if there are answers in New Orleans about Helicon, about the outbreak, I need to be there to find them. Joe, I can build anything you need. Weapons, barricades, ultrasonic devices." Venkatesh mentioned a high-frequency weakness. "If I can rig something from a boat's sonar system," Father Peter, "I can't fight. I can barely walk. But I can talk and I can pray. And in a city of the dead, those may be the only weapons that matter." "Darnell, I'm a pathfinder. It's what I do. I don't know New Orleans the way I know Huma, but I can learn a map faster than anyone alive. Give me a day with a map and I'll know every street, every shortcut, every way in and out." Angie Fontenot, "I'm a deputy. I'm trained. And my arm works now. Mostly." She flexed the splinted arm and winced. "Mostly." Dev looked at them. 9 people standing on a riverbank, volunteering to walk into a city of 1,000,000 dead to find 1 man and a baby. The math was insane. The odds were worse. The mechanic in him, the one that calculated load and stress and failure probability, said this was a machine designed to break. But the other part of him, the part that had paddled a pirogue through the dark to Cocodrie, that had crossed the Atchafalaya, that had broken people out of Fontaine's basement, that part said, machines break, but the people who fix them don't stop trying. "What about the others?" Dev asked. Marcus's survivors, the children, the old couple. Tyler, the woman with the broken ankle. 11 people who couldn't cross a mile of river and fight through a city. "I'll stay with them," Nadine said. Dev turned to her. "Nadine, someone has to stay. Someone has to keep these people alive while you're gone." "I'm the best person for that." She touched her chest, the quick unconscious gesture, the hand going to the spot where something hurt. "I'll set up a camp here, somewhere defensible. We'll wait for you. And if we don't come back, then I'll get them north, by myself if I have to. I've moved people through worse terrain and worse conditions," she smiled. "I'm a nurse and a bait shop owner and a 22-year veteran of the United States Army. I can handle a camp." Dev hugged her. It happened before he thought about it. His arms around her arms around him, the warm steadiness of her body against his. She smelled like sweat and coffee and the bayou and something else. Something that was just Nadine. The smell of a person who'd been holding others together for so long that holding was what she was made of. "Come back, Bebe," she whispered. "Come back with your brother." "I will. Promise me. I promise." She held him for another moment, and in that moment, Dev felt something shift. A weight, redistributing. Not lighter. Just different. Shared. She let go. She turned to the group, to Marcus's survivors, to Earl and Dorothy, to the children and Tyler and the woman with the broken ankle. "All right," she said. "Let's find somewhere safe. Bebe," to Ollie, who stood at her side with his notebook and his cracked glasses, "you're with me." Ollie looked at Dev. The boy's eyes held a question. "Can I come with you?" And Dev saw it and shook his head, and Ollie's face crumpled for a moment before the mask reassembled, and he nodded, and he took Nadine's hand, and they walked into the darkness. Dev watched them go. 25 had become 2 groups, Nadine and the 11 who would wait, and Dev and the 9 who would cross. He looked at the river, at the city beyond it, at the glow of lights in the towers, and the darkness in the streets, and the sound of 1,000,000 voices gargling in the dark. "Tomorrow night," he said. "We cross the river tomorrow night. Get some rest." Nobody rested. They sat on the bank and watched the city and listened to the radio, and the radio was silent, and the city was loud, and the distance between Dev and his brother was shrinking, not in miles, but in intent, in the hardening of a decision that had been soft and uncertain, and was now solid as the steel of the tire iron across his knees. He was going. They were all going. And whatever waited on the other side of the river, the crawlers in the tunnels, the bloaters in the flooded streets, the million-strong horde of the city of the dead, would have to move because Dev Thibodeau was coming for his brother, and the dead had already taken everything else, and they were not going to take this. The river flowed south. The current pushed toward the Gulf, toward the salt, toward the source. Dev sat on the bank and waited for tomorrow. Tomorrow came. They crossed the Mississippi at 2 a.m. on a night without moon. Dev had spent the day preparing. The mechanic's preparation methodical and obsessive, because preparation was the thing he could control, and everything else was the thing he couldn't. He'd rigged the John boat's outboard with a muffler made from a length of exhaust pipe and steel wool, reducing the engine's noise by half. Jo had built something she called a screamer, a device cobbled from the Lumcon Research Station's portable sonar unit that Venkatesh had been carrying since Kokadri, modified to emit a focused burst of high-frequency sound above 18 kilohertz. Venkatesh theorized the frequency would cause pain and disorientation in the infected. Jo couldn't guarantee range, duration, or reliability. It'll work once, she said, maybe twice. After that, the battery's dead and we're back to swinging pipes. Darnell had spent the day with maps. He'd found a Rand McNally road atlas in one of the abandoned cars near the canal and had been annotating it with obsessive detail, marking every bridge, every overpass, every drainage canal in the West Bank and the East Bank, connecting them into a network of potential routes. His mail carrier's mind turned the chaos of a city grid into a system, a delivery route, a sequence of stops and turns that could be optimized. The West Bank Expressway tunnels are our best bet to cross under the river, Darnell said, spreading his maps on the ground. The tunnel system connects to the drainage infrastructure under the city. If we can get through, we come up in Algiers Point on the East Bank. From there, it's 5 miles east along the river to the lower 9th Ward. 5 miles through the city, Lena said. 5 miles through a city with the highest per capita infection rate in the country. I'm not sugarcoating it. What's in the tunnels? The tunnels are below the water table. They'll be partially flooded, maybe a foot or two, maybe more. No light, no ventilation. And if the infected have found their way in, crawlers, Dev said. That's the assumption. Dev looked at the group. 9 people who'd volunteered to cross a river and walk through hell. Tomas, sharpening his knife on a stone, the blade catching starlight. Lena checking her Glock for the 15th time, the press check so habitual it had become a tic. Jo, assembling the screamer with fingers that moved like they were conducting music, her lips shaping your cheatin' heart without sound. Kezia, studying the river's surface patterns, reading the current the way Dev read engine gauges. Venkatesh, packing her samples and her laptop into waterproof bags with the grim efficiency of someone saving evidence from a crime scene. Father Petra, sitting apart with his Bible, his lips moving in Latin that might have been prayer or might have been practice. Darnell, his maps spread around him like a paper kingdom. Angie Fontenot, testing her splinted arm, flexing the fingers, her face a controlled wince. And Dev, tire iron, scalpel, the hollow ache in his chest, where the sound of Remy's voice on the radio had carved a new space, a space that was equal parts hope and terror. We go in 2 boats, Dev said. John boat and the base boat. The pirogue is too exposed, the canoe is too slow. We cross the river at the narrowest point, just south of the Crescent City Connection Bridge. That's about half a mile of open water. On the far side, we enter the tunnel system from the West Bank Expressway drainage access, near General de Gaulle Drive. And the current? We angle upstream. The engine can handle it if we keep the throttle moderate. Quiet is more important than fast. The river's full of... He didn't finish the sentence. They all knew what the river was full of. Life jackets, Nadine said. She'd come back to see them off, her combat nurse's instinct refusing to let them leave without final instructions. Nobody goes on that river without a life jacket. I don't care how good you swim. You fall in that water with an open wound, you're dead in 3 hours. She distributed life jackets from the marina's storage, musty faded orange, the straps cracked from years of disuse. Dev pulled his on and felt the unfamiliar bulk of it against his chest, the foam pressing against his ribs like an embrace from someone who didn't quite fit. Nadine checked each person: temperature, pulse, pupils, the triage of the combat nurse, cataloging her patients' baselines before sending them into the fire. She reached Dev last, her hands warm, steady, the hands that had held him on the fishing platform, that had poured him coffee, that had pressed against his arm every time the paralysis tried to pull him under, found his wrist, and counted his pulse. Elevated, she said, "Not unexpected. I'm fine. You're scared. Being scared is fine. Being scared means you're paying attention." She released his wrist. "Come back, bebe. You said that already. I'll keep saying it until you do." She hugged him again, quick, fierce, the hug of someone who knows that goodbye might be permanent and refuses to let it be gentle. Then she turned and walked away, back to the camp, back to the 11, back to Ollie with his notebook and his cracked glasses and his drawings of the dead. Dev watched her go. The warmth of her arms faded from his body, replaced by the night air and the sound of the river. "Let's go," he said. The Mississippi at night was a different beast than the Mississippi by day. By day, it was a river, wide, brown, muscular, carrying the drainage of 31 states to the Gulf. By night, it was a country, dark, borderless, the current an invisible force that pushed the boats sideways while Dev fought to push them forward. The surface a black mirror that reflected nothing because there was nothing to reflect. They ran the John boat at quarter throttle, the muffled engine a low murmur, lost in the river's own voice. The slap of current against the hull, the whisper of water sliding past, the deep subsonic vibration of a body of water that moved 1,000,000 cubic feet per second and didn't care what floated on it or in it. Dev drove. Kezia sat bow, reading the water. Tomas and Father Petri amidships, Venkatesh between them with the waterproof bags. In the base boat, 20 feet behind, Lena drove with Joe, Darnell, and Angie. The current pushed them south. Dev compensated, angling the bow upstream, the engine straining against the flow. The far bank was invisible. Half a mile of darkness, the city's silhouette lost in the overcast. The only landmarks, the red warning lights on the bridge towers above and to the north. They hit the first body 300 meters out. The hull struck something soft, and the boat lurched, and the body rolled against the hull with a sound like wet rubber on fiberglass. Dev looked over the side and saw it, face down, arms spread, bloated, drifting with the current. Not a bloater, just a body. One of the uncounted dead that the river had collected on its long journey from points north. The second body bumped them a minute later. Then, the third. Then, they were in a field of them, a loose aggregation of corpses, dozens floating in a slow eddy behind a navigation buoy, circling in the current like leaves in a drain. The smell hit Dev like a wall. The complex, layered stench of decomposition at various stages, from the fresh metallic tang of recent death to the sweet, cloying fullness of advanced decay. Kezia clamped a bandana over her nose and mouth. Venkatesh pulled her shirt collar up. Father Petra crossed himself, the gesture automatic, involuntary, the body remembering what the mind had long abandoned. "Don't look down," Dev said. "Look forward." But he looked down. He couldn't help it. The bodies were close, within arm's reach, and the river's current turned them slowly, revealing faces and hands and the details that made them individuals. A woman in a hospital gown, her IV still taped to her arm. A man in a Saints jersey, number 9, Drew Brees. A child, small, face down, wearing water wings that had kept the body floating long after they'd stopped serving their purpose. Dev's throat closed. His hands tightened on the tiller. The child with the water wings drifted past the hull, close enough to touch, and Dev didn't touch, and the current took the small body south toward the Gulf, toward the salt, toward the end of all things. Dev, Kezia's voice sharp. Ahead! He looked up. The far bank was materializing from the darkness. A wall of concrete, the flood wall that protected the west bank from the river's fury. The wall was 20 feet high, smooth, featureless, and at its base, where the concrete met the water, shapes moved. Bloaters, 6 of them, standing in the shallows at the wall's base, the river's current pushing against their swollen bodies. They were enormous. The prolonged immersion in the river's brackish water had inflated them to nearly twice normal size. Their skin taut and glistening, dark veins visible beneath the surface like road maps of corruption. Hard right, Kezia said. There's a gap in the flood wall 200 meters south. A drainage outfall. We can go through there. Dev steered right. The engine's muffled note changed as he increased throttle, and the bloaters at the wall's base turned, all 6, simultaneously, their milky eyes tracking the sound. One of them pushed off the wall and began wading toward the boats, the river's current pushing against its distended body. Faster, Lena called from the base boat. Dev opened the throttle. The engine roared, or tried to, the muffler reducing the roar to a throaty growl, and the boat surged forward, riding the current's edge. The bloaters followed but slowly, their movements sluggish in the chest-deep water. The gap widened. The drainage outfall appeared, a concrete tunnel, 8 feet in diameter, set into the flood wall at the waterline. River water flowed into it, drawn by the drainage system's gradient, creating a gentle current that pulled the boat toward the opening. That's our entrance, Darnell said from the base boat, his voice carrying across the water. That connects to the General de Gaulle drainage system. Follow it for about a quarter mile, and we'll hit the expressway tunnel junction. Dev killed the engine. The outfall's opening swallowed the bow of the John boat, and they entered darkness. The tunnel was black. Not dark, black. The absolute material darkness of a space with no light source, no ambient glow, no crack or gap through which photons could enter. Dev's flashlight cut a cone of white through the black, and the cone illuminated the tunnel's interior. Concrete walls, curved ceiling, a floor covered in 3 inches of standing water that was brown and opaque and smelled of sewage and river mud and something else. Something organic, something wrong. Lights on, Dev said, and keep them moving. Don't leave any section unlit. 9 flashlight beams activated. The tunnel transformed from a void into a space. Claustrophobic, curved, stretching ahead into a perspective that shrank to a point. The water on the floor was still except where their footsteps disturbed it, sending ripples ahead that caught the flashlight beams and threw wavering shadows on the walls. They'd abandoned the boats at the outfall entrance. The tunnel was too narrow and too shallow for the hulls. From here, they walked. Single file, Dev on point, Lena at the rear, the flashlights sweeping the walls and ceiling in a choreography of light that was part of no training manual, but felt instinctive. The primate's ancient response to darkness, the need to see. The tunnel's acoustics were wrong. Every sound was multiplied. Footsteps became a percussion section, breathing became a chorus, and the drip of water from the ceiling was a metronome that counted the seconds with the patience of something that had been counting for a very long time. How far? Dev asked. His voice echoed, fragmented, came back to him from 3 directions. Quarter mile to the junction, Darnell said. He was walking with his map in one hand and his flashlight in the other, the postal bag bouncing on his hip, navigating by memory and the tunnel's diameter and gradient. Then we follow the expressway tunnel northeast. That's the long stretch, maybe half a mile. It comes up in Algiers. Any branches, side tunnels? Several. Storm drains, utility conduits. We stay in the main bore. It's the widest. The side tunnels are, he paused, narrower. Narrower was the wrong word. Dev could see the side tunnels as they passed. Circular openings in the walls, 3 feet in diameter, branching off into darkness. The flashlight beams caught the inside of one and revealed the curve of concrete, the gleam of standing water, and, at the edge of the light's reach, something that moved, a shape, pulling back from the light, retreating into the tunnel's depth with a speed that was fluid and boneless and wrong. Contact, Lena said. Her voice was steady. The Glock was up, aimed at the side tunnel. Something moved. I saw it. Crawler? Could be. Dev swept his flashlight across the ceiling. Nothing. The curved concrete above was bare. No openings, no ductwork. Just the smooth, featureless surface of a tunnel designed to move water, not to harbor predators. But the side tunnels were another matter. 3 feet in diameter, wide enough for a human body, if the body had been restructured for narrow spaces. Wide enough for something that could flatten its spine, extend its limbs, compress its skull. Keep moving, Dev said. Don't stop for anything. If you see eyes, point your light at them. The light hurts them. They moved. The main tunnel stretched ahead, the point of perspective never seeming to get closer. The distance between here and the junction measured in footsteps that echoed and refused to fade. The side tunnels appeared at irregular intervals, some on the left, some on the right, some on both sides simultaneously, and from each one the hint of movement. Not always visible. Sometimes just a sound, a skittering, brief and sharp, like claws on concrete. Sometimes a smell, the sharp, ammonia-laden scent that Venkatesh associated with crawler metabolism. The virus's restructured biochemistry producing waste products that human bodies weren't designed to produce. They're tracking us, Tomas said. He was walking behind Dev, his knife in one hand, his flashlight in the other, his eyes moving constantly, left, right, up, ceiling, floor. In the side tunnels, parallel to us. How many? I've seen at least 4. Different tunnels, different positions. They're leapfrogging. Moving ahead, waiting, letting us pass, then moving ahead again. It's a hunting pattern. I've seen jaguars do it in Honduras. These aren't jaguars. No. Jaguars are smarter, but these are learning. The junction appeared ahead, a widening of the tunnel where 4 conduits converged, the ceiling rising from 8 feet to 15, the floor opening into a chamber the size of a small room. Standing water deeper here, 6 inches, 8 inches, and the walls were lined with utility pipes and electrical conduit and the detritus of a functioning city's infrastructure. Dev swept the chamber with his flashlight. Empty. The 4 tunnels opened into the space, like the spokes of a wheel, each one dark, each one a potential threat axis. Which way? Dev asked. Darnell pointed to the northeast tunnel. That one. Largest diameter. It follows the expressway alignment. They entered the northeast tunnel. It was wider than the drainage conduit, 12 feet across with a flat floor and arched ceiling, the remnant of a utility corridor or a storm evacuation passage. The water here was deeper, a foot, the surface dark and still, and reflecting their flashlights in fractured patterns. 300 meters in, the eyes appeared. Not in the side tunnels. On the ceiling. 2 points of green-gold light, close together, reflecting the flashlight beams with the tapetum lucidum that Venkatesh had described. The reflective layer that the virus installed in the eyes of its tunnel-adapted hosts. The eyes were motionless, watching. 20 feet ahead, directly above the path that they needed to take. Stop, Dev said. Everyone stopped. The water's surface stilled. The drip of the ceiling counted seconds. The eyes blinked. Then more appeared. 2 pairs, 3, 5, 7. Spreading across the ceiling in a constellation of reflected light, clustering around support struts and pipe conduits, each pair fixed on the group below. Oh, God, Angie whispered. Her splinted arm was pressed against her chest. Her flashlight beam wavered. Lights up, Dev said, all of them. Point them at the ceiling. 9 beams converged on the crawlers above. The light hit them and they reacted, a collective flinch, a ripple of movement across the ceiling. Bodies pulling back from the beams, limbs rearranging with that liquid, boneless grace. Dev could see them now, fully, horribly. Bodies contorted into configurations that defied anatomy. Spines curved backward, limbs splayed, fingers and toes gripping the concrete, and the pipes with a strength that came from the virus's restructuring of muscle fiber. Their jaws hung open, dislocated, widened, and their teeth were visible, stained dark. "Joe," Dev said. "The screamer." "One shot," Joe said. She pulled the device from her bag, a metal cylinder the size of a thermos, wired to a battery pack and a small speaker cone. She flipped a switch. Nothing happened, no sound that Dev could hear. The device's output was above 18 kilohertz, beyond human hearing range. The crawlers heard it. The effect was instantaneous and violent. Every one of them convulsed, their bodies curling inward, limbs pulling tight against their torsos, jaws snapping shut. The keening wail began, the high, bone-vibrating shriek that Dev remembered from the distribution center, and the crawlers fled. They skittered across the ceiling in a wave, disappearing into the side tunnels and conduits, the sound of their retreat a staccato of claws on concrete that faded as they went deeper. "Move!" Dev shouted. "Now! Before they recover!" They ran. Through the tunnel, through the ankle-deep water, flashlights bouncing, the sound of their footsteps a thunder that filled the concrete space and echoed ahead and behind. The screamer's battery was fading. Joe could feel it through the casing, the vibration weakening, and the crawlers would recover. Venkatesh estimated 60 to 90 seconds of disorientation from a high-frequency burst. They'd used 30. The tunnel curved right, then left, then opened into another junction, larger than the first, a proper chamber with concrete pillars supporting the ceiling and a rusted utility staircase climbing one wall. At the top of the staircase, a hatch, a way out. "That's the Algiers access point," Darnell said. He was out of breath, his postal bag bouncing, his flashlight beam shaking. "We come up near Patterson Road. The screamer died. The battery gave out with a quiet click, and the device went silent, and the tunnel's darkness pressed in, and from every side, tunnel and conduit and pipe opening, the green-gold eyes reappeared. "Up the stairs," Dev said. "Everyone, now." They climbed. The staircase was rusted, the treads slippery with condensation and algae, and it groaned under their combined weight, a sound that carried through the tunnel like a dinner bell. The crawlers were moving again, emerging from the side tunnels onto the main tunnel's ceiling, converging on the junction with a speed that had increased since the screamer's assault. The virus learning, adapting, compensating for the pain. Dev reached the hatch. It was a steel plate, bolted from below, with a wheel handle that was supposed to spin but didn't. Rusted, seized, the mechanism fused by years of moisture and neglect. He grabbed the wheel and pulled. Nothing. He braced his feet on the staircase railing and hauled with everything he had, the muscles in his arms and back screaming. "Together," Tomas said. He grabbed the wheel beside Dev, his smaller hands finding purchase between Dev's larger ones. They pulled. Joe climbed up and added her weight, and Angie with her good arm, and the wheel groaned and the rust cracked and the mechanism turned. An inch, then two, then the bolts retracted and the hatch lifted and damp night air flooded in. Below, on the tunnel floor, the crawlers reached the base of the staircase. The first one began to climb, not using the stairs, but the wall beside the stairs, moving vertically with a speed that was all wrong, all predator, the hands and feet finding holds on the concrete surface that shouldn't have existed. Lena fired. 2 rounds into the climbing crawler, the muzzle flash strobe lighting the tunnel in frozen frames of horror. The crawler fell, hit the water, thrashed. Another took its place. "Through the hatch!" Dev yelled. "Go, go, go!" They went, one by one through the hatch, hauling each other up by arms and belts and the backs of shirts, tumbling onto concrete and gravel, and the blessed open air of a city that was dying but at least had sky. Dev went last, pulling himself through the hatch as a hand, elongated gray, the fingers too long, swiped at his boot. He kicked it away, slammed the hatch shut, and sat on it while Joe found a length of rebar to jam through the wheel. They lay on the ground, gasping, staring at the sky. Stars, clouds, the glow of distant fires, the sound of the horde, muffled by distance but ever present, the heartbeat of the dead city. "Everyone here?" Dev counted. 9, all 9. "How many rounds?" he asked Lena. She ejected the magazine, counted by touch. 15 plus 1 in the chamber. 16 total. 4 rounds spent. 16 remaining. For a city of over 1 million infected. Dev stood. They were on a road, cracked asphalt, grass growing through the seams, streetlights dead. The buildings around them were low, houses, shotgun doubles, the residential architecture of Algiers Point. Windows dark, doors open, no movement. "We're on the east bank," Darnell said. He had his map out, the flashlight clamped between his teeth, his finger tracing the route. "Patterson Road. If we go north 2 blocks, we hit the River Road, then east, 5 miles to the lower 9th. "How long?" "On foot? Through a clear city? An hour. Through this?" He looked at the dark houses, the open doors, the absolute stillness. "It could be all night." "Then we start now." New Orleans was not dead. It was something worse. It was undead in the most literal sense. A city whose body continued to function while its consciousness had been replaced by something alien and ravenous. The infrastructure persisted. The streets were still streets, the houses were still houses. The streetcar tracks on St. Charles still caught the moonlight through gaps in the clouds. But the people who had given those structures meaning were gone, replaced by their own corpses, and the city had become a museum of itself. A perfect replica of New Orleans, populated by the things New Orleans used to be. They moved through Algiers in a loose formation. Darnell on point with his map, Dev and Lena flanking, the others in a cluster. The streets were empty except for cars, parked or abandoned. Their doors open, their contents spilled. A purse in the street, a stroller on its side, a pair of shoes placed neatly on a doorstep, as if their owner had stepped inside for a moment and would be right back. The infected were here, but not in force. Algiers was a residential neighborhood, lower density than the rest of the city, and the horde had concentrated in the denser areas to the north and east. Dev could hear them. The gargling carried on the humid air, a constant low-frequency vibration that sat in his chest like a second heartbeat. But the streets were clear, for now. They passed a church, small, wooden, white paint, peeling, a sign in the yard. Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church. The doors were open. A light burned inside, a candle, guttering in the draft from the open door. Father Peter stopped. He looked at the church with an expression that Dev couldn't read. Not recognition, not longing, but something more complex, the way a retired soldier looks at a uniform in a shop window. "Father," Dev said, "we need to move." "I know." He didn't move. The candlelight from the church cast a warm yellow glow on the sidewalk, and in that glow, the night seemed almost normal, almost like a night in the old world, when candles in churches meant prayer, not desperation. "Petre," the priest tore his eyes from the church. "I'm coming." He walked past the open doors without entering, but Dev saw his hand rise, unconsciously, automatically, and touch his forehead, his chest, his left shoulder, his right. The sign of the cross, performed by a man who didn't believe in it, in front of a church he'd never entered, in a city of the dead, habit, or something else. They reached the industrial canal at 4 a.m. The canal was the boundary between Algiers, Char Lower 9th Ward, and the rest of the city, a wide, straight waterway that connected the Mississippi River to Lake Pontchartrain, cutting the east bank in half. The Lower 9th Ward was on the far side. The canal was a barrier. The bridges, the St. Claude Avenue Bridge, the Claiborne Avenue Bridge, were visible in the distance, spanning the canal's 100-foot width. Both were damaged. The St. Claude Bridge had been partially raised. Someone had activated the drawbridge mechanism before the power died, and the bridge sat at a 45-degree angle, its roadbed pointing at the sky. The Claiborne Bridge was intact, but blocked. A wall of vehicles pushed end-to-end across both lanes, the kind of deliberate barricade that spoke of organized defense. "Someone fortified the Claiborne Bridge," Lena said. "Military or civilian?" "Civilian," Darnell said. "Look at the vehicles. Personal cars, not tactical. Someone tried to hold the lower Ninth Ward as a defensible zone. Did they succeed? The answer was on the bridge itself. Bodies, not moving, not infected. Dead, truly dead, lying among the vehicles, torn apart by the horde that had eventually overwhelmed the barricade. The cars were bullet-scarred, the asphalt stained dark. They crossed at the Claiborne Bridge, climbing over vehicles, stepping around bodies, flashlights off to avoid attracting attention from whatever was on the far side. The silence was crushing. The canal water below was black and still, and from it came no sound, no gargling, no splashing. But the smell rose, salt and rot and ammonia, and Dev knew the water was not empty. The lower Ninth Ward. Dev had been here once, years ago, for a friend's wedding. He remembered the neighborhood as a working-class grid of shotgun houses and doubles, the streets named after saints and numbers, and the heroes of a culture that had survived slavery and segregation and Katrina, and now this. The houses were small, close together, built on slabs or short pilings, the lawns tiny, the porches wide. Now the neighborhood was flooded. Not deeply, 6 inches a foot. The water table pushed up by the canal and the river, and the sheer weight of the water that defined this city. The streets were shallow rivers, the yards were ponds, and the houses stood in the water like the legs of wading birds. Their foundations submerged, their doors open, their interiors dark. And in the water, the dead stood. Not hordes, individuals. Scattered through the flooded streets like terrible statuary, a figure in an intersection motionless, water to its thighs, head tilted, eyes milky. A figure on a porch, standing in the doorway of its own home, hands at its sides, as if waiting for a guest. A figure in a yard, knee-deep, facing the house next door with the patient. Empty attention of something that no longer remembered what it was waiting for, but couldn't stop waiting. They were slow. The fresh water, the lower Ninth Ward's flooding was fed by the canal and by broken water mains, not by the salty Gulf, had degraded their motor function. They moved in slow motion, their gestures languorous underwater. One of them turned as the group passed, a woman in a bathrobe, her face gray, her eyes tracking the movement, and her head turned so slowly that Dev counted 3 full seconds before it completed the motion. "Stay quiet," Kezia whispered. "Don't splash. Move through the water like it's not there." They waited. The water was warm, blood warm, body temperature, the Louisiana heat refusing to let even the floodwater cool. It seeped into Dev's boots, his socks, the cuffs of his jeans, and the sensation was intimate and revolting. The city's infected water against his skin, seeping into the blisters on his hands, the scrapes on his legs. "Flood Street," Dev said. Remy said Flood Street. 2 blocks east, Darnell whispered, consulting his map, by the dim glow of his flashlight held against his palm. Then 1 block south. They moved. The streets were navigable but treacherous. Submerged curbs, floating debris, the occasional car submerged to its roof, with only the radio antenna visible above the waterline. The infected they passed didn't react, the freshwater slowness reducing them to near immobility, their heads turning to track the group's passage, but their bodies unable to follow. Flood Street, a residential block, the houses identical in their architecture and individual in their decay. Dev counted house numbers, faded, painted on the frames, some missing, some illegible. "The blue house," he said. Remy's words from the radio. "The blue house." There, halfway down the block, a house painted powder blue, the paint faded, peeling, but still recognizably blue against the grays and whites of its neighbors. 2 stories. The first floor was underwater, the floodwater reaching the windowsills, the door submerged. But the second floor was above the waterline, and the windows were covered. Blankets, sheets, something. And in the gap between 2 blankets, a flicker of light. Dev's heart hit his ribs like a piston. "That's it," he said, "and Remy's in there." "How do we get in?" Tomas asked. "The first floor's flooded." "Fire escape," Lena pointed. A metal staircase ran up the side of the house. the kind of addition that New Orleans building codes required on multi-story rentals, rusted but intact. It started 5 feet above the current water level. "I'll boost," Angie said. She waded to the fire escape and laced her fingers together, the good hand and the splinted hand, the pain visible in her jaw but not in her voice. Tomas stepped on her hands and she lifted, and he caught the lowest rung and pulled himself up. The metal groaned but held. One by one, they climbed. Dev went third after Tomas and Lena. The fire escape swayed under their weight, the bolts in the wall creaking, and Dev felt the metal's intention to fail. The pre-failure vibration, the harmonic that said, "This structure is past its rating," and he moved faster. The second-floor window was covered with a blanket from the inside. Dev knocked. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks. No particular code, just a rhythm, a human rhythm. Silence. Then movement behind the blanket. A shuffling, cautious, the sound of someone moving in a small space. The blanket pulled aside an inch, and an eye appeared in the gap. Dark, bloodshot, wary. Dev's breath stopped. The eye widened. The blanket flew open. And Remy Thibodeau stood in the window frame, holding a baby in one arm and a kitchen knife in the other. And his face, the golden boy face, the charming face, the face that had smiled its way out of every disaster for 28 years, crumpled. "Dev?" he said. "Dev?" "Yeah, Rem, it's me." Remy dropped the knife. It clattered on the floor. He reached out with his free hand and grabbed Dev's shirt and pulled, and Dev came through the window and into the room, and Remy was holding him. One arm around Dev's shoulders, the baby between them crying. And Remy was crying, and Dev was crying. And the sound they made was the sound of 2 brothers who'd been searching for each other across a dead world and had found each other in a blue house on Flood Street. The baby was small and warm and loud. Lila, 14 months old, dark-eyed, her father's nose and her mother's hair. She screamed against Dev's chest, offended by the stranger, reaching for Remy with fat, insistent hands. Dev held his brother at arm's length and looked at him. Remy was thinner, much thinner, the charming roundness of his face replaced by angles, his cheekbones visible, his collarbones sharp under his stained t-shirt. His eyes were sunken, ringed with dark circles that looked like bruises. His hair was matted, his chin covered in patchy beard, and on his left forearm, above the wrist, a bandage, dark-stained. The stain the wrong color, not blood red, but brownish, the color of infection. "Remy," Dev said, "what's under the bandage?" Remy looked at his arm. His face changed, the relief fading, replaced by something that was trying to be a smile and couldn't quite make it. The smile of a man holding a door closed against something that's pushing from the other side. "We need to talk, brother," Remy said. The apartment was small, a 1-bedroom furnished with the sparse necessities of a rental. Mattress on the floor, folding table, 2 chairs. Remy had fortified it with whatever he could find. The windows covered, the door barricaded with the table and the chairs, and a dresser pushed against the frame. The room smelled of baby, diapers, formula, the sweet sour smell of infant skin. And underneath that, something else. Antiseptic. And ice. A cooler sat in the corner, the lid cracked open. Inside, bags of ice. Restaurant supply bags, the kind used for ice machines, now half melted, the water sloshing. And beside the cooler, a pile of empty bags, their contents consumed and replaced and consumed again over the course of weeks. "Ice," Venkatesh said. She was scanning the room with the clinical eye that missed nothing. The cooler, the bandage, the antiseptic bottles on the floor. Her face was a mask. "You've been using ice." "Dr. Venkatesh, I assume," Remy said. He shifted Lila to his other arm. The baby had calmed, her screaming reduced to hiccuping sobs. "You're the scientist. Dev mentioned you on the radio. You heard our transmission?" "Barely. Enough to know someone was out there." He looked at Dev. "Enough to know you were coming." "The bandage, Remy." "Yeah." Remy sat on the mattress. The motion was careful. The motion of someone whose body hurt in ways they were trying not to acknowledge. He set Lila down, and she immediately began crawling toward Dev, her hands slapping the mattress, her face a scrunched determination to reach the new person. Remy unwrapped the bandage. Underneath, A bite. Not fresh. 2 weeks old, maybe more. The edges healed, but wrong. The skin around the wound gray-tinged and threaded with dark veins that extended from the bite up his forearm, like the tributaries of a river. I got bitten the first week, Remy said. Day 3, maybe. I was coming through Gentilly, trying to get to Colette's apartment. One of them came out of a house, fast, really fast, and it got my arm before I could... He stopped, swallowed. Colette was already gone when I got there, already turned. She was in the apartment. She'd put Lila in the crib before she... His voice cracked. The baby was in the crib, screaming, and Colette was in the kitchen, walking in circles, like she was looking for something she forgot. Dev sat beside his brother. The distance between them was 2 feet. It felt like 200 miles. I took Lila, Remy said. I took her and I ran, and my arm was burning and I was scared, Dev. I was so scared. I could feel it, the virus, moving through me. The fever hit an hour later and I thought that was it. I thought I was going to turn and the baby was going to... But you didn't turn. No. I found this place. I broke in, I found the cooler. And I remembered something. And one of the guys at the crawfish farm, Tomas's boss, he told me once that cold water kills infections. Local remedy. Bullshit, probably, but I was desperate. So I packed my arm in ice, as much as I could find. I raided every restaurant and convenience store within 3 blocks, loaded up the cooler, packed the bite in ice, and kept it packed. And it worked? Venkatesh was kneeling beside him, examining the bite with a penlight, her face inches from the wound. Her hands were steady, but her eyes were wide. It slowed it down. The fever broke after 6 hours. The bite stopped spreading. You can see the veins go up to my elbow, but no farther. As long as I keep the ice on, it stays put. Stage 1 infection. Arrested by thermal inhibition, Venkatesh said, half to herself. The virus's replication rate is temperature dependent. By keeping the local tissue temperature below... She checked the wound with her fingertips. Below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, you've essentially frozen the viral front. The infection is still active. I can see the venous involvement. But it's been slowed to a fraction of its normal progression rate. How long? Dev asked. Venkatesh looked at him. The mask slipped, and behind it was something he hadn't seen before. Not compassion exactly, but the pain of a scientist confronting data that she wished she didn't have. The infection is still progressing. Slowly, much more slowly than normal. But it's not stopped. It's advancing at perhaps 1% of the rate of a standard infection. At that rate, how long? Days, maybe a week. If the ice supply holds and the ambient temperature doesn't... How long, Dr. Venkatesh? She pulled her glasses off, cleaned them, put them back on. Without intervention beyond cold therapy? 5 to 7 days. Possibly less if the ambient temperature rises. Possibly more if we can get him to colder conditions. Dev looked at his brother. Remy was watching him with those dark, sunken eyes. The eyes of a man who'd been counting days the way Dev had been counting bullets. Each one a subtraction. Each one a step closer to 0. You knew, Dev said. Yeah. How long have you known? Since the first day. You feel it, Dev. You feel it moving. It's like... He searched for words. Like something's in there, in your blood, trying to rewrite you. And the ice pushes it back, but you can feel it pushing forward. All the time. Every second. He flexed his fingers. The motion was slow. Slower than it should have been. My hand's getting numb. The ice is doing that, probably. But also, the thing. It's in the nerves now. We'll find more ice. There's no more ice. I've emptied every freezer within 6 blocks. The power's been out for weeks. Whatever was frozen has thawed. He looked at Lila, who had crawled to Dev's leg and was pulling herself up, her small hands gripping his jeans. I've been rationing. Half the ice I'd normally use, because I had to make it last long enough for someone to come, for you to come. And I'm here. And you're here, Remy smiled. The golden boy smile, dimmed but present. The smile that had gotten him out of trouble and into more trouble for his entire life. Hey, Dev. Yeah. I'm sorry about the truck. Dev laughed. It came out of him like a cough, abrupt, involuntary, inappropriate. And Remy laughed too, and for a moment, they were just two brothers in a room, laughing about a stolen truck, and the dead city outside the window didn't exist. Then Remy's laugh turned into a cough, and the cough was wet, and he covered his mouth, and his hand came away with a smear of something that was not quite blood. Darker, thicker. Remy, I'm okay. You're not okay. No. The smile faded. I'm not. But I'm here. And Lila's here. And you're here. And that's more okay than I've been since this started. Dev picked up Lila. She was heavy. The solid, squirming weight of a healthy infant, fed on formula that Remy had scrounged from pharmacies and grocery stores across the lower Ninth Ward. She looked at Dev with Remy's eyes and grabbed his nose and squealed. She does that, Remy said. The nose thing. She thinks it's hilarious. It is hilarious. Yeah. Remy watched his brother hold his daughter, and his face held something that was beyond expression. The ache of a man watching the two things he loved most in the world in the same frame, knowing he would not be in the frame much longer. Remy told them everything. He sat on the mattress with a fresh bag of ice pressed to his forearm, the last bag melting fast in the Louisiana heat, and he talked. And what he said changed the shape of everything. I didn't go to New Orleans for Colette, he said. I mean, I did, partly, but that's not why I left. The room was quiet. 9 people in a small apartment, the baby sleeping on the mattress, the windows covered, the sound of the dead city filtering through the walls. Dev sat across from his brother, and the distance between them was measured in a lie. A guy called me, Remy said, night of the outbreak, before I called you. His name was Laurent Desmarais, worked at a place called Helicon Biosystems. I knew him from, he glanced at Dev, from before, from the scene. He was a buyer. Pills, sometimes powder. He worked at some lab down in Port Sulphur. The Helicon lab, Venkatesh said. Yeah. He called me at 3 in the morning, freaking out. Said something had gone wrong at the lab. Said people were dying. Said he had something, a hard drive, an encrypted hard drive, that had everything, all the files. The research, the cover-up, everything Helicon had done. He said it was worth money, a lot of money. He said if I drove it to New Orleans and delivered it to a contact there, I'd get $100,000. The silence in the room changed temperature. Dev felt it, a dropping, a cooling, the way air cools before a storm. You left, Dev said. His voice was flat. You took my truck. You left a voicemail saying you were going for Colette. And the whole time, you were running a job for a drug connection at Helicon. Dev, you were 19 days clean. You told me you wanted to get better. You sat on my porch, and you shook, and you cried. And you told me this time was different. And then a dealer called you and offered you money, and you left. I wasn't going to use. The money was for Lila. For Colette. I thought if I had money, if I could show Colette I could provide. Bullshit. It's bullshit, Remy. You left because someone offered you something and you took it. Because that's what you do. That's what you've always done. The words came out of Dev like the contents of a pressurized vessel. Uncontrolled, scalding, carrying heat that had been building for years. The guilt was gone, replaced by something hotter, something that tasted like metal in his mouth. The anger of a man who has been carrying someone else's weight for so long that the weight has become part of his skeleton. And the person he's been carrying just told him the weight was never what he thought it was. Remy didn't flinch. He took it the way he took everything, straight on, without defense, the way a man takes a punch he knows he deserves. You're right, he said. You're right about all of it. I left because I'm weak, because I'm an addict, because when someone offers me an easy way, I take it. I've been taking the easy way my whole life. And you've been cleaning up after me, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dev. I'm sorry for everything. The apartment was silent. Lila murmured in her sleep. Outside, the gargling of the dead rose and fell. Where's the hard drive? Venkatesh asked. Remy reached under the mattress and pulled out a backpack. From the backpack, he extracted a hard drive, a portable unit black, the size of a paperback novel, with a Helicon Biosystems logo sticker on the case. He held it up. Laurent's dead, Remy said. He was on the phone with me when I was driving. That's the other voice on the voicemail. He was directing me to a drop point in the French Quarter. I got there. He didn't. I found out later he was killed during the outbreak. The contact in New Orleans was dead too. Everyone who knew about this drive is dead, except me. Venkatesh took the hard drive. She held it the way a priest holds a relic, with reverence, with trembling, with the knowledge that the object in her hands had the power to change the world. If this contains what I think it contains, she said, it's the most valuable object on Earth. Project Lazarus files, research data, communication records, evidence that Helicon knew the risks and proceeded anyway, evidence that the containment breach was the result of corporate negligence, evidence that... She stopped. Her glasses were fogging. She pulled them off and wiped them and put them back on, and her eyes behind the lenses were bright with something that was not tears, but was close. Evidence that this was preventable. That a company decided that profit was worth more than the survival of the human species. Can you read it? Dev asked. It's encrypted. I don't have the key. But the encryption is commercial grade, not military. Given time, given the right equipment. Can you read it? Not here. Not now. But if we get it to someone with the resources, if we get it out of this city and to any surviving government or military installation, yes, eventually. Dev looked at the hard drive, a black box the size of a book, containing the truth about the end of the world. His brother, his broken, charming, addicted brother, had been carrying it for 3 weeks, in a backpack, under a mattress, in a flooded apartment in the lower 9th Ward. Not because he understood its value, because it was the job he'd agreed to do, and for all his flaws, for all his weakness, Remy Thibodeau finished what he started. Remy, Dev said, yeah. You're an asshole. Yeah. And I love you. I know, Remy smiled. The golden boy smile, the one that had broken 100 hearts and mended none, and was, in this moment, the most beautiful thing Dev had ever seen. I love you too, brother. Dev reached across the space between them and took his brother's hand, the good hand, the one without the bite, the one that was still warm and still human and still Remy's. He held it and Remy held back, and the grip was the grip of 2 men who'd spent their lives failing each other and who were in this moment not failing. Then Remy coughed again, the wet cough, and his hand in Dev's was slightly colder than it should have been. They stayed in the apartment for 6 hours. They couldn't stay longer, the ice was almost gone. The noise of the group had attracted attention from the infected and the flooded streets, and the larger question, how to get out of the lower 9th Ward, out of New Orleans, out of the death zone, couldn't be answered from a second-floor apartment on Flood Street. Dev and Joe worked on the problem. The mechanical problem, the system, the parts, the failure modes. How do you move 10 people and a baby through 5 miles of flooded city, across a canal, through hostile territory, and to a viable exit point? The causeway, Darnell said. He'd spread his maps on the floor, his flashlight held between his teeth, the postal bag serving as a desk. Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, 24 miles of bridge over freshwater. It's the only route north that goes straight to the North Shore. And from the North Shore, it's open highway into Mississippi and north to the mountains. 24 miles of bridge, Lena said. That's 24 miles of exposure. No cover, no exits. If there's a horde on the bridge is over fresh water. Lake Pontchartrain is freshwater. The infected on the bridge, if there are any, will be freshwater degraded. Slow. And the ones coming from behind? That's the problem. Darnell tapped the map. To reach the causeway, we need to cross the city. The south shore of the lake, where the causeway starts, is in Metairie, northwest of here. That's 10 miles through the densest infection zone in the country. Vehicles, Joe said. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, sketching designs on a piece of cardboard with a pencil stub. We need vehicles, fast, loud enough to clear a path, or quiet enough to slip through. Where do we get vehicles? The police motor pool, Angie said. Everyone looked at her. She shrugged with her good shoulder. New Orleans PD has a motor pool on Broad Street. Fleet vehicles, cruisers, SUVs, maybe tactical units. If any of them still have fuel and keys, Broad Street is 4 miles northwest, through the city. Through the city, she confirmed. But it's on the way to Metairie. It's almost on a direct line. Dev looked at the map. The route was clear, northeast from the lower Ninth Ward, across the Industrial Canal, through the Bywater and the Marigny and the French Quarter, then northwest through Mid-City to Broad Street, then west to Metairie and the Causeway, 10 miles, through the heart of New Orleans, through 1 million dead. There's another problem, Venkatesh said. She'd been quiet, studying the hard drive with her laptop, trying to access the encrypted files. Now she looked up, and her face held something new. Not fear, not clinical detachment, but the specific kind of alarm that comes from data, confirming a hypothesis you'd hoped was wrong. The Wardens, she said. Who? Helicon's private military force. I've been picking up radio traffic on the Marine VHF. Encrypted, but the headers are clear. There's a naval vessel operating in the Gulf, about 50 miles south, and I've intercepted references to helicopter assets. She held up the radio. They're looking for something, for someone. The radio traffic mentions Lazarus containment and data recovery. They're looking for this hard drive, and for me. How would they know about you? Because I was on the Helicon consulting roster. Because I'm the only virologist who survived the Cocodrie station. Because the data on this drive includes my name, my research contributions, my memos, warning about the pathogen. She paused. They want to destroy the evidence, and I'm part of the evidence. The room was very quiet. Dev looked at the hard drive on the floor, the laptop beside it, the woman beside the laptop. The most valuable object on Earth and the woman who could explain what it meant. Both in a second-floor apartment in a dead city, with a private army hunting for them. We move tonight, Dev said. Sunset. We head northwest through the city. We find vehicles at the motor pool. We drive to the causeway. We cross the lake. And the Wardens? One problem at a time. Dev! Venkatesh's voice was steady, but her hands were not. The Wardens have helicopters, military hardware, 200 operators. If they find us, then they find us, and we deal with it. That's not a plan. No, it's a direction. Plans come later. Right now, we need to move. He looked at his brother. Remy was lying on the mattress, the last bag of ice draped across his forearm, Lila curled against his chest. His eyes were closed, but he wasn't sleeping. His jaw was working, the muscles clenching and releasing in a rhythm that Dev recognized as pain management. The ice was almost gone. The virus was almost not. Remy, Dev said, and can you walk? His brother opened his eyes. I've been carrying a baby through this city for 3 weeks. I can walk. Can you run? I'll do what I have to do. That's not what I asked. Remy sat up. The motion was slow, deliberate, controlled, the motion of a man who is holding himself together through concentration. He looked at Dev with those dark, sunken eyes, and the golden boy smile flickered. Dimmer, but present, like a pilot light in a furnace that's running out of fuel. I can run, he said, not fast, not far, but enough. Enough for what? Enough for Lila. Dev held his gaze. Between them, 28 years of shared history. The fishing trips and the fights and the Christmases and the hospital visits and the promises kept and broken and the one promise that mattered more than all the others. The promise Dev had made to their dying mother. Look after your brother. He'd failed that promise 100 times, 1,000 ways. He'd introduced Remy to the men who gave him pills. He'd let Remy leave with the truck. He'd sat on the porch while his brother drove into the dark. But he was here now, in a blue house on Flood Street, with his brother and his brother's daughter, and the dead outside the window, and the dying inside the room, and the hard drive on the floor, and the truth inside the drive, and the distance between failure and redemption was measured in footsteps, and the footsteps led north. Okay, Dev said, tonight. We go. They left at sunset, the sky bleeding from blue to red to purple, the city's skyline, a black silhouette against the dying light. The lower Ninth Ward was quieter at dusk. The infected's activity patterns following some internal rhythm that Venkatesh attributed to residual circadian function, the virus maintaining the host body's basic biological clock, even as it overwrote everything else. Remy carried Lila in a sling that Nadine, through the radio from the West Bank camp, had talked Joe through constructing from a bedsheet. The baby was secured against his chest, his good arm supporting her, his bitten arm pressed against his side, with the last handful of ice cubes in a plastic bag taped to the wound. He walked with the careful, deliberate gait of someone for whom each step required active decision-making. Left foot, then right foot, then left again. The automaticity of walking no longer automatic. Dev walked beside him. Not supporting. Remy wouldn't allow that. But close enough that if his brother stumbled, Dev could catch him before he fell. They crossed the industrial canal on the Claiborne Bridge, climbing over the same barricade of vehicles they'd crossed coming in. The canal water below was black in the failing light. From it a sound, low, sustained, the gargling of something submerged. They crossed quickly and didn't look down. On the far side, the city changed character. The lower Ninth Ward's working-class grid gave way to the bywater, narrower streets, denser construction, the colorful shotgun houses and corner bars of a neighborhood that had been a center of New Orleans music and culture. Now the houses were dark and the bars were silent, and the only music was the gargling in the wind. Darnell navigated. His maps, annotated, color-coded, memorized through hours of study, guided them through the side streets, avoiding the main avenues where the infected concentrated. They moved through alleys, through backyards, through gaps in fences, the group a silent chain of shadows in the dusk. The French Quarter was unavoidable. It sat between the bywater and mid-city like a wall. 12 square blocks of the densest, most historically significant, and now most thoroughly infected neighborhood in the city. The narrow streets, the iron balconies, the enclosed courtyards. Every feature that had made the quarter charming now made it lethal. They entered the quarter at Esplanade Avenue and moved northwest toward Canal Street. Darnell's route took them through the residential blocks, Dauphine, Burgundy, Rampart, where the buildings were closer together and the streets were narrower, and the overhead balconies created a canopy that blocked the sky. The infected were everywhere. Standing in the streets, in the doorways, on the balconies, sitting in wrought iron chairs, at cafe tables, as if waiting to be served, lying in the gutters, motionless, eyes open. The density was staggering. Dev stopped counting at 200. They were in every state of decay, from the freshly turned, still recognizably human, visibly, still wearing the faces that had laughed and argued and loved in this city, to the advanced, skin sloughing, bones visible, the body's architecture failing under the virus's relentless demand for motion. And they were different here. Not the freshwater-slowed infected of the lower Ninth Ward. The French Quarter was closer to the river, closer to the salt. The infected here were faster, more responsive, their heads tracking the group's movement with a quickness that made Dev's skin crawl. "Stay tight," Lena whispered. "Don't run." Running triggers their pursuit response. Walk. Steady pace. Don't make eye contact. They walked. Through the heart of the French Quarter, past Jackson Square, the fence lined with infected standing shoulder to shoulder like tourists at a parade. Past the cathedral, its doors open, the interior dark, the sound of gargling echoing from the nave like a terrible choir. Past the bars on Bourbon Street, the neon signs still flickering, powered by solar backup batteries, advertising drink specials to an audience of the dead. A bloater stood in the intersection of Bourbon and St. Louis. It was massive. The saltwater proximity had swollen it to nearly twice human size. The skin taut and glistening, the smell enormous. Dev gave it a 20-foot berth. Lena kept her Glock pointed at it as they passed, her finger along the frame, not on the trigger. The discipline of a woman conserving her 16 remaining reasons to survive. They made it through the quarter without contact. Canal Street, 6 lanes wide, the streetcar tracks running down the center, was clear enough to cross quickly, the group sprinting across the open space in a breathless dash that left them panting on the far side, in the shadows of the mid-city buildings. "Motor pool," Darnell said. 8 blocks north. 8 blocks. In the dark. Through mid-city, a residential neighborhood of modest homes and corner stores and the kind of density that turned every house into a potential threat. They covered the first 6 blocks without incident. The infected here were sparser. Mid-city had a lower population density than the quarter, and the distance from the river reduced the saltwater influence. Some of the infected they passed were in that stage 2 stillness, standing motionless in yards and porches, transitioning. Others were ambulatory but slow, their reactions dulled by the fresh water that had leaked from broken mains and fire hydrants. On the 7th block, they found the bodies. Not infected, human, executed. 5 of them, lying face down in the street, hands bound behind their backs with zip ties, each with a single gunshot wound to the back of the head. They wore civilian clothing. Their bodies were fresh, no bloating, no decay, no sign of infection. Lena knelt beside the nearest one. She didn't touch. She looked at the wounds, the bindings, the positioning. Her face went hard. "Professional," she said. "Small caliber, close range. Execution style," she stood. "These aren't zombie kills. These are murder." "The wardens," Venkatesh said, "or the Kingfishers. The Kingfishers use shotguns and rifles. These are pistol wounds, 9mm from the entry size, and the zip ties are military grade." Darnell was kneeling by another body. His face was gray. "I know this man," he said quietly. "Marcus Williams. He ran a barber shop on Broad Street. I delivered his mail every day for 4 years." He stood. He adjusted his postal bag on his hip. He didn't say anything else. But his face, the kind open face of a man who'd spent his career making sure things reached the people they were meant for, closed like a door. "The motor pool is 2 blocks ahead," he said. "Let's go." The New Orleans Police Department motor pool was on Broad Street, behind the district station, a fenced lot filled with vehicles, some marked, some unmarked, all sitting in neat rows like artifacts of a civilization that had valued order. The fence was chain link, topped with razor wire. The gate was locked. No wardens, no Kingfishers, no infected in immediate view. Joe cut the gate's padlock with a pry bar she'd been carrying since the distribution center. The pry bar was her pipe wrench's replacement, heavier, less elegant, but effective. They entered the lot and spread out, checking vehicles. Fuel was the problem. Most of the cruisers were empty, driven until their tanks died, then abandoned. The SUVs were slightly better, their larger tanks holding residual fuel. Dev found a Chevrolet Tahoe with a quarter tank, enough for maybe 50 miles if the engine ran clean and the route was straight. "1 vehicle," he said, "not enough for 10 people. 2 vehicles," Joe called from the far end of the lot. She'd found a school bus, yellow 60-passenger, the kind used for field trips and evacuations. Its diesel tank was half full. 80 miles on what's left, and it'll hold all of us with room to spare. A school bus through a zombie-infested city. It's steel and glass and diesel. The infected can't get through steel. She was already under the hood, her flashlight in her teeth, her hands moving through the engine compartment, with the swift assurance of a mechanic who could diagnose a motor by sound. "Battery's dead. We'll need to jump it from the Tahoe." They worked, Dev and Joe under the bus's hood, connecting jumper cables from the Tahoe's battery. Tomas and Darnell siphoned fuel from other vehicles, filling the Tahoe's tank to 3/4. Lena and Angie established a perimeter, the Glock and Earl's .22 covering the approaches. Father Peter sat in the bus's driver's seat. "I can't shoot," he said, "but I can drive. I drove a school bus for 2 summers in seminary. It was the worst job I've ever had." He adjusted the mirrors. Until now. The bus started on the 3rd try, the diesel engine coughing, belching black smoke, then settling into the heavy, rhythmic rumble that was the sound of mass and power, and the promise of movement faster than walking. The headlights came on, weak, yellowed, and illuminated the motor pool's fence, the street beyond, and the shapes that had gathered. The sound of the engine had called them. 20, 30 infected. converging on the motor pool from the surrounding streets, drawn by the low-frequency rumble that Venkatesh had warned about. The sound that swarmed them. They came from the south, from the north, from the houses and the yards, shuffling and lurching, a tide of dead flesh responding to the mechanical dinner bell. "We go now," Dev said. "Tahoe leads, bus follows. Don't stop for anything." He got in the Tahoe. Lena beside him, Glock ready. Remy in the back seat, Lila in his arms, the backpack with the hard drive at his feet. Venkatesh beside Remy, holding the radio. Joe rode the bus with Petra driving, Tomas in the stairwell with a length of pipe, Darnell navigating from the front passenger seat, Angie covering the rear emergency exit, Kezia at a window watching for obstacles. They rolled. The Tahoe's engine was quieter than the bus, a V8 growl versus the diesel's hammer. And Dev drove through the motor pool gate at 20 miles an hour, turning north on Broad Street, the bus filling the rearview mirror. The infected came from every direction, from every building, from every shadow. The sound of two engines, the Tahoe and the bus, was a beacon, a signal flare, and the horde responded with the mindless, relentless convergence that was their defining behavior. They filled the street behind the bus. They spilled from doorways in front of the Tahoe. They appeared on sidewalks and intersections, on cars and porches and rooftops. Dev drove. The Tahoe's brush guard hit the first infected at 25 miles an hour, and the impact was a wet, heavy thump that shuddered through the steering column and into Dev's hands. The body went under the wheels. Dev didn't slow down. Another impact. Another. The windshield cracked where a face hit it. The face of a man in a business suit, his mouth open, his eyes milky. And the cracks spiderwebbed across the glass, and Dev drove through them. Behind him, the school bus was a yellow battering ram. Father Peter drove with the calm, focused attention of a man who had discovered, at 67 years of age, a talent he'd never suspected. He could drive a bus through a crowd of the dead without flinching. His thin hands gripped the wheel at 10 and 2, his eyes fixed on the road, and the bus plowed through the infected like a ship through waves. The heavy frame and diesel momentum making the impacts almost gentle. The bodies deflecting to the sides, tumbling under the wheels, going under and behind and away. "Left on Orleans Avenue," Darnell shouted from the bus's front seat, his map pressed against the windshield, his flashlight dead navigating by the Tahoe's taillights. "Then right on Carrollton. Straight to I-10!" Dev turned. The Tahoe's tires slipped on something wet and the back end swung, and for a terrible moment the vehicle was sliding sideways in the street, with the horde closing from both sides. And then the tires caught and they were straight and moving and the bus was behind them and the route was ahead. Orleans to Carrollton to the interstate to Metairie, Metairie to the causeway. The interstate. I-10, the elevated highway that ran through the city, 20 feet above street level. A ribbon of concrete that connected New Orleans to the rest of America. Dev took the on-ramp at Carrollton and climbed, the Tahoe's engine straining on the grade, and they emerged onto the interstate, and the city spread out below them in all directions. Dark, vast, punctuated by fires, and the occasional flash of something that might have been lightning or might have been an explosion. The interstate was clogged. Abandoned vehicles, cars, trucks, buses, military vehicles, filled both lanes in a dense, irregular pattern that required constant maneuvering. Dev wove the Tahoe through gaps, around vehicles, over medians. The bus, wider and less maneuverable, scraped along car doors and pushed smaller vehicles aside, the sound of metal on metal carrying across the elevated highway. And on the highway, among the abandoned vehicles, the infected stood. They lined the roadway like an honor guard, standing beside cars, sitting on hoods, lying in the lanes. Many were in that stage 2 stillness. Others were ambulatory, turning toward the sound of the engines, beginning the slow, relentless pursuit. Dev drove. The speedometer said 35. It felt like flying. The Tahoe wove through the automotive graveyard, the bus followed, and the city scrolled past below them. Neighborhood after neighborhood, each one dark, each one dead, each one a place where people had lived and worked and loved and were now stumbling through the streets with milky eyes and mouths that couldn't remember how to speak. They reached Metairie, The highway descended to grade level, and the suburban sprawl of New Orleans' largest suburb stretched around them. Strip malls and subdivisions and the flat, interchangeable landscape of American commerce. Fewer infected here. The density had thinned. The highway was clearer. The causeway, Darnell said through the radio. They'd given the bus a handheld unit from the Kingfisher set. Exit ahead, 2 miles to the toll plaza. The causeway entrance appeared in the headlights, a wide plaza of concrete, the toll booths standing like sentries, their lights dead, the gates raised. Beyond the plaza, the bridge. The Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, 24 miles of concrete bridge over freshwater. The longest bridge over water in the world, a straight line from the south shore to the north shore, from the dead world to whatever waited on the other side. Dev stopped the Tahoe at the toll plaza. He got out. The night air was warm, humid, alive with the sounds of the city behind them and the silence of the lake ahead. He walked to the bridge's edge and looked north. The causeway stretched ahead into darkness, 2 lanes in each direction, separated by a concrete median, the roadbed flat and straight and vanishing into the dark over the black water of the lake. Abandoned vehicles dotted both spans, fewer than on the interstate, the bridge's single-route nature having filtered some of the evacuation traffic. The bridge lights were dead. The only illumination was the Tahoe's headlights and the stars. 24 miles, Dev said. 24 miles, Lena confirmed. She stood beside him, looking north. Her Glock was in her hand. No cover, no exits. If something's on the bridge, we can't go around it. Then we go through it. With 16 rounds. With 16 rounds, and a school bus, and a Tahoe, and 9 people who've come too far to stop. Lena looked at him. The dark humor that had been her armor since the beginning flickered in her eyes. Faint, battered, but present. Least the bridge has a nice view, she said. Dev almost smiled. The radio crackled. Venkatesh's voice from inside the Tahoe, urgent. Dev, come here, now. He went. Venkatesh was in the back seat, the Marine VHF pressed to her ear, her face illuminated by the radio's display. The color had drained from her skin. I'm picking up traffic, she said. Helicon Warden frequency. They're close. They have helicopter assets 20 minutes out. She listened, her eyes moving as she translated the clipped, encrypted communication. They know where we are. They've been tracking the hard drive. There's a GPS locator in the casing. They've known where it is since Remy took it. The hard drive has a tracker, standard corporate security for sensitive data transport. Helicon's been tracking it the whole time. The wardens are inbound. ETA 20 minutes. Dev looked at the hard drive in Remy's backpack. The black box. The truth. The most valuable object in the world. And a homing beacon that had been leading their enemies to them across 1,000 miles of dead country. Can we disable the tracker? Not without risking the data. The locator is integrated with the drive's firmware. If I tamper with it, it might trigger a self-destruct protocol. These drives are designed to erase if compromised. Then we run. Dev looked at the bridge. 24 miles of open road. 20 minutes before the helicopters arrived. We drive, fast. If we can make the North Shore before the wardens reach us, they have a naval vessel. If they position it in the lake, they can block the far end of the bridge. Then we deal with that when we get there. He was already moving. Back to the Tahoe. Engine started. The bus's diesel roaring to life behind him. The convoy rolled onto the causeway, the toll booths passing on either side, like the gates of something, heaven or hell or the space between. The no man's land where the dead met the living and the living were running out of road. The bridge took them. 24 miles of concrete over black water, stretching north toward whatever was left of the world. Behind them, the city burned. The hordes gargling faded with distance, replaced by the thrum of tires on concrete and the wind through the cracked windshield and the sound of Lila in the back seat beginning to cry. Remy held her close. His bitten arm, the ice gone, the bandage dark, hung at his side, and the veins beneath the skin had crept past his elbow now, creeping up toward his shoulder with the patient, remorseless advance of a tide. Dev drove. The causeway stretched ahead. The night stretched around them. And 20 minutes behind, the sound of rotors, faint, growing, the wardens coming at last. He pressed the accelerator. The Tahoe surged. The bridge had no end that he could see, just the darkness and the water and the road, and the sound of his brother breathing in the back seat, each breath a little shallower than the last. Forward. Always forward, because forward was the only direction that had any meaning left. The bridge took them north. The darkness took everything else. Mile 1. The causeway's surface was rough under the Tahoe's tires, expansion joints clicking in rhythm, the concrete slabs stitched together with tar that had softened in a decade of Gulf Coast summers. Dev held the wheel at 10 and 2 and drove at 60, the headlights cutting 200 feet of visibility from the darkness, revealing the bridge's empty lanes and segmented glimpses. Asphalt, median, guardrail, water. The lake was invisible beyond the guardrails, a black void that could have been sky or ocean or nothing at all. But it wasn't nothing. He could hear it. The water lapping against the bridge's pilings 30 feet below, a sound like breathing, like the lake was alive and watching them cross its back. First vehicle ahead, Lena said. She was leaning forward, her hand braced on the dashboard, the Glock between her knees. Sedan, left lane. We can pass on the right. Dev swung right. The Tahoe passed the sedan. A Honda Civic, doors closed, no one inside. The keys still in the ignition. The windshield fogged from the inside, as if the car had been breathing. The bus followed, Peter threading the larger vehicle through the gap with a concentration that had turned his thin face into a mask of lines and angles. Mile 2. More vehicles. A pickup truck on its side, an ambulance with its rear doors open, a military Humvee with a mounted machine gun that no one was manning. The Humvee's engine was running, the diesel idle a low rumble that blended with the Tahoe's own. Stop, Venkatesh said. The Humvee. If it's running, we don't have time to transfer. The machine gun, Dev. A mounted .50 caliber weapon is... We don't have time. He checked the mirror. Nothing behind them. Not yet. The helicopters were 15 minutes out, maybe less. The rotor sound growing in his memory even before his ears could confirm it. We drive. Mile 3. Mile 4. The bridge ran straight as a ruler, the lanes unvarying, the water invisible, the sky beginning to show the first pale stain of dawn on the eastern horizon. The abandoned vehicles thinned, one every few hundred meters, then nothing, just open road stretching ahead until the headlights couldn't reach the next obstacle and the darkness swallowed the beam. In the back seat, Remy was breathing in a pattern that Dev recognized, the shallow, controlled breaths of someone managing pain, counting inhalations the way you count steps on a hike that's too long and too steep. Lila was asleep against his chest, her face buried in his shirt, her small body rising and falling with Remy's careful rhythm. How are you doing? Dev asked without turning. Driving Miss Daisy back there. Remy's voice was thin but steady. You just keep your eyes on the road. Remy, I'm here. I'm still here. The ice is gone. I know. Venkatesh said, I know what she said. A pause, a breath. I can feel it, Dev. It's past my elbow. It's another breath, this one catching. It doesn't hurt exactly. It's more like, it's like something else is in there, trying to think with my brain, trying to figure out how the controls work. He laughed, a ghost of the Golden Boy laugh, pale and thin. It's like having a backseat driver, in my head. Hey, can you fight it? I've been fighting it for 3 weeks, brother. I'm tired. Then rest. There's nothing you can do. Remy's voice was gentle, not resigned, gentle. The gentleness of a man who has accepted something that the people around him haven't, who is further down the road than they realize, and is trying to make the distance between them less painful. Just drive. Get Lila to the other side. That's the only thing that matters now. Dev drove. The miles counted themselves in expansion joints. Click, click, click. A metronome measuring the distance between the city of the dead and whatever waited on the north shore. Mile 7. The radio crackled. Thibodeau! A woman's voice. Clipped, precise. The voice of someone accustomed to giving orders and having them followed. This is Colonel Vivian Hale. Helicon Security Division. You have something that belongs to my client. I'm prepared to negotiate. Dev looked at the radio. Venkatesh held it, her face tight, the muscles in her jaw working. Don't respond, Lena said. If I don't respond, she'll assume we're hostile. We are hostile. We're 10 people in a Tahoe and a school bus with 16 rounds. We can't afford to be hostile. Venkatesh keyed the radio. This is Dr. Priya Venkatesh. What do you want, Colonel? Dr. Venkatesh, the woman who sent the memo. Hale's voice was conversational, almost warm, the warmth of a fire that could heat or burn depending on proximity. I've read your memo, Doctor. It was well written, prescient. If anyone at Helicon had listened, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But no one listened. No, they didn't. And now, here we are. Here we are, Venkatesh agreed. What do you want? The hard drive, the Lazarus files, everything your friend Mr. Thibodeau, the younger one, was carrying. Hand it over, and I'll extract your group to a secure facility. Clean beds, medical care, military protection. You have my word. Your word, Venkatesh's voice was ice. The word of a woman who ordered the destruction of the Kokodri research station, who killed the scientists there, who has been executing survivors. We found the bodies on Broad Street, Colonel. A pause. The radio hissed. When Hale spoke again, the warmth was gone, replaced by something flatter, harder, the tone of a woman who'd peeled back a layer and decided the layer beneath was more efficient. I don't enjoy this, Doctor. I take no pleasure in any of this. But I have a mission, and the mission is containment. Total containment. No evidence, no witnesses, no data trail. Helicon's board has authorized any means necessary. If I can accomplish the mission without further casualties, I will. If I can't, another pause. I'm on a helicopter, Doctor. I have 2 Apache gunships and a naval vessel with a marine detachment. You're on a bridge. The math is simple. Dev reached for the radio. Venkatesh handed it to him. Colonel Hale, he said. My name's Dev Thibodeau. I'm a boat mechanic from Montaigut, Louisiana. I've been walking and paddling and driving through your company's mess for 3 weeks. I've lost friends. I've watched people die in ways I can't describe and can't forget. And I've got my brother in the back seat with your company's virus, eating him alive, and his baby daughter on his chest. And the only thing I want in this world is to get them to the other side of this bridge. He paused. The expansion joints clicked. So, here's my counteroffer. You can come get the hard drive yourself. You know where we are. Come get it. But understand that if you come, you're coming through us. Through a deputy with a gun and a mechanic with a tire iron and a priest who can't fight, but who will damn sure judge you while you do it. And when this is over, when someone somewhere puts together what happened, they'll know what you did. They'll know that Helicon Biosystems ended the world and then sent soldiers to kill the survivors who could prove it. And they'll know you were the one holding the leash. Static. Your brother is infected? Hale's voice had changed again. Subtler now, almost curious. Stage 1. Arrested by cold therapy. But the ice is gone. Stage 1 for 3 weeks. A pause. That's medically unprecedented. He's a Thibodeau. We don't die easy. No, apparently you don't. Another pause. You have 30 minutes, Mr. Thibodeau. If I don't have the hard drive in 30 minutes, the Apaches will fire on the bridge. This is not a bluff. I've already authorized the engagement. The radio went silent. Dev set it down. His hands were shaking. He gripped the steering wheel until the shaking transferred from his hands to the wheel, and the wheel absorbed it, and the Tahoe drove on, mile 8, mile 9, clicking forward on the concrete spine of the causeway. 30 minutes, Lena said. Then we drive faster. He pressed the accelerator. 65, 70. The Tahoe's engine roared, the sound swallowed by the wind and the bridge and the lake. Behind them, the school bus accelerated, Peter's thin hands working the wheel, the diesel engine screaming. 75. The abandoned vehicles came faster. A blur in the headlights, dodge left, dodge right. The Tahoe's tires squealing on the concrete. The bus was slower, falling behind, and Dev checked the mirror and saw the yellow shape receding and the darkness between them growing. "We can't leave the bus," Dev said. "We can't stop." "The others are on that bus: Tomas, Joe, Darnell, Kezia, Angie. And Hale is behind us with Apaches. If we stop, we can't leave them." He slowed. 60, 55. The bus closed the gap. In the mirror, Dev could see Peter's face through the windshield, the thin, white-haired priest hunched over the wheel, his glasses reflecting the instrument panel lights, his expression one of absolute, terrified concentration. Mile 12. Halfway, the dawn was coming, the eastern sky shifting from dark blue to gray to a luminous pale gold that turned the lake's surface from black to pewter. For the first time, Dev could see the water, flat, endless, stretching to the horizon in every direction. The bridge was a thread across its surface, a line drawn by human ambition across a body of water that had existed for millennia and would exist for millennia more. And on the water, to the east, a shape. Gray, angular, military. A ship. The naval vessel Hale had mentioned. An offshore supply ship repurposed as a command platform, sitting 5 miles out, its profile low against the brightening sky. "That's them," Venkatesh said. She had the binoculars. "The Warden flagship. I can see boat launches being lowered. They're deploying teams. To the bridge? To the north shore? They're going to block the far end." Dev looked ahead. 14 miles of bridge. 14 miles between here and whatever was waiting at the other end. Behind them, Apaches. Ahead of them, Marines. On either side, the lake. And on the bridge itself. He saw it before Kezia radioed from the bus. A shape on the road. Distant, indistinct in the gray light. Standing in the center of the northbound lanes, motionless. Too tall for a normal infected, its silhouette wrong. Broader at the shoulders, narrower at the waist, the head slightly elongated, topped by something that looked like a crest of bone. "Dev," Kezia's voice on the radio. "I see something on the bridge. Ahead, 2 miles. I don't think it's a normal infected." Venkatesh took the binoculars and looked. She looked for a long time. When she lowered them, her face had gone the color of chalk. "The Warden," she said. "The what?" "Apex Revenant. Patient 0, Dr. Emil Kessler." Her voice was steady, but her hands were not. The binoculars trembled in her grip, the image in the lenses dancing. He was the lead researcher at the Port Sulphur lab, the first human exposed to the undiluted virus. 3 months of continuous viral evolution have... She stopped, swallowed. "He's different from any infected we've seen. He's intelligent. He plans. He coordinates the horde. That's one of them. He's not one of them. He's the one controlling them." She looked at Dev. "I've been tracking anomalous horde behavior for weeks. Movements that were too coordinated, too strategic. Flanking maneuvers. Retreat and ambush patterns. The horde doesn't behave like that naturally. Something is directing it. He's the something." Dev looked ahead at the shape on the bridge. It wasn't moving. It stood in the lane like a monument. And even at 2 miles distance, even in the gray pre-dawn light, something about its posture projected awareness. Not the empty, mechanical awareness of a standard infected, but something deeper. Something that remembered what it meant to observe, to calculate, to wait. Can we go around it? There's nowhere to go around. The bridge is 2 lanes. The median is concrete. The guardrails. Then we go through it. "Dev, you don't understand. The Warden has been..." A sound from behind, not the radio, not the engine. A sound that carried across the bridge from the south, a rhythmic, percussive beat that grew from silence to presence to dominance in seconds. Helicopters. Dev looked in the mirror. 2 aircraft, low, crossing the lake from the southwest, their rotors catching the first light and spinning it into circles of gold. Apache gunships, angular, predatory, the silhouettes of machines designed to kill other machines. They were 5 miles back and closing. "Time's up," Lena said. Dev drove. The Tahoe surged forward, the speedometer climbing 60, 70, 80. The expansion joints blurred into a continuous vibration. The wind howled through the cracked windshield, and ahead the shape on the bridge, the Warden, grew larger. At 1 mile's distance, Dev could see details. The warden was tall, taller than any infected he'd seen, the virus having stretched and restructured the body of Dr. Emil Kessler into something that was only approximately human. The shoulders were broad, knotted with calcified muscle. The skull was thick, crested with bony deposits that formed a ridge from the forehead to the back of the head. The skin was ash gray, laced with dark veins. And the lab coat, the remnant of a white lab coat, tattered and stained, still clinging to the frame, was the only marker of the man this thing had been. It turned to face them. The movement was slow, deliberate, the rotation of a thing that had no need to hurry, because it had already calculated every possibility and chosen its response. Its eyes caught the headlights and reflected them, not with the green gold of the crawlers, but with a steady amber light that was almost warm, almost human. "It's watching us," Venkatesh whispered. "I know. It knows who I am." How could it? Because it was Emil Kessler. And Emil Kessler was my colleague, my friend. We worked together for 3 years. He knows my scent, my... She pressed her hand to her mouth. "Oh, God, he's been tracking me. Not the hard drive, not the group. Me, since Kokadri. He's been following my scent across 300 miles. The warden stood in the lane. Behind it, on the bridge, shapes appeared, emerging from vehicles, rising from the roadbed, climbing over the guardrails from the bridge's superstructure. Infected. Dozens of them. Coming from the bridge's pilings, from the emergency pullouts, from the maintenance catwalks below the roadbed. They formed a wall behind the warden, a disciplined, deliberate formation that was nothing like the random convergence of a standard horde. They were organized, positioned, deployed. "He's commanding them," Venkatesh said. "The pheromone acoustic communication system I theorized, he's using it. He's directing them the way a conductor directs an orchestra." 1/2 mile. The warden's horde filled both lanes, standing shoulder to shoulder, a wall of dead flesh, 30 bodies wide and growing. Behind the Tahoe, the Apaches were closing, 3 miles, 2. The sound of the rotors was a physical thing, a vibration in the air that made the Tahoe's windows buzz. "Options," Dev said. "None," Lena said. "There's always an option." "Drive through them," Joe's voice crackled from the bus radio. "The Tahoe weighs 3 tons. The bus weighs 15. We drive through them. The Tahoe clears a path. The bus follows. Don't stop. Don't slow down. Don't think about what you're hitting." Dev looked in the mirror. The school bus filled the view, yellow, massive, Peter's face behind the windshield. On the bus's roof, visible through the emergency hatch, a figure, Tomas, lying flat, holding something. A rifle. Where had he? The Humvee. Tomas had gone back to the Humvee in the chaos of loading the vehicles and taken a rifle from the mount. An M4, military issue, the stock pressed against his shoulder, the barrel pointed forward. "Tomas," Dev said into the radio, "I see them." Tomas's voice was calm, the calm of a man who'd crossed 3 borders and learned that panic was a luxury. "I'll cover you from the roof. But you need to hit the warden. Nothing else matters. The horde is the body. He's the brain. Kill the brain, and the body dies." "Theoretically," Venkatesh said. "Everything's theoretical until it works." Dev gripped the wheel. The warden was 300 meters ahead, 200. The infected wall behind it was dense, 50 deep, their gargling rising into a sound that was not sound but pressure. A physical force that pushed against the Tahoe's windshield and found the cracks. "Remy," Dev said. "Yeah. Hold Lila." "I'm holding her." "Hold her tight." "I am." Dev floored the accelerator. The Tahoe hit 85, 90. The engine screamed, the transmission dropped a gear, the tires bit the concrete with the desperate grip of rubber, pushed beyond its design specifications. The windshield, already cracked, vibrated, the fractures spreading like ice on a pond. 100 meters. Dev could see the warden's face, the face of Dr. Emil Kessler, transformed, the features distorted by 3 months of viral evolution into something that was almost a mask. The amber eyes watched the Tahoe approach. The warden didn't move. didn't flinch, didn't step aside. It stood in the lane and waited, and in the set of its ruined face, Dev saw something that chilled him more than anything he'd seen in 3 weeks of the dead. Recognition. The thing recognized them. It knew what they were doing. And it was not afraid. 50 meters. The horde was 10 feet from the Tahoe's brush guard. Dev's hands were welded to the wheel. Lena braced against the dashboard. Venkatesh curled around the hard drive. Remy curled around Lila. Dev closed his eyes for one breath. Opened them. The Tahoe hit the warden at 93 miles per hour. The impact was catastrophic. The brush guard crumpled. The warden's body hit the hood, and the windshield disintegrated. Not cracked, not shattered, but vaporized. 3,000 pieces of safety glass exploding inward in a blizzard of fragments. The warden came through the windshield frame and over the roof, and the sound it made, not a gargle, not a scream, but a deep, resonant crack. The sound of reinforced bone hitting metal was the loudest sound Dev had ever heard. The horde behind the warden met the Tahoe a fraction of a second later. Bodies hit the hood, the sides, the remaining windows. The vehicle plowed through them like a boat through water. The 3-ton mass of steel and engine cutting a path through the wall of flesh. Bodies went under the wheels, over the hood, bouncing off the doors. The interior filled with wind and sound and the smell of death. Glass fragments peppered Dev's face, his arms, his hands on the wheel. Blood, not his, splashed across the dashboard. He drove. Through the horde, through the wall, through the bodies that hit and fell and hit and fell. The Tahoe's engine coughed, coughed again. Something was wrong. Something in the radiator or the intake. Something damaged by the impact. The temperature gauge climbed. The engine's note changed from a roar to a grinding whine. Behind him, the school bus hit the gap. Peter drove the bus into the breach the Tahoe had cut. The bus was heavier, wider, and the infected that the Tahoe had scattered were still falling when the bus's flat front end swept through them. The sound was a continuous, horrible percussion. Thud, 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 thud. The rhythm of bodies hitting the bus's grill at 60 miles an hour. Peter didn't slow down. His eyes were fixed ahead, his hands on the wheel, his mouth moving in a stream of Latin that was finally, unmistakably prayer. On the bus's roof, Tomas fired. The M4 barked in controlled bursts. 2 rounds, 3 rounds, the shots aimed at the infected that were climbing onto the bus from the sides, hauling themselves up the windows, their hands finding purchase on the wipers and the mirrors and the emergency lights. One crawler, a crawler on the causeway having somehow found its way to the bridge through the maintenance catwalks, launched itself from the guardrail at the bus's windshield. Tomas shot it midair. It fell under the wheels. The horde thinned. The Tahoe broke through the far edge of the wall and into open road, the engine screaming, the temperature gauge in the red. Behind them, the bus emerged from the carnage, its grille caked with dark matter, its windshield smeared. The warden was behind them. It had gone over the Tahoe's roof. Dev had felt it, the impact of the body on the roof panels, the scrape of it sliding off the back, and it was on the road, lying on the concrete. Not dead. Not even close to dead. As Dev watched in the rearview mirror, the warden stood up. The impact that should have killed anything alive, that would have destroyed a normal human, a normal infected, had damaged the warden, but not stopped it. It rose from the concrete in a motion that was wrong, mechanical. The reassembly of a machine that had been knocked apart and was putting itself back together. Its left arm hung at an angle that said the shoulder was shattered. Its head was turned slightly, the crested skull dented. One of the amber eyes was dark, destroyed, but the other eye found the Tahoe. And the warden began to walk, not run, walk. The deliberate, measured stride of something that knew it didn't need to hurry. That knew the bridge had an end. That knew the prey was heading toward the end. That knew it would get there eventually. It's still alive, Lena said. She'd turned in her seat, the Glock aimed out the missing rear windshield at the receding shape. Dev, it's still moving. I see it. How? I don't know. The calcified skull, Venkatesh said. Her voice was shaking, not from the impact, but from something deeper. The tremor of a woman watching her colleague walk after being hit by a truck. 3 months of viral evolution have reinforced the skull to an extraordinary degree. The bony crest distributes impact force, and the virus repairs damage in real time, restructuring tissue, rerouting neural pathways. It's not indestructible, but it's close. How do we kill it? Massive cranial trauma, fire, submersion in fresh water for an extended period. The osmotic shock would eventually overwhelm the virus's ability to maintain cellular integrity. She paused. Or all three. Mile 14. The Tahoe's engine was dying. The temperature gauge was pegged, steam pouring from under the hood, the oil pressure dropping. Dev could feel it through the wheel, the hesitation, the stumble, the pre-failure harmonic that his mechanic's hands recognized, the way a doctor's hands recognize a failing pulse. We're losing the engine, he said. How far? A few miles, maybe less. The bus? Everyone in the bus. He pulled over. The Tahoe coughed, shuddered, and died. The engine seizing with a metallic shriek. That was the sound of a machine pushed past its limits. The sound of every bearing and piston and valve giving up at once. Steam erupted from the hood. The radiator burst. They moved. Remy first, Lila pressed to his chest, climbing down from the Tahoe with the slow, careful movements of a man whose body was becoming unreliable. Venkatesh with the hard drive and the radio, Lena with the Glock and the binoculars, Dev with the tire iron and the scalpel and the weight of every mile on his shoulders. The bus was there, Peter, pulling alongside, the passenger door folding open. Inside, Joe, Tomas, Darnell, Kezia, Angie. Their faces were drawn, sweating, the faces of people who'd just driven through a wall of the dead. Get in, Joe said, now. They got in. Dev took the seat behind Peter. Lena took the seat across the aisle, angling her body to cover the rear emergency exit. Remy sat in the second row, Lila in his arms, Venkatesh beside him. Drive, Dev said. Petra drove. The bus lurched forward, the diesel engine roaring, the transmission grinding. The causeway stretched ahead, 10 miles remaining. The North Shore still invisible in the dawn haze, the bridge vanishing into a point of gray that might have been land or might have been nothing. Behind them, the warden walked. And behind the warden, the horde, those that had survived the vehicle's passage, followed its one-eyed leader north. And above them, growing louder, the helicopters came. The Apaches arrived at mile 16. They came from the south, flying low, the rotor wash kicking up spray from the lake's surface and sending it cascading across the bridge in a salt-tinged mist. The lead aircraft took position 200 meters behind the bus, matching speed, the chin-mounted cannon tracking the yellow vehicle like a predator tracking prey. The radio crackled. Hale's voice, Mr. Thibodeau, your 30 minutes expired 12 minutes ago. I'm going to need you to stop the bus. Dev looked at the Apache through the rear emergency exit. The aircraft was close enough to see the pilot's helmet visor, the gunner's seat below, the Hellfire missiles slung under the stub wings. It was close enough to see the cannon's barrel, a 30-millimeter chain gun that could chew through the school bus, the way the bus had chewed through the infected. If she fires that cannon, we're dead, Lena said. She won't fire on the bus. Venkatesh's voice from the second row. The hard drive is on this bus. She needs the hard drive intact. If she destroys it, she fails her mission. She doesn't know which vehicle has the drive. She knows. The GPS tracker is still active. She knows exactly where it is. Then she won't fire. She won't use the cannon, but she has other options. She can block the bridge. She can land troops. She can... The radio again. Mr. Thibodeau, last warning. Stop the bus or I will deploy teams to the bridge surface. This does not have to be violent. It's already violent, Dev said into the radio. Your company killed the world. That's pretty violent. I didn't kill the world. I'm trying to clean up after the people who did. By killing the evidence? By containing a situation that is already beyond containment. The data on that drive won't save anyone, Mr. Thibodeau. A cure is years away, if it's possible at all. All that data will do is assign blame, and blame won't bring back the dead. No, but it might stop the next time. Silence. The rotors beat the air. The bus drove on. There is no next time, Hale said. This is the end of the world. There's no one left to blame, no court to try the case, no civilization to demand accountability. There's only survival, mine and yours. The drive is a trophy from a war that's already over. Then why do you want it so badly? Silence. The helicopters held position. The bridge clicked under the bus's wheels, mile 17, mile 18, and the north shore was visible now, a dark line on the horizon, trees and buildings and the promise of land. Colonel Hale, Venkatesh said into the radio, the data on the drive includes the virus's complete genomic sequence. It includes the environmental conditions of the original deep ocean pocket. It includes the research notes from the Revidanex trials, including the notes that identified the freshwater inhibition, the thermal sensitivity, and the sound frequency vulnerability. This isn't evidence, it's intelligence. Tactical intelligence that could save lives, that could help the survivors understand and fight the virus. If you destroy it, you're not protecting Helicon. You're condemning the human race to fight this thing blind. A long pause, the rotors, the lake, the bridge. I have my orders, Hale said, and the radio went silent for the last time. The second Apache swung around the bus and took position ahead, blocking the lane, hovering at bridge level. The rotor washed a hurricane that rocked the bus on its springs. The aircraft's chin cannon was aimed directly at the windshield. Peter slowed the bus. His hands were shaking on the wheel. The palsy, the age, the fear, all of them conspiring to turn his thin fingers into vibrating instruments of uncertainty. But he didn't stop. The bus rolled forward at 20 miles per hour, then 10, crawling toward the hovering Apache. Father, Dev said, I see it. Don't stop. I wasn't planning to. Peter's jaw was set. The fear was there in his eyes, in his hands, in the beads of sweat on his white-haired temples. But the jaw was set and the bus moved forward. The Apache held position. 50 meters, 30, 20. The rotor wash was deafening, the bus's windows vibrating, loose papers and debris swirling through the interior. The cannon didn't fire. The helicopter didn't move. At 10 meters, the Apache pulled up, banked right, cleared the lane. The bus rolled through the space it had occupied, and the rotor wash faded, and the bridge ahead was clear. She blinked, Lena said. She didn't blink, Venkatesh said. She calculated. Firing on us doesn't get her the drive. She's changing tactics. To what? The answer came from Darnell at the front window, looking north. Troops, on the bridge, ahead, maybe a mile. Dev moved to the front of the bus and looked. The dawn light was stronger now, the sky a pale gold, the lake shimmering, and on the bridge ahead, shapes were visible, not infected. Soldiers. A line of them, spread across both lanes, positioned behind vehicles, weapons raised. Behind them, 2 rigid inflatable boats were tied to the bridge's guardrail. The boat teams Venkatesh had spotted being launched from the naval vessel. 12, maybe 15 operators, Lena said, the binoculars pressed to her face. Body armor, suppressed weapons, professional deployment. They're set up for a vehicle stop, spike strips on the road. Spike strips, Dev repeated. If we hit those, the tires blow. The bus goes nowhere. How far to the North Shore? 4 miles past the blockade. 4 miles. 211,000 feet. The distance between the living and the surviving, measured in concrete slabs. Tomas, Dev said. The young man was at the emergency hatch, the M4 across his chest, his face calm and dark-eyed. He'd been on the bus's roof during the horde impact, hanging on while bodies hit the vehicle at 60 miles per hour. He was the steadiest person Dev had ever met. How many rounds in that rifle? Thomas checked the magazine. 18. And I found 2 grenades in the Humvee mount. Fragmentation. Grenades. I grew up in a country where grenades were not unusual. He said it without affect. The way he said everything. A data point, a fact, filed and presented. Can you take out the spike strips? From the bus roof, at speed, in the dark? He considered. 1, maybe, if I see it in time. And the soldiers? They're professionals. I'm a crawfish farmer with a stolen rifle. The math doesn't work. The math hasn't worked since Montagut. Tomas looked at him. Something passed between them, an understanding that was beyond strategy, beyond tactics, beyond the mathematical probability of success. It was the understanding of two men who had been walking towards something impossible for 3 weeks, and had kept walking because walking was the only thing left. I'll need a clear line from the roof hatch, Tomas said, and someone to hold my belt so I don't fall off. I'll hold you, Joe said. She'd moved to the hatch, her hands on the ladder. And I have something that might help. She reached into her bag. The same duffel she'd been carrying since Huma, now lighter, emptier, but still holding one thing. She pulled out a cylinder, copper and steel, hand-soldered, trailing wires. What is that? Dev asked. A pipe bomb. She said it the way she might say a wrench or a screwdriver. A tool made for a purpose, functional. I built it from materials at the motor pool. Copper pipe, shotgun shell powder from the rounds in the Humvee, electrical detonator from a truck's airbag system. It'll make a bang and a lot of shrapnel, but it won't bring down a bridge. When did you? While you were talking to your brother. I'm a shop teacher. I build things. It's what I do. She handed the pipe bomb to Tomas. Remote detonator. This wire connects to the battery, touch the contacts, and it goes. Tomas took the bomb with the same calm, careful hands he used for carving. He weighed it, assessed it, placed it in his jacket. I'll drop it near the spike strips. The blast should clear the road. The soldiers will take cover. In that window, we drive through. Yes. And the soldiers? They'll recover. They'll pursue. But we'll have the lead. Dev looked at the group. 9 people in a school bus, 10 counting Lila. A priest driving, a scout with a rifle, and a pipe bomb on the roof. A deputy with 16 rounds, an engineer with nothing left to build. A scientist with the truth in a box. A naturalist who could read the water. A mail carrier who could read the road. A cop with a splinted arm. A mechanic with a tire iron. And a dying man holding a baby. Against 12 to 15 elite military operators with automatic weapons and helicopter support. The math. The impossible, unreasonable, irrational math. Pitre, Dev said, when Tomas blows the spike strips, you floor it. You drive through whatever's in front of you. Don't stop. Don't swerve. Straight through. Pitre looked at him in the rearview mirror. The old priest's eyes were clear, clearer than Dev had seen them, the perpetual film of exhaustion and doubt, stripped away by something that Dev recognized because he'd felt it himself. The terrible clarity of a moment with no options and no time, and nothing to do but act. Dominus illuminatio mea et salus mea, Pitre said. Quem timebo? What does that mean? The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? He adjusted his glasses. I've been saying it for 40 years without meaning it. Let's see if it works when I mean it. The bus drove on, mile 20. The blockade was visible, vehicles across the road, soldiers positioned behind them, the glint of weapon optics in the dawn light. The Apaches had taken position above and behind, flanking the bus, the rotor wash a constant pressure that rocked the vehicle on its springs. Mile 21. Tomas climbed through the emergency hatch onto the roof, Joe bracing his belt from inside. The wind hit him, warm, humid, smelling of the lake and the diesel exhaust and the faint, ever-present underlayer of the dead. He lay flat on the roof, the M4 beside him, the pipe bomb in his hand. Half a mile to the blockade. Dev could see the details now, the spike strips, 2 of them, laid across both lanes in chevron patterns. The soldiers behind the vehicles, their weapons trained on the approaching bus. Professional. Disciplined. The posture of men who expected compliance and were prepared for the alternative. Tomas, Dev said into the radio handset pressed to the roof hatch. Now. Tomas threw the pipe bomb. It arced through the dawn air, a small copper cylinder trailing wires, spinning end over end, and landed on the road surface 15 meters ahead of the spike strips. It bounced once, twice, rolled to a stop between the 2 chevrons. The soldiers saw it. A shout, "Grenade!" And they ducked behind their vehicles. The trained response to an explosive device. The 2 seconds of cover seeking that was as automatic as breathing. Tomas touched the contacts. The explosion was sharp and bright, not enormous, not earth-shattering, but focused. Joe's engineering concentrating the blast into a cone of shrapnel that ripped across the road surface and shredded the spike strips. The metal spikes scattered. The road was clear, scorched, debris strewn, but clear. "Now!" Dev yelled. Peter floored it. The bus lurched, the diesel engine screaming, the tires finding the concrete and pushing. The bus accelerated 30, 40, 50, the yellow mass of it plowing through the debris field, past the scorched concrete, past the vehicles where the soldiers were recovering, emerging from cover, bringing weapons up. Gunfire. The staccato crack of suppressed rifles, rounds hitting the bus's body panels with flat metallic impacts. A window shattered, the glass blowing inward in a shower of fragments. Another window. The bus's metal skin stopped some of the rounds, but not all, and Dev heard the buzz of a bullet passing overhead, the sound of a hornet made of copper and death. "Stay down," Lena shouted. She was prone in the aisle, the Glock aimed at the shattered rear window, firing back. 2 rounds controlled, aimed at the vehicles receding behind them. Not to hit, to suppress, to make the soldiers duck. To buy the seconds the bus needed to clear the kill zone. Tomas fired from the roof. The M4's reports were sharper than the suppressed weapons below. Unsuppressed, loud, authoritative. He wasn't aiming at soldiers. He was aiming at the rigid, inflatable boats tied to the guardrail. 2 rounds into each hull, below the waterline, the rubber puncturing with a hiss, audible even over the engine noise. The boats sagged, deflated, sank against the guardrail. The bus drove through, past the blockade, past the soldiers, past the ruined spike strips and the settling dust and the deflating boats. Behind them, the soldiers fired, but the bus was accelerating, the distance growing, and at 200 meters, the suppressed rounds lost accuracy, and at 300, the firing stopped. "Anyone hit?" Dev called. "I'm hit." Angie's voice, calm but tight. She was sitting against the bus's side panel, her good hand pressed to her side, blood leaking between her fingers. Through and through, left side. Missed the organs, I think. Nadine wasn't here. Nadine was at the camp on the West Bank, with the others, with Ollie. The combat nurse who would have had this wound stabilized in 30 seconds was 15 miles and a lifetime away. Venkatesh moved to Angie's side. "I'm not a doctor," she said, "but I've treated lab accidents. Let me see." She pulled Angie's hand away and looked at the wound. A hole in the fleshy part of her side, below the ribs, bleeding steadily but not pulsing. "You're right, through and through, no arterial involvement." Say. She pressed a wadded shirt against the wound. "Keep pressure, don't move." "Wasn't planning on jogging," Angie said. The dark humor, Lena's dark humor, the deputy's dark humor, the gallows laugh that kept the weight from crushing. And she almost smiled, and then her eyes went glassy, and she didn't smile. Mile 22. The North Shore was close, 2 miles, the shore visible, trees and buildings materializing from the haze. The bridge's end was in sight, the ramp descending to grade level, the toll plaza, the highway beyond. "Helicopters are pulling back," Kezia said from a window. She was watching the sky with the same attention she gave the water, reading the aircraft's movements the way she read bird behavior. "They're climbing, moving to the east." "They're not pulling back," Venkatesh said. "They're repositioning. Hale's not giving up. She's changing the angle of attack." "To what?" "The North Shore. She's going to try to block us on the ground." 1 mile. The bridge was ending. The concrete slabs gave way to an approach ramp, the guardrails widening, the lake receding on both sides as land rose to meet them. The toll plaza, the North Shore's counterpart to the South Shore's, appeared in the headlights, its booths empty, its gates raised. And behind them, on the bridge, the warden walked. Dev could see it in the rearview mirror, if he looked hard enough, if the light was right. A shape on the bridge, tall, moving with that deliberate, patient stride. Behind it, the remnants of the horde, following its one-eyed general north. They were 3 miles back. Too far to catch the bus, but closing. Always closing. The bus rolled off the causeway and onto the north shore. Solid ground. Land. The highway stretched ahead. I-12. Heading northeast toward Hammond, toward Hattiesburg, toward the Appalachian foothills and the cold that meant slow infected and the elevation that meant safety. "We're off the bridge," Peter said. His voice cracked on the last word, the emotion breaking through the concentration, and his hands on the wheel trembled harder than ever. "We're off the bridge." "Don't stop," Dev said. "We need to—" "Dev." Remy's voice, from the second row. Soft. Too soft. Dev turned. His brother was sitting in the seat, Lila in his arms, and his face had changed. The skin was gray, not the pallor of exhaustion, but the gray of infection. The ash tone that Dev had seen on every infected face since Claude Bourg's front yard. The dark veins that had been creeping up his forearm were past his shoulder now, visible on his neck, climbing toward his jaw. "It's moving fast," Remy said. "Without the ice, it's—" He blinked. The blink was slow. Too slow. The eyelids heavy, reluctant, as if the muscles that controlled them were being contested. "It's moving fast, Dev." "Venkatesh." The scientist was already there at Remy's side, her penlight in his eyes. His pupils were dilating unevenly. The left larger than the right, the iris color slightly changed, the brown darkening towards something else. "Stage 2 is beginning," she said. The clinical mask was fracturing, the cracks widening with each word. "The neural rewriting. His cognitive function will degrade over the next—" She stopped herself. She was talking about a man who was listening. She looked at Remy. "You're still here." "I'm still here," he smiled. The golden boy smile. Dimmer now. A candle in a wind that was picking up. "How long?" "Hours, maybe less." "Hours." He looked at Lila. She was awake, looking up at him with those dark eyes, Colette's eyes, the eyes of a mother who died in her kitchen and a father who was dying in a school bus. "I need more time. Remy, I need more time. Just a little more. Enough to—" He looked at Dev. The eyes still brown, still Remy's, but something flickering behind them. A shadow moving in a room that should have been empty. "I have to tell you something." "Tell me." "The hard drive. Laurent said, when he gave it to me, he said there was a key, an encryption key. Without the key, the files are locked. The key is—" He winced. A spasm, small but visible, the muscles in his neck contracting involuntarily. "The key is a gene sequence. Helicon's chief security officer, Hale, she chose it. It's the genomic marker for the immunity gene. The 2%. Fontaine's people, the ones who don't turn. The key is in their DNA." "The encryption key is a gene sequence?" Venkatesh stared. That's actually brilliant. A 64-character alphanumeric string derived from a nucleotide sequence. Without knowing which gene, which locus, which variant. Laurent didn't tell me which one. He died before he could. Remy coughed. The wet cough. Worse now, deeper. But he said something else. He said the sequence was in the original research files, in the Port Sulphur Lab's data. He said, another spasm. Longer this time. Remy's eyes closed and opened, and when they opened, for a fraction of a second, they were not his eyes. They were flat, empty, milky. Then they came back, brown, alive, desperate. "He said Kessler knew it," Remy said. "The lead researcher. The one who—" "The warden," Venkatesh whispered. "He knew the sequence. He helped design the encryption. If there's a copy of the key anywhere, it's in his memory, in whatever's left of his mind." The bus was silent. The engine rumbled. The road scrolled past. I-12, heading northeast, trees and highway, and the ordinary infrastructure of a world that used to function. "You're telling me," Dev said slowly, "that the key to unlocking the evidence that could save humanity is locked inside the brain of a 3-month-old apex zombie that I just hit with a Tahoe at 90 miles per hour." "Yeah," Remy said. "Sorry." Dev stared at his brother. The absurdity of it, the cascading, compounding, Russian nesting doll absurdity of a situation that had started with a stolen truck and a voicemail and had led here, to a school bus on a highway with a dying man and a baby, and a locked hard drive, and the answer trapped inside the skull of the most dangerous thing walking the earth. Hit him like a wave, and he laughed. Not the golden boy laugh, not the tired laugh. A broken laugh. The laugh of a man who has discovered that the universe is not cruel or kind, but absurd. And the only response to absurdity is the sound your body makes when your mind gives up trying to make sense of it. Okay, he said. Okay. Dev, it's fine. It's all fine. He wiped his eyes. We'll figure it out. We always figure it out. You always figure it out, Remy said. That's the difference between us. I break things. You fix them. You didn't break this. I broke a lot of things. You also kept a baby alive for 3 weeks in a dead city. That's not breaking, that's building. Dev reached across the aisle and took his brother's hand. The hand was cold. Not ice cold, the cold of early absence, the temperature of a body that was beginning to run on something other than human metabolism. You're the strongest person I know, Remy. I'm an addict and a liar, and I stole your truck. You're my brother, and you kept Lila alive, and you're still fighting. Dev squeezed the cold hand. Keep fighting. I'll try. Don't try. Fight. Remy squeezed back. The grip was weak, weaker than it should have been, the muscles losing their argument with the thing inside them. But it was there, still there. The bus drove northeast. Behind them, the causeway stretched back to the dead city. The warden walked. The Apaches circled. The world burned. Ahead, the highway stretched toward the hills. They drove for 3 hours. Peter drove until his hands shook so badly that the bus drifted into the median. And then Joe took the wheel, and Peter sat in the first row and clutched his Bible and stared at nothing. They followed I-12 to I-59, heading northeast, the highway progressively less clogged as they left the New Orleans metro behind. The infected thinned, scattered figures on the shoulders, individuals in the fields, the density dropping from thousands to hundreds to dozens to single digits. The land changed. The flat, waterlogged terrain of the coastal plain gave way to rolling hills, the first real elevation Dev had seen in 3 weeks. Pine forests replaced the cypress and the marsh grass. The air was drier, the humidity dropping, and for the first time, the ever-present smell of salt and rot began to fade, replaced by the clean, resinous scent of pine. Dev sat beside Remy and watched his brother lose himself. It was not dramatic, not the screaming, convulsing transformation of the movies. It was quiet. Quiet and terrible and intimate, the way death usually is when it's happening to someone you love. Remy's speech slowed, the words coming with longer pauses between them, as if each word had to be retrieved from a shelf that was getting higher. His eyes drifted, fixing on nothing, losing focus, then snapping back with a clarity that was increasingly desperate. Dev, I'm here. Don't let them put me in a cage, like Fontaine. I won't. Promise me. I promise. And don't! He blinked. The slow blink. The one that scared Dev more than the veins and the gray skin and the wet cough. Don't let me near Lila. When I'm not... Stop. I need to say this. Then say it. When I turn, kill me. Don't be bull. Don't carry me. Don't chain me up and talk to me through a hatch. Just... He swallowed. The sound was wrong. Thick. Sticky. The sound of a throat that was changing. Just let me go. Remy. I mean it, Dev. I've seen them. I've been living with them for 3 weeks. I know what they are. And I can't... His voice broke. Not like a rope, like a dam. Everything behind it coming through at once. I don't want to be one of them. I don't want to walk around with Colette's face looking out of my eyes and nobody behind it. I don't want Lila to see me like that. I don't want to be the thing that her father became. Dev looked at his brother. Remy's face, the face that had gotten every girl, aced every interview, talked its way out of every speeding ticket, was stripped bare. No charm, no performance, just a man staring at the end of himself and asking the only person he trusted to make it quick. Okay, Dev said. Okay, you'll do it? Okay, I hear you. That's not the same thing. I know. Remy stared at him. Then he laughed. The ghost laugh. The whisper of the golden boy laugh. Barely there. You never could give a straight answer, and you never could stay out of trouble. Runs in the family. Yeah, it does. They sat together. The bus rolled northeast. Lila slept in Remy's arms, and the virus moved through Remy's blood with the patience of a tide, and the tide was coming in, and there was no levee high enough to hold it. Nadine reached them by radio at noon. Dev had been trying to contact the West Bank camp for hours, the Marine VHF's range stretching thin across the distance. When Nadine's voice finally crackled through the static, the relief hit Dev like a physical force, a loosening of tension he hadn't known he was holding, a weight lifting from shoulders he hadn't known were carrying it. Bebe, her voice was warm even through the static. You made it. We made it. We're on I-59, heading northeast. We have Remy. We have the baby. He paused. Remy's infected, Nadine. Silence. The static filled the space. How far along? Stage 2, it's been... He looked at Remy, who was sleeping, or something like sleeping, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow and irregular. It's been progressing since the ice ran out. How long? Venkatesh says hours. I see. A pause. Bebe, listen to me. I'm bringing the others north. We found a boat, a trawler in the canal, seaworthy, enough fuel to get to the lake. We're going to cross Pontchartrain and meet you on the north shore. Nadine, the causeway. The warden is on the causeway. Then we'll go around. Kezia's waterway charts show channels that connect the West Bank to the lake through the spillway system. It'll take longer, but we'll avoid the bridge. How long? 2 days, maybe 3. We'll radio our position. Nadine. Yes, Bebe. Be careful. I'm always careful. A pause. Static. How's Ollie? He's... Dev turned to look at the back of the bus, where Ollie sat with his notebook, drawing. The boy had been silent throughout everything, the horde, the helicopters, the gunfire. His pencil moved with the same unwavering focus, filling page after page with images that would haunt whoever saw them. He's drawing. Good. Drawing keeps him here. Another pause. Dev. About Remy. Yeah. When the time comes, don't carry it alone. Let the others help you. I don't know how to let people help me. I know. Learn. The warmth in her voice was fierce. Not gentle, not soft, but the warmth of a forge, the kind that shapes metal. You've been carrying everyone since Montagut. Your brother, the group, the guilt, the mission. You can't carry this one, too, not alone. Nadine, promise me. The second person to ask him for a promise in the same day. The weight of promises, the accumulation of them, the way they stacked on your shoulders like stones in a cairn, was something Dev had never learned to manage. He made promises the way he fixed engines, with his hands, with his full attention, and with the knowledge that the machine would eventually need fixing again. I promise, he said. Good. Now drive. I'll see you on the north shore. The radio hissed. Nadine's voice faded. The connection stretched thin, attenuated by distance and terrain, and then it was gone, and the static filled the space where her warmth had been, and the bus drove on through the pine forests of Mississippi. They stopped at a gas station north of Hattiesburg. The bus's fuel was running low, the gauge hovering near empty, the diesel engine's note growing rough. The station was abandoned, its windows broken, its shelves looted, but the underground tanks still held fuel, and Dev found the access port, and Joe rigged a hand pump from a garden hose and a bicycle pump, and they filled the bus's tank in 40 minutes of sweating, back-aching labor. Remy woke while they were fueling. He sat up in his seat and looked around, and his eyes were wrong. Not fully wrong, not the milky emptiness of the turned, but transitional. The brown of his irises darkening, the pupils no longer responding symmetrically to light. He looked at Dev, and for a moment, a terrible, frozen moment. There was no recognition, just the flat, assessing gaze of something that was learning to see through borrowed eyes. Then, the recognition came back. Like a pilot light catching, like a signal through static. Dev, Remy said, I'm here. He frowned. The expression was effortful, the muscles of his face responding slowly as if the signal from his brain was being translated through a language it didn't fully speak. I keep losing the channel. Like a radio. I'm here, and then I'm somewhere else. And the somewhere else is... He stopped. His jaw worked. It's not nothing, Dev. It's not dark. It's like being in a room full of people who are all talking at once, and none of them are speaking words. They're just feeling. The hive mind, Venkatesh said. She'd been listening from the seat behind. The virus creates a networked consciousness among the infected. You're beginning to perceive it. It's not a hive mind, it's a... Remy searched for the word. His vocabulary was shrinking, Dev realized. The complex thoughts were becoming harder to form. It's a current, like a river, all the infected flowing in the same direction, and there's something big, upstream, pulling everyone toward it. The warden. I don't know what it is, but it's... He blinked, the slow blink. When his eyes opened, they were Remy's, but barely. The brown almost gone, the darkness creeping in like ink in water. It knows we're here, the big thing. It knows about Lila, and it knows about... He looked at Venkatesh. It knows about you. It remembers you. Emil, Venkatesh whispered. It doesn't think of itself as Emil. It doesn't think of itself as anything. It just is. It's the center. Everything flows toward it and away from it. It's... Remy's eyes closed. His body slumped. Then he jerked upright, gasping, his eyes open wide and brown, fully brown. The darkness pushed back, the recognition blazing. Dev, listen. I'm losing it fast. The thing, the upstream thing, it's on the bridge. It's coming. It's following the scent. Venkatesh's scent, the samples she's carrying. It can smell them. It can smell the virus in her sample cases. The samples, Venkatesh said. She grabbed her bag, the waterproof case with the sample vials she'd been carrying since Kokadri. The viral samples that were the basis of her research. The virus in the samples is emitting pheromone markers. The warden is tracking them. Of course, the same chemical signaling system it uses to direct the horde. My samples are a beacon. Can you destroy them? If I destroy them, I lose 3 weeks of research data. The baseline samples from the original strain. Can you destroy them? She looked at the case. 3 weeks of work. The foundation of everything she knew about the virus. The data that could lead to a treatment, a vaccine, a cure, in a waterproof case the size of a lunchbox. She opened the case. Inside, 12 sample vials, sealed, each containing a measured quantity of the HBV Lazarus retrovirus in various stages of analysis. She looked at them, the scientist looking at her life's work, the work that defined her, the work that was simultaneously the most important thing she'd ever done, and the thing that was leading the most dangerous creature on Earth, directly to them. She picked up the vials, one by one, and dropped them into the gas station's drainage grate. They fell 12 feet into the underground catchment, shattering on the concrete below. The sound was small, the tinkle of breaking glass, the quiet death of a career. There, she said. She closed the empty case. Her hands were steady, her face was not. The beacon is off. Will it stop the warden? It'll slow it. Without the pheromone trail, it'll have to rely on other tracking methods. Sound, visual. But it's intelligent. It'll find another way. Then we keep moving. They loaded back into the bus. Remy was unconscious again, or gone again. His body present, but his mind elsewhere. Tuning in and out of the viral network like a radio catching fragments of a broadcast in a language it was learning against its will. Lila fussed in Dev's arms, hungry, wet, confused by the absence of the father who had been her entire world for 3 weeks. Dev held her. She was heavy and warm and alive. Alive, so insistently, demandingly alive. And the contrast between her vitality and Remy's fading presence was a blade that cut without stopping. We need supplies, Darnell said. Diapers, formula. The baby's running out of both. And medical supplies for Angie, Venkatesh added. The deputy was conscious but pale, the through-and-through wound in her side seeping despite the pressure bandage. She needed stitches, antibiotics, and rest, and she was going to get none of those things on a school bus heading north. Next town, Dev said. We stop, we supply, we keep moving. The next town was a place called Columbia, Mississippi. A dot on the map, a gas station and a dollar store, and a handful of houses gathered at a crossroads. They found it just before sunset, the sky going pink and gold in the west, the pine forests casting long shadows across the highway. The dollar store had been looted but not emptied. Darnell and Tomas went in with flashlights and came out with diapers, formula, bottled water, canned food, and a first aid kit with actual suture supplies. Someone had left the medical section untouched, either because they didn't need it or because they didn't know where to find it. Venkatesh stitched Angie's wound on the bus's floor, her hands steady, her concentration absolute. "This is not my area of expertise," she said as the needle went through skin. "It's nobody's area of expertise anymore," Angie said through gritted teeth. "Do your best." "My best is adequate. Adequate is the new excellent." The stitches held. Angie sat up, color returning to her face, and accepted a bottle of water from Darnell with a nod that said more than words. Remy came back. The eyes opened, brown, clear, present. And he looked at Dev with an expression that was almost peaceful. "I figured something out," he said. "What?" "The upstream thing. The warden. It's not just chasing us, it's herding us, moving us north. It wants us to go north. Why? Because we're carrying information. The hard drive, Venkatesh's knowledge, the data, and the warden, the part of it that was Kessler, it wants that information to survive." He paused. The effort of sustained speech was visible, the jaw muscles working, the throat contracting, each word a small battle. "Think about it, Dev. Kessler was a scientist. He spent his life studying viruses. And now he is the virus, or part of it. And the scientist in him, whatever's left, wants someone to understand what he created, what happened. He doesn't want the data destroyed. He wants it decoded. That's insane. It's not insane, it's..." Remy's eyes unfocused, then came back. "It's the most human thing about him. The need to be understood. Even the virus can't erase that." "You're projecting." "Maybe. But I'm also in its network, Dev. I'm hearing things, feeling things. And I'm telling you, the warden let us cross the bridge. It stood in the road and let you hit it because it knew the impact wouldn't kill it and it needed to see what you'd do. It was testing you." The bus was quiet. The pine forest darkened outside the windows. The sunset faded. "Testing us for what?" Venkatesh asked. "To see if you were worth following, worth protecting." Remy looked at her. "It remembers you, Priya, not as a target, as a colleague, as the person who might finish what it started. Emil Kessler didn't start this. Halligan. Kessler discovered the virus. Kessler sequenced it. Kessler understood it better than anyone alive or dead. And now Kessler is in it. Not controlling it, not directing it, but embedded in it. And the part of him that's still a scientist, the part that spent his life trying to understand the universe at its smallest scale, that part wants someone to understand what he found, what it is, what it means. It's a retrovirus that reanimates the dead. It's a 66 million-year-old survival mechanism that predates human civilization by an order of magnitude. It's the most successful organism on the planet. And it's not evil, Priya. It's not malicious. It's just alive. It wants to live, the way everything wants to live. And Kessler, the Kessler that's left, he understands that. Remy's eyes closed. His body relaxed. A relaxation that was not restful, but depleted. The relaxation of a fighter between rounds, gathering what's left for the next bell. "How much time does he have?" Dev asked Venkatesh. She didn't answer immediately. She looked at Remy, at the gray skin, the dark veins, the slow breathing. And her face behind the glasses was the face of a woman counting, calculating, running numbers she didn't want to run. "The lucid periods are getting shorter," she said. "The virus is overriding his prefrontal cortex. Personality, decision-making, emotional regulation. The basal functions, movement, reflexes, hunger will persist. He'll be able to walk and respond to stimuli long after he stops being Remy. How long? Tonight. Maybe tomorrow morning. The warmth is accelerating it. If we could get him into a cold environment. How cold? Below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, the virus's replication rate drops by 80%. Below freezing, it enters dormancy. "The mountains," Kezia said. She'd been listening, her face set, her dark eyes on the darkening forest outside. The Appalachian foothills, northern Alabama, Tennessee. Elevation means cold. This time of year, nighttime temperatures in the higher elevations could drop below 50. If we can get there, how far? 200 miles, maybe more. 200 miles, in a school bus, on roads that might be blocked, might be occupied, might be swarming. Then we drive through the night, Dev said. We don't stop. We don't sleep. We drive until we reach elevation and cold, and we keep Remy alive until we get there. Dev, Lena's voice from the back of the bus. She'd been quiet through the conversation, sitting in her seat, the Glock in her lap, her eyes on the windows. Now she spoke, and her voice held something Dev hadn't heard from her before. Tenderness. You can't save him. I can buy him time. Time for what? Time for... Dev stopped. He didn't know. Time for Remy to hold Lila one more sunrise. Time for Remy to finish saying whatever he needed to say. Time for the impossible, irrational, mathematically absurd hope that somewhere in the virus's ancient architecture was a flaw, a weakness, a crack that a mechanic's hands could find and exploit. Time, Dev said. Just time. Lena looked at him. The dark humor was gone. The flat cop's assessment was gone. What remained was a woman looking at a man she'd come to respect, and seeing him walk towards something she knew he couldn't outrun. Okay, she said. Then we drive. They drove through the night. Joe at the wheel, then Darnell, then Dev. The highway unspooled ahead. I-59 through Mississippi. The pine forests giving way to hardwood hills as the elevation climbed. 200 feet. 300. The air cooled by fractions of a degree, and Dev could feel it. The subtle shift in temperature that meant they were climbing. That meant they were gaining altitude. That meant the virus in Remy's blood was meeting resistance. Remy came and went. Sometimes he was present, talking, holding Lila, telling Dev about the 3 weeks in the lower Ninth Ward, how he'd found formula in a pharmacy with the bodies of the pharmacist and 2 customers on the floor, how he'd changed diapers in the dark, afraid to light a candle because the light drew the infected, how he'd sung to Lila, the same song over and over, the only lullaby he knew, a Cajun French song their mother used to sing. Fais dodo. Cola mon petit frère. Fais dodo. T'auras du lolo. Sometimes he was gone, his eyes open but empty, his body present but his consciousness elsewhere, lost in the viral network. And Dev would watch his brother's face and see the occasional flicker of something behind the blankness, a spark in the dark, the signal fighting through the noise. At 3 a.m. north of Meridian, Mississippi, Remy woke from a long absence and said clearly, "He's stopped." "Who?" "The warden. He stopped following. He's..." Remy's face contorted with concentration. "He's at the north end of the causeway. He's standing at the toll plaza. He's not moving." "Why?" "I don't know. He's..." Remy listened to something no one else could hear. "He's waiting. For something or someone." Dev looked south, though there was nothing to see. Just the dark highway and the trees and the memory of the bridge. The warden was 40 miles behind them, standing at the edge of the lake. And something in its ancient, fractured mind had decided to stop. "Maybe the cold is slowing it," Venkatesh said. "It's not cold enough yet. Maybe it made a choice. Zombies don't make choices. The warden isn't a zombie." Venkatesh's voice was quiet. "The warden is something we don't have a word for." They drove on. The highway climbed. The temperature dropped. 80 degrees, 75, 70. The elevation rose 500 feet, 600, the beginning of the Appalachian foothills, the ancient mountains that had been eroding for 300 million years and still had enough left to hold the cold. At dawn, they crossed the Alabama state line. The sky was clear, no clouds, no haze, just the pale blue of a spring morning in the hill country, and the air that came through the windows was cool, genuinely cool. 62 degrees. Remy was sleeping. Real sleep, not the viral absence, but the deep, exhausted sleep of a body that had been fighting for 3 weeks and had finally found an environment where the fight was slightly less one-sided. The dark veins on his neck had stopped advancing. Venkatesh checked his temperature. It had dropped 2 degrees. "The cold is helping," she said. Her voice held something it hadn't held in a long time. Cautious, conditional, heavily qualified hope. "It's not a cure. The infection is still active, but the progression has slowed dramatically. How much time does this buy?" "Days, maybe a week. If we can keep him in a cold environment, sustained cold, below 50 degrees, the virus will enter near dormancy. He'll have periods of lucidity. He'll be able to—" She stopped. "He'll be able to say goodbye." Dev looked out the window. The Alabama hills rolled green and gold in the morning light, the forests a mix of pine and hardwood, the roads winding through terrain that was older than humanity and didn't care about its problems. A hawk circled above the tree line. A creek ran beside the highway, clear and cold, the kind of water that hadn't been touched by salt or virus or the sins of corporations. Fresh water, cold air, elevation, the things they'd been running towards since Montagut, the things that meant safety, the things that meant survival. And now that they were here, now that the air was cool and the water was clean and the infected were sparse, the thing they'd been running from had caught up. Not the horde, not the wardens, not the virus, the truth. The simple, devastating truth that Remy was dying and Dev couldn't fix him. That the machine was breaking and the mechanic's hands couldn't find the right part. That all the miles and all the sacrifices and all the deaths, Claude and Treadway and Jerry and Bull and Joe and every unnamed face and every nameless mile between here and the bayou, had bought them time. Just time. Not salvation, not a cure. Just the chance to be together at the end. Dev pulled the bus to the shoulder. He turned off the engine. The silence was enormous. Not the silence of the swamp, dense and watchful, but the silence of the hills, open and clean. The silence of a place that had never been afraid of the dark. He got out. The cool air hit his face. 60 degrees, fresh, scented with pine and creek water and the sweet decay of last year's leaves. He walked to the edge of the road and looked south, down the long slope of the highway, toward the flatlands and the coast and the city and the bridge and the water and the bayou and the house in Montague, where this had started, where Claude Bourg had crossed the road with a shotgun and hadn't raised it, where Remy had stolen a truck and driven into the dark. Behind him, the bus sat on the shoulder. Inside it, his brother slept with his brother's daughter. Inside it, 9 people who had followed him through hell because he'd asked them to, or because they'd chosen to, or because the difference between asking and choosing had stopped mattering somewhere around day 5. He stood in the cool air and breathed, and for the first time in 3 weeks, the breath didn't taste like salt. It tasted like pine and water, and the beginning of something that might, in time, come to resemble rest. The hawk circled, the creek ran, the hills held their silence, and Dev Thibodeau stood on a road in Alabama and waited for whatever came next, the wardens, the warden, the world, with a tire iron in his hand and his brother's baby in his heart, and the sound of the bayou in his memory, getting fainter with every mile, getting fainter, but never gone. Never gone. They found the farmhouse on the 3rd day in the hills, a white clapboard structure on a south-facing slope above a creek, surrounded by hardwood forest that had been growing undisturbed since before the Civil War. The house was old, solid, built by hands that understood the land beneath it, stone foundation, oak framing, a wraparound porch that looked out over the valley below, where the creek wound through a meadow and disappeared into the trees. A barn stood behind the house, its red paint faded to the color of dried blood, its roof sagging but intact. Beyond the barn, a garden, overgrown now, but the stakes and trellises were still standing, and the soil was dark and rich. The house was empty, not abandoned. The difference was in the details. The beds were made. The dishes were washed and put away. A coat hung on a hook by the door. A pair of boots stood on the porch, toes aligned, laces tucked inside. Whoever had lived here had left with the intention of returning, They hadn't returned. Dev walked through the rooms with the careful attention of a man entering someone else's machine, touching nothing, observing everything, reading the structure's story in its joints and boards, and the way light fell through the windows. The house was good. The roof was sound, the chimney was clean, and the well in the yard, a hand-dug well with a manual pump, produced water that was clear and cold and tasted like rock. "This is the place," he said. They'd driven for 2 days after crossing into Alabama, the school bus grinding up mountain roads that grew progressively steeper and narrower, the engine protesting the grade changes with the wheezing complaint of a machine designed for flat suburban streets. They'd avoided the larger towns, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, skirting them on back roads, watching the smoke rise from the cities like distant bonfires. The infected in the hills were sparse and slow. The elevation, the cold nights, the freshwater streams all working against the virus, reducing the reanimates to near stationary figures that stood in fields and at crossroads, like scarecrows that had come halfway to life and stopped. The temperature dropped with the altitude. At 1,500 feet, the thermometer on the bus's dashboard read 54 degrees at midday. 54 in late March, a miracle of geography. At night, it dropped to the mid-40s, and Remy's lucid periods lengthened, the cold pushing the virus back into something like dormancy, giving him hours instead of minutes. Hours. Days. A week, maybe. Time measured in the small, desperate currency of a man who was spending the last of his account. They set up in the farmhouse. Jo, exhausted, grieving, her whistling reduced to a barely audible hum, took inventory of the barn and found tools, lumber, fencing material. She began fortifying the property with the automatic competence of a woman who couldn't stop building. Boards across the lower windows, a reinforced gate at the driveway, a tripwire alarm system made from tin cans and fishing line strung across the approaches. Tomas took the perimeter. He walked the property's boundaries, a quarter mile in each direction, marking sight lines, identifying defensive positions, cataloging the terrain with the same quiet thoroughness he brought to everything. When he returned, he had a wooden figure in his hand, a bird half carved, the knife still working. He'd been carving as he walked, his hands performing their art while his eyes performed their duty. "The creek is clean," he said. "Fresh water, cold, no signs of contamination. The forest is—" He paused, searching for the English word. "Tranquilo. Peaceful. I saw deer, real deer, alive, and birds, not infected. Normal birds." "How do you know they're not infected?" Lena asked. "Because they're singing." He held up the wooden bird. "Infected birds wouldn't sing." Kezia confirmed it. She spent an hour at the creek, testing the water with the rudimentary chemical kit from the Lumpkin station, observing the insect life, the fish, the vegetation. The water was clean. The ecosystem was intact. The virus hadn't reached this far north, this far from the coast, this far from the salt. "We're above the infection line," she said. "Not permanently. The virus will adapt, will spread, will find its way here eventually. But for now, this valley is clean." "How long do we have?" "Months, maybe longer. The virus needs warmth and salt to spread efficiently. Up here with the elevation and the cold nights and the freshwater streams, it's fighting an uphill battle. Literally." She looked at the valley, the green hills, the clear creek, the sky. "This is as safe as anywhere left in the world." Dev carried Remy into the house. His brother was light, lighter than he should have been. The weight loss of 3 weeks of survival, combined with the virus's consumption of his body's reserves. Dev lifted him easily, one arm under his shoulders, one under his knees, and the ease of it was worse than the weight would have been, a reminder of how much of Remy had already been spent. He put Remy in the back bedroom, the coolest room, north-facing, shaded by a massive red oak whose branches pressed against the window like hands. The room held a narrow iron bed with a mattress that smelled of lavender and dust, a quilt folded at the foot, and a window that, when opened, emitted air that was 48 degrees and smelled of pine and the sharp, clean scent of elevation. Remy opened his eyes. Brown, clear, present. "This is nice," he said. Yeah. Reminds me of Mama's camp, up in Kasachi." Dev's throat tightened. Their grandmother's fishing camp in the Kasachi National Forest. A cabin on a creek, pine trees, cool water. They'd spent summers there as boys, before their father drowned, before their mother got sick, before the pills and the lies and the distance that grew between them like kudzu. "Yeah," Dev said, "it does." Remy looked around the room. The quilt, the window, the oak branches pressing against the glass. "I'm going to die here," he said. "You don't know that." "I know it, Dev. I've been feeling it for 3 weeks. The thing inside me, it's patient. It's been waiting. And it's almost done waiting." He looked at his brother. "But this is a good place. Better than the apartment on Flood Street. Better than the bus." He reached out and touched the quilt, the texture of it, the softness, the humanness of a thing made by hands for comfort. "This is a good place." Dev sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress creaked. The room was quiet, so quiet that he could hear the creak through the open window, the bird's song in the oak, the sound of Joe's hammer against wood as she boarded the barn door. "I was wrong," Dev said, "about the truck, about everything. I blamed you for leaving, and I blamed myself for not stopping you, and the whole time—" He stopped. The words were hard, not because they were complex, but because they were true. And the truth was, a thing he'd been avoiding for so long that facing it felt like turning into a headwind. The whole time, you were doing the bravest thing you've ever done. You took that baby out of a dead woman's apartment, and you kept her alive for 3 weeks in a dead city. You kept yourself alive. You fought the virus with ice and willpower and the same stubbornness that made you the worst patient I've ever seen. I was a pretty bad patient. You were terrible. You complained about everything. The ice, the food, the water. You told me the cold beans tasted like the cafeteria at Nichols State." "They did." Remy smiled. The golden boy smile, dimmer than ever, running on the last of its fuel, but still there, still present, still Remy. "Dev, I need to tell you something. You've been telling me things all week. One more." He reached under the pillow and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Notebook paper, water-stained, covered in handwriting that started neat and grew progressively more erratic. The record of a mind that was losing its grip on the pen. "I wrote this for Lila, for when she's older. I want her to know who I was. Not the addict, not the liar, not the guy who stole trucks and broke promises. I want her to know the other stuff. The good stuff." Dev took the paper. He didn't read it. He folded it carefully, the way you fold something precious, something that has to survive handling, and put it in his shirt pocket next to his heart. "She'll know," Dev said. "I'll make sure she knows. Tell her about Mama and Daddy and the bayou. Tell her about the crawfish boils and the fishing and the way the frogs sound at night in the ditch. Tell her," his voice caught, "tell her about the herons, how they stand in the water and wait, how patient they are. Tell her that patience is—" He stopped, his eyes unfocused. The brown dimmed, the darkness creeping in from the edges, and Dev watched his brother's face become a battleground. The human and the virus, fighting for the same territory, the same eyes, the same smile. "Remy." The eyes came back. Brown, frightened. "I'm here. I'm still—" He grabbed Dev's hand. The grip was cold. "I'm still here. I know. How much longer?" Dev looked at the window. The afternoon light was fading, the shadows lengthening across the floor, the oak's branches throwing patterns that looked like hands reaching for the bed. "As long as you need," Dev said. Nadine arrived on the 5th day. Dev heard the engine, a diesel, low and steady, coming up the gravel road from the valley. He was on the porch, Lila on his hip, the tire iron leaning against the rail. The sound was wrong for the bus. They'd parked it in the barn, engine cold, diesel conserved, and wrong for any vehicle the wardens would use. It was the sound of a trawler's engine, a boat engine, repurposed, mounted on something that wasn't a boat. The vehicle that appeared around the bend was a sight, a pickup truck, a Ford F-250, lifted big tires, with a marine diesel engine bolted to the frame where the original engine had been. The modification was crude, improvised, and brilliant. Someone had grafted a boat engine to a truck, and the truck was running, coughing blue smoke, but running. Nadine was in the passenger seat. She waved. The truck stopped in the driveway. The driver's door opened, and a man got out. Stocky, shaved head, kind eyes, wearing a USPS uniform that was more dirt than cloth. Dev stared. Darnell? Surprise! Darnell patted the truck's hood. Met a guy in Picayune who knew how to marry a Yanmar diesel to a Ford chassis. Traded him the trawler for the truck. Fair deal. He opened the truck's tailgate. Supplies, canned goods, water, medical kits, blankets, and people. Ollie climbed out of the truck bed. He looked at Dev, and for the first time since the capsized boat in the drainage ditch, his face held something that wasn't blankness or concentration. It was relief. The pure, uncomplicated relief of a 14-year-old boy who had been separated from the people he trusted and was now back. He walked to Dev and stood beside him. Didn't touch, didn't speak, just stood, his notebook under his arm, his cracked glasses slightly more cracked, his presence a statement that needed no words. Nadine got out of the truck. She looked older, 5 days older, which in this world meant 5 years. But her back was straight and her eyes were clear, and when she saw Dev, she said, "Bebe," and opened her arms, and he went into them like a child. "You're here," he said. "I'm here." "How?" "I told you. I'm a nurse and a bait shop owner and a 22-year veteran. I can get from A to B." She held him at arm's length and looked at him. The mechanic's assessment, the nurse's triage, the surrogate mother's worry. "You look terrible." "I feel terrible." "Where's Remy?" "Inside. Dev couldn't finish. "I know. Venkatesh radioed me." Nadine's face softened, not into pity, but into something harder and kinder. The expression of a woman who had walked wounded soldiers to the evac helicopters and held their hands while the rotors drowned out the screaming. "Take me to him." She went inside. Dev stayed on the porch with Lila and Ollie in the fading afternoon light. Ollie opened his notebook and began to draw. The farmhouse. The porch. Dev, holding Lila. The valley below with its creek and its trees and its deer moving through the meadow like ghosts made of sinew and grace. From inside, Nadine's voice, low, warm, steady, talking to Remy. The words were inaudible, but the tone carried through the walls. "I'm here. You're not alone. It's going to be all right." The combat nurse's litany. The lie that wasn't a lie because the person saying it meant it so deeply that the meaning became the truth. They spent 3 days at the farmhouse. 3 days of something that almost resembled peace. The kind of peace that exists in the eye of a storm. Surrounded on all sides by the wall, but still, for a moment, quiet. Remy had good hours and bad hours. The good hours came in the morning, when the air was coldest. He'd sit on the porch in a blanket, Lila on his lap, and talk. He told Dev about the apartment on Flood Street, about the night the power went out, and he'd been alone in the dark, with a screaming baby, and the sound of the dead in the flooded street below. About how he'd sung to Lila, the Cajun lullaby over and over, "Fay Dodo, Fay Dodo," until his voice was gone, and the baby was sleeping, and the silence in the apartment was the loudest thing he'd ever heard. He told Dev about Colette, how he'd found her in the kitchen of the Dauphine Street apartment, walking in circles, the nightgown she'd been wearing dark with something that wasn't sweat. How the baby had been in the crib screaming, unhurt. Colette had put Lila in the crib before she turned, some last maternal act that survived the virus's overwriting. The hands, remembering what the mind had forgotten. "She saved her," Remy said. "Even as she was dying, she saved her. She put the baby somewhere safe, and then He stopped. The sentence didn't need an ending. She was a good mother, Dev. Better than I deserved." "You kept Lila alive." "Yeah, but Colette gave me the chance." He looked at Lila, who was chewing on the collar of his shirt, her dark eyes wide and unfocused, and utterly unconcerned with the weight of what she represented. "She has her mother's eyes. And your nose." "Poor kid." The golden boy smile. "One of the last." The bad hours came in the afternoon, when the temperature rose. Remy would slip away, the eyes going flat, the body stiffening, the human retreating, and the virus advancing. During these hours, Dev sat with him and held his hand and talked. Not about anything important, not about the virus or the hard drive or the future, about the bayou, about fishing with their father, about the time Remy caught a redfish so big that their mother took a picture and hung it on the refrigerator, and it stayed there until the day she died. She was proud of you, Dev said during one of these absences, not knowing if Remy could hear him, talking because the alternative was silence, and silence was too much. She was always proud of you, even when you were messing up, even when you were breaking her heart. She was proud because you were hers, and being hers was enough. Remy's hand twitched in his, a small, involuntary movement, the muscles responding to something, whether it was Dev's voice or the virus's command or just the body's memory of what it meant to be held. Dev held on. He held on the way you hold a rope in a current, not because you can control where the water goes, but because letting go is the one thing you cannot do. On the sixth day, everything changed. Venkatesh had been monitoring radio traffic, the Kingfisher VHF, the emergency frequencies, and the encrypted warden channels that she could partially decode with her laptop. Most of it was static. Some of it was fragmented human broadcasts. Survivors in Memphis, a military holdout in Huntsville, a ham radio operator in Chattanooga who broadcasted the weather every morning at 7 a.m., as if the weather still mattered, and maybe it did. But on the morning of the sixth day, Venkatesh intercepted a transmission that made her spill her coffee. "Hale is dead," she said. Dev looked up from the porch, where he was feeding Lila a bottle of formula. "What?" "The warden channel. The encrypted traffic. I've been running a partial decryption. The algorithm is simple once you have enough samples. And the latest transmission is a recall order. All warden units are being recalled to the naval vessel. Colonel Hale is listed as KIA. How? The transmission doesn't specify, but the recall order references hostile action at the Causeway Toll Plaza. The Apaches, she scanned the decoded text, one Apache down. The other sustained damage and returned to the ship. Hale was in the downed aircraft. Who took down an Apache at the Causeway? Venkatesh looked at him. The warden. The silence that followed was the silence of a recalibrated world. The warden, the apex infected, the thing that had been Dr. Emil Kessler, the creature that had chased them across 300 miles of dead country, had destroyed a military helicopter, had killed the woman who was hunting them, had, in some impossible, incomprehensible way, protected them. Why? Dev asked. I don't know. Remy said the warden wanted the data to survive, that the scientist in Kessler wanted someone to understand what happened. Venkatesh sat down on the porch step, her laptop on her knees, the decoded text scrolling across the screen. Maybe Remy was right. Maybe the last fragment of Emil Kessler, the part that spent his life studying life, decided that the truth was worth more than the silence. That understanding was worth more than containment. It destroyed a helicopter. It destroyed the thing that was trying to destroy the truth. It's a zombie, Priya. It's a zombie that chose. She looked at him over her glasses. That's the part that keeps me up at night. Not that the dead walk. That some of them choose. Remy died on the seventh day. Not the dramatic, violent death of the movies. No convulsions, no screaming, no transformation. He went quietly, the way water goes when a tap is turned off. The flow decreasing, the stream thinning, and then nothing. The silence of an absence that had been approaching for so long that when it arrived, it was almost familiar. He was on the porch. Dev had carried him there at dawn, the coolest hour, the hour when Remy was most himself, and wrapped him in the quilt from the bedroom. Lila was beside him on the porch swing, sleeping in the crook of his good arm. The oak tree's shadow stretched across the boards. The creek murmured in the valley below. The birds sang. Dev, Remy said. Yeah. I need you to take her now. Dev looked at his brother. Remy's face was gray, the deep, settled gray of late-stage infection, the color of winter water, the color of the sky before snow. His eyes were brown, but barely. The milky film was creeping in from the edges. narrowing the window through which Remy looked out at the world. The veins had reached his jawline. His hand, the good hand, the one holding Lila, trembled with a fine, constant vibration that was not palsy, but the virus testing the neural pathways, probing, mapping, preparing to take control. Not yet, Dev said. Yes, yet. Remy's voice was thin, a thread, a filament, a thing that could snap with a breath. I can feel it, Dev. It's close, really close. And I don't want... He looked at Lila, the sleeping baby warm against his chest, her dark hair damp with sweat. Her small fist curled around the collar of his shirt. I don't want to be holding her when it happens. I need you to take her. Now. Before... Remy! Please. The word broke the dam. Not tears. Remy was past tears, the virus having commandeered the lacrimal system along with everything else. But the breaking was audible, the crack of a voice that had been holding together through will and love, and the refusal to let go, finally letting go. Please, Dev, take my girl. Dev reached for Lila. He lifted her from Remy's arm, the arm that released her slowly, reluctantly, the fingers opening one by one, as if each finger was a separate goodbye. The baby stirred, murmured, resettled against Dev's chest. She smelled like formula and baby shampoo and the sweet, impossible scent of new life. Remy's arm fell to his side. Empty. The arm that had held his daughter through 3 weeks of hell, through the floods and the dark and the dead and the ice, was empty, and the emptiness was the worst thing Dev had ever seen. Tell her about me, Remy said. Not the bad stuff. Well, some of the bad stuff, the funny parts. Tell her about the time I stole Mrs. Guidry's pirogue and got stuck in Bayou Petit Caillou for 2 days. Tell her about... He coughed. The wet cough, deeper, longer. Tell her about the truck. The truck you stole from me? The truck I borrowed. Tell her I borrowed it because I needed to do something important. And tell her that the something important was her. I will. Promise me. The third promise, the heaviest. I promise. Remy smiled, the golden boy smile. One last time. Full, bright, incandescent, burning on the last of the fuel, the last of the Remy, the last of the boy who'd caught a redfish and charmed his way through life and broken everything he touched and loved. Everything he broke. Take care of my girl, he said. Then his eyes closed. His head settled against the porch swing's arm. His breathing slowed, shallow, irregular, the breathing of a body whose pilot had stepped away from the controls. The golden boy's smile faded. The face relaxed. And Remy Thibodeau, 28 years old, addict, liar, father, brother, the man who'd kept a baby alive in a dead city through sheer, stupid, magnificent love, was gone. Not dead. Gone. The body was still breathing. The heart was still beating. But the person, the Remy, had departed, slipping out through whatever crack the virus left open, leaving behind a shell that was already beginning to change. Dev stood on the porch with Lila in his arms and watched his brother's body begin to turn. The skin grayed further. The veins darkened. The fingers twitched. Not Remy's twitches, not the purposeful movements of a man who fixed nothing but tried to fix everything. The twitches of something new, something old, something that was learning to use the hands it had inherited. The eyes opened, not Remy's eyes, milky, yellow, empty. Dev's hand found the tire iron. Don't, Nadine's voice from behind him. She was in the doorway, her hand on the frame, her face wet. Don't, Bebe. I promised him. I know, but not yet. He's gone, Nadine. The body is still his. The body deserves... She stopped, drew a breath, crossed the porch to stand beside him. Let me do it. That's what I do. I take care of people at the end. Nadine, you've been carrying him since Montagut. Let someone else carry this. She put her hand on his arm, the warm, steady hand, the hand that had been his anchor through every dark mile, the hand that held everyone together. Go inside. Hold Lila. Let me. Dev looked at her, the combat nurse, the bait shop owner. The woman who'd survived 2 wars and a hurricane and the death of everything she'd built, and who still stood straight, and who still called everyone Bebe, and who still made coffee in the morning, even when the morning had nothing to offer but more of the same. "It should be me," he said. "No, it shouldn't." She squeezed his arm. "Some things you don't carry, Dev. Some things you let other people carry for you. That's not weakness. That's love." He went inside. He held Lila. He sat in the farmhouse's front room and listened to the creek and the birds and the sound of Nadine on the porch. And after a while there was a sound, quick, decisive, the sound of a thing ending, and then silence. And then Nadine came inside and sat beside him and put her arm round him and said nothing. There was nothing to say. The porch was empty. The quilt was folded on the swing. The oak tree's shadow stretched across the boards, measuring the afternoon in patterns of light and dark. Dev held Lila. She grabbed his nose and squealed. He cried. It came out of him like something that had been locked in a room for 28 years. The room where he'd put his father's drowning, his mother's dying, his brother's addiction, every failure and every promise, and every night on the porch, watching Remy shake through withdrawal and praying for something he didn't believe in. It came out, and it was ugly and loud and graceless. And Lila looked at him with wide eyes and didn't understand and didn't need to. Nadine held him. The way she'd held 100 men in 100 dark places, the way she held everyone. "It's okay, Bebe," she said. "Let it come. Let it all come." He let it come, and it came, and it kept coming, and the afternoon passed, and the evening came, and the hills held the farmhouse in their ancient, indifferent embrace, and the creek ran cold and clear and didn't care about any of it, and Dev Thibodeau sat in a chair in Alabama and held his brother's daughter and grieved for everything he'd lost and everything he'd gained and the distance between the two, which was the width of a baby's hand and the depth of the ocean. They buried Remy on the hillside above the creek, under a sweet gum tree whose leaves were just beginning to unfurl, new growth, spring growth, the forest's indifferent renewal. Tomas carved the marker, a wooden panel, smooth and pale, with Remy's name and dates and a single image, a truck, a baby, a road. Father Peter performed the service. He stood at the grave in his black clerical clothing, which was torn and stained and too big for his diminished frame. And he held his Bible open to a page he'd marked with a blade of grass, and he read, "I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help." His voice was steady, steadier than it had been in weeks, the tremor in his hands not reaching his words. "My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth." He read the psalm, the whole thing, all 6 verses, and his voice carried across the hillside and into the valley and was absorbed by the trees and the water and the air. And when he finished, he closed the Bible and looked at the grave and said something that was not in the Bible, not in the liturgy, not in any text he'd memorized in 40 years of performing sacraments he didn't believe in. Remy Thibodeau was a man who loved badly and well. He loved the wrong things and the right people, and he couldn't tell the difference. And that is the most human thing I know. He carried a baby through a dead city because he believed that carrying her was the only good thing he'd ever done. He was wrong about that, but he was right that it mattered. Peter looked at Dev. "The dead don't need our prayers, but the living need to say them. So I pray for Remy, not because he needs it, but because we do. Because saying his name out loud is how we keep him in the world." Dev stood at the grave. Lila was in Nadine's arms. The transfer of weight, the passing of the torch, the baby moving from father to brother to the woman who held everyone together. Dev's hands were empty. He looked at them, the calloused, scarred, blister-mapped hands of a mechanic. Hands that had fixed 1,000 engines and couldn't fix the one thing that mattered. And he put them in the dirt of the grave and pressed, feeling the earth close over the box they'd built from the barn's lumber, feeling the finality of soil on wood. "Goodbye, Rem," he said. The word was small, too small for what it carried. But it was all he had, and he said it, and the hills heard it, and the creek heard it, and the birds in the sweet gum tree heard it, and went on singing because that was what birds did. They sang, regardless. 3 weeks later, the farmhouse on the hillside. Cold enough now that the infected were dormant. The temperature dropping below 50 at night, below 45 in the early morning. The virus retreating into the bodies of its hosts and waiting for warmth. The fields below the house held a few frozen figures, standing motionless in the high grass, their bodies rimed with frost, their eyes open but unseeing. They would reanimate in summer. Everyone knew this. Nobody talked about it. Summer was a problem for summer. Dev sat on the porch at dawn, Lila asleep on his chest. The baby had grown in 3 weeks, heavier, longer, her face losing the undefined softness of infancy and beginning to show the architecture beneath. She had Remy's nose, she had Colette's eyes, she had the Thibodeau stubbornness, which expressed itself as a refusal to sleep through the night and a tendency to grab Dev's nose at every opportunity. He held her. The weight of her on his chest was the only weight that didn't hurt, the only burden that felt like a gift, the only thing he carried that carried him back. Ollie sat beside him on the porch, the boy, 15 now. His birthday had passed somewhere in the chaos, and nobody had noticed except Nadine, who'd made him a cake from powdered milk and canned peaches and had everyone sing. And Ollie had not smiled, but had not cried either, which was something. Sat with his notebook open on his knees, his pencil moving. The drawings had changed. The early pages were horror. The distribution center, the crawlers, the causeway. But the recent pages were different. The farmhouse, the creek, Tomas carving on the porch rail, Kezia testing water samples in the creek, Joe building a fence, her pipe wrench replaced by a hammer, her expression one of fierce concentration. Father Peter reading on the porch, his glasses catching the light. Lena on the roof, watching the tree line, always watching, always the sentinel, the woman who'd found her reason not to use the 2 bullets she'd carried and had instead used them on the warden and Hale's helicopter, and who now carried an empty holster like a badge of survival. Nadine in the kitchen, cooking, her reading glasses on a chain around her neck, her hands, those warm, steady hands, stirring something in a pot. Darnell in the yard, organizing supplies into his postal bag with the meticulous care of a man who still believed in delivery. Angie at the table, her side healed, her splinted arm unsplinted, writing letters to people who might never receive them. Remy's grave on the hillside, the wooden marker, the sweet gum tree. And Dev. Ollie drew Dev, sitting on the porch, Lila on his chest, his face turned toward the valley, his expression one that the boy captured with a precision that was beyond his years. Not peace, not happiness, not grief. Something in between. The expression of a man who had walked through the worst and come out the other side and was still walking. Not because the destination had been reached, but because walking was the only thing that made sense. Tomas was in the yard, carving. His collection had grown. A shelf in the barn held 23 wooden figures, each one carved for someone who'd died. Claude Bourg's heron, Treadway's egret, Jerry's shrimp boat, Bull's figure, a man and a woman holding hands, walking into water. The 2 from the distribution center, unnamed, rendered as small, huddled shapes, the Baton Rouge captives. A cage opening. Joe's piece was there too. A bridge collapsing, a woman standing on it, whistling. Dev had added Joe to the shelf 3 weeks ago, and Tomas had carved her that night, the knife moving in the dark, the shavings falling like snow. Joe. Dev closed his eyes and saw her. The shaved head, the tattoos, the welding torch. The way she'd held the bridge at Henderson Levee in the Atchafalaya. The propane tank wired to blow, the detonator that failed. How she'd walked to the charge and touched the contacts manually, standing on a bridge that was about to not exist. How she'd looked at Dev across the widening gap as the bridge gave way, not afraid, not resigned, but satisfied. The expression of a woman who'd been looking for the right moment to spend the debt she owed Marcus Dupuis and had found it. She'd been whistling. I saw the light. The notes had carried across the water as the bridge collapsed, as the horde behind them was cut off, as the Kingfisher's pursuit ended at the broken edge of a bridge that no longer connected to anything. She'd been whistling, and then she hadn't, and the splash was the period at the end of a sentence that had been written on July 14th, 2023, when a pipe swung left instead of right. Dev opened his eyes. The valley was gold in the morning light. The creek glittered. The deer moved through the meadow. Kezia was on the radio. She'd been broadcasting daily, a compressed data burst on multiple frequencies, containing everything Venkatesh had compiled. The virus's characteristics, its weaknesses, the freshwater inhibition, the cold sensitivity, the high-frequency vulnerability. She'd been transmitting this data every morning at 8 a.m., piggybacking on the ham radio operator in Chattanooga's weather broadcast, hoping that somewhere, in a government bunker, a military installation, a university lab, someone was listening. 3 days ago, someone had answered. A response on the emergency frequency, fragmented, distant, but real. A voice identifying itself as FEMA Region 4, operating out of a facility in Knoxville, Tennessee. They had power. They had communications. They had a remnant of the federal government, functioning in a limited capacity, coordinating survivor settlements across the Southeast. They wanted the data, all of it, the virus's genomic sequence, the environmental factors, the research from Cocodrie and the Lumcon station, and they wanted the hard drive. The encryption key, Venkatesh had said. Without the key, the drive's files are inaccessible. Remy said the key was in Kessler's memory, Dev had said, in the warden. And the warden is, she'd paused, somewhere. The last radio intercept placed it at the Causeway Toll Plaza. It hasn't moved in weeks. The cold may have forced it into dormancy. Or it's waiting. Waiting for what? For us to come back. Dev hadn't gone back. He wasn't sure he would. The hard drive sat on the farmhouse's kitchen table, its GPS tracker disabled. Joe had removed it before she died, prying the tiny chip from the casing with the tip of her knife and crushing it under her boot heel, its data locked behind an encryption key that existed only in the fragmented neural pathways of a 3-month-old apex zombie standing on a bridge over a freshwater lake. The data would keep. The world would keep. Everything would keep. Because keeping was what the world did. It turned, and the seasons changed, and the virus adapted, and the survivors adapted, and the slow, grinding process of rebuilding began in 1,000 farmhouses on 1,000 hillsides, each one a small, stubborn declaration that the human species was not finished yet. Venkatesh worked. She was in the farmhouse's dining room, her laptop open, the hard drive connected by a cable, running decryption algorithms that she'd written herself, brute force attacks on the encryption, testing millions of possible gene sequences, each attempt taking hours and failing. The work was Sisyphean, and she knew it, and she did it anyway. I'll crack it eventually, she said, or I won't. But the data on the drive isn't the only data that matters. What's in my head, what I've observed, what I've analyzed, what I've theorized, that's data too. And I can transmit that. She transmitted. Every day she sat at the radio and talked. To the FEMA remnant in Knoxville, to the ham operator in Chattanooga, to whoever was listening on whatever frequency she could reach. She talked about the virus, its structure, its behavior, its weaknesses. She talked about the freshwater inhibition and the cold sensitivity and the high-frequency effect. She talked about the bloaters and the crawlers and the warden. She talked with the precision and detail of a woman who had spent her career communicating complex ideas and who understood that communication was the immune system of civilization, the mechanism by which knowledge spread and ignorance was fought and the future was negotiated. She also talked about Emil Kessler. He was my friend, she told the radio one morning, her voice steady and her eyes distant. We worked together at Tulane for 3 years. He was brilliant, the most innovative virologist of his generation. And he was kind. He brought me coffee every morning. He remembered my daughter's birthday. She paused. When the warden looked at me on the causeway, when it said my name, I saw him. Behind the virus, behind the calcified skull, and the amber eyes and the horde, I saw Emile, trapped, aware, suffering. She looked at her hands. The infected aren't monsters, they're prisoners. The virus doesn't erase them, it imprisons them. Every shambling corpse, every crawler, every bloater, there's a person inside, locked in, screaming. The virus is the cage, and the person is still in the cage. She transmitted this too, because it mattered, because the way you thought about the enemy determined the way you fought it. And if the enemy was a disease rather than a demon, then the fight was medical rather than military. And medical fights ended in cures rather than exterminations. Dev sat on the porch. Lila woke and grabbed his nose. He let her. The morning unfolded around him. Thomas carving in the yard, the knife producing a new shape, a truck, he'd said for Remy. Kezia at the creek, Nadine in the kitchen. Lena on the roof, Darnell organizing, Angie writing, Peter reading, Venkatesh talking to the radio, Ollie drawing, the group, the family, the collection of broken people who had walked across a dead state and found each other and held on and kept holding. Dev thought about his mother, about the promise he'd made, look after your brother, and how he'd kept it and failed it in equal measure. He thought about Remy's letter in his shirt pocket, the water-stained paper that he hadn't read yet, because reading it meant acknowledging that the person who wrote it was gone, and the person it was written for was too young to understand it, and the person holding it was somewhere in between. He took the letter out, unfolded it, read it. Dear Lila, your daddy was not a good man. I want to start with that because everybody who tells you about me is going to try to make me sound better than I was, and I don't want you to grow up believing a lie. I was an addict. I stole things. I broke promises. I hurt people who loved me, and I loved people I hurt. I was selfish and weak and scared of everything, including myself. But I did one thing right. I kept you alive. When the world ended and your mama was gone and the dead were in the streets, I picked you up and I held you and I didn't let go. For 3 weeks I held you. I sang to you in the dark. I fed you when there was nothing to eat. I kept you warm when the nights were cold, and I kept you quiet when the dead were close, and I kept you breathing when breathing was the hardest thing in the world. I'm not going to be here when you read this. Your Uncle Dev will give it to you when you're old enough. He's the best man I know. He's the man I wanted to be and couldn't be. And that's not his fault. That's mine. Everything that was wrong was mine. But you're not wrong. You're the rightest thing I ever did. You're proof that a man who broke everything could make something whole. You're my evidence that love is real, even when the person loving is a mess. I love you. I loved you from the first second I saw you in that crib. I loved you through every night in the apartment on Flood Street. I loved you the way the herons love the water. Quiet, patient, still. Standing in it because it's the only place that makes sense. Be better than me. It won't be hard. Your daddy. Remy. Dev folded the letter, put it back in his pocket, looked at the valley where the creek ran cold and clear, and the deer moved through the meadow, and the world went on because the world always goes on, and the dead were out there, and the living were here, and the distance between them was measured in temperature and elevation, and the stubborn, unreasonable refusal to stop. Ollie held up his notebook. He'd been drawing all morning, page after page, the pencil never stopping, the images flowing from his hand like water from a spring. The final drawing was the largest, the most detailed, the most carefully rendered. It filled 2 pages of the water-stained notebook, and it showed the farmhouse, the white clapboard, the wraparound porch, the red barn, the sweet gum tree on the hillside where Remy's marker stood, and on the porch, in front of the house, the group, all of them. The living and the dead, Dev and Lila at the center. Nadine beside them, her arm around Dev, Tomas with his knife and his wooden animals, Kezia with her hands in the creek water, Lena on the roof, watching, Venkatesh at her radio, Darnell with his postal bag, Angie with her letters, Peter with his Bible, Joe with her welding torch, whistling, Bull with his booming laugh, and Marguerite's hand in his, Remy with his golden boy smile, standing behind Dev, one hand on his brother's shoulder. They were all there, the ones who'd made it and the ones who hadn't, the ones who'd walked into water, and the ones who'd walked through fire, and the ones who'd simply walked, one foot then the other, then the first again, until the walking became the point, and the destination became the people beside you, and the road became the only home you needed. Ollie held up the drawing. He looked at Dev, and he spoke. The first word in months, the first sound from a boy who had been silent since the morning his family died under a capsized boat in a drainage ditch in Chauvin, Louisiana. The word was small and quiet and carried the weight of everything he'd seen and drawn and held inside him, every page of horror and beauty and the space between them. We carried them, Ollie said. Dev looked at the boy, at the drawing, at the faces, living and dead, present and absent, real and remembered. He looked at Lila on his chest and Nadine beside him, and the valley below, and the hills above, and the sky that stretched over all of it, blue, enormous, indifferent, beautiful. Yeah, Dev said, we did. He put his arm around the boy. Ollie leaned into him, the way a child leans, with the full, unconditional weight of trust. The notebook rested between them, open to the final drawing. The faces looked out from the page, the living and the dead, standing together, carried by the people who loved them across every mile between the bayou and the hills. The sun came up, the creek ran, the birds sang, and somewhere south, far south, where the land was flat and the water was warm, and the dead stood in the marshes like terrible herons, the virus waited, patient, ancient, alive. Summer was coming, and the dead would wake, and the fight would begin again. But that was summer. This was spring. And this morning, this single, specific, unrepeatable morning, the air was cold and the water was clean, and a baby was sleeping and a boy was drawing and a man who had walked through hell was sitting on a porch with the people he loved. And the sun was coming up, and the light was reaching the valley, and for a moment, just this one, it was enough. It had to be enough. The sun climbed. The shadows shortened. The farmhouse held its people. And the world turned the way it always had, the way it always would, carrying the living and the dead together, forward into whatever came next. The end.